You fell for the gotcha pull, didn't you, bro? You saw those golden borders, that glowing card, and thought you were the chosen one. But as you plummet headfirst through a portal and look at the system tip flashing in red, reality finally hits you like a truck. That super rare 0.000001% stat on your beautiful goddess card? It wasn't her drop rate, it was her actual power level in this godforsaken world. But to understand how our guy got scammed by a dapper rabbit, we need to go back. This is how we open a high-tier fantasy epic. Volcanoes erupting, dinosaurs eating lesser monsters, and a party of heavily armored warriors stepping onto the battlefield. A giant raptor beast lunges out of the brush, shrieking for blood, but our main character doesn't even blink. He charges his glowing blue crest, drawing his sword in a flawless cinematic arc, and with one clean swing, sends the monster's head flying in a spray of pixelated red. He stands there looking like an absolute god-tier S-class Chad. And then, the screen zooms out. Yep, it's a giant holographic advertisement in the middle of a ruined city, and our guy is just standing there staring at it, completely starstruck. Suddenly, a rough hand slaps his shoulder, and an angry old boomer boss starts screaming at him for slacking on the job. Chansu immediately bows down, apologizing like a submissive Discord mod, while his boss hands him a rusted sickle and tells him to get back to clearing vines. Chansu sighs, looking at his tool. He's sweating, exhausted, and absolutely terrified of losing his low-tier landscaping job. So, he takes a deep breath and starts shredding those vines at Mach 5 like a lawnmower on crack. The boss stands there, his jaw literally hitting the asphalt as 4 giant trash bags are filled in approximately 3 seconds. The boomer is so impressed he tells Chansu he can head home early. Chansu drags his bag away, looking completely depressed. He's got god-tier lawn care skills, but in a world like this, that's useless. See, Earth is basically a dead MMO server after the developers abandoned it. The streets are full of beggars, and the sky is a permanent gray. Years ago, an unknown absolute being opened portals to other worlds. The elite chosen were called dispatchers. They went to other worlds, gathered vitality, and brought it back to keep Earth alive. Our guy looks at his rusted sickle. He wonders if a loser like him could ever cross over, but the ruined skyline doesn't offer any answers. He walks down a dark alleyway, heading toward a crowded building. The place is packed with people holding papers. They're all desperately waiting for news. Chansu squeezes through the sweaty crowd, muttering apologies. He finally reaches the front desk and asks the clerk if there's any progress. The clerk doesn't even look up from his monitor, typing away like a robot. He clicks Chansu's profile, Reunion Investigation Deposit Balance, and there it is in bold red, insufficient funds. Chansu has paid over 4.3 million won, but the clerk coldly tells him they don't work for free. He waves Chansu off with a dismissive hand, calling for the next person in line. A massive, bald, S-class looking citizen shoves Chansu out of the way. Chansu sighs, walking alone through the empty, cold neon streets. He finally reaches his tiny, cramped apartment. He walks in, kicking off his shoes in the dark. A cheap can of food rolls out of his grocery bag, clattering across the empty floor. He stares at it, and a memory flashes. When he was a kid, his dad was a legendary, top-ranked returner. But as Earth's situation got worse, his dad had to go on another dispatch. He promised he'd be right back to play soccer. But in the end, the man never returned. Then, his mother and grandmother held his hands, crying. They told him they were going to look for Dad, and that he should wait. And just like that, Chansu was left completely alone in an empty house. Now, the memories are so faded he can barely remember their faces. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts outside his window. The entire room starts violently shaking. Chansu looks out to see a massive pillar of gold energy piercing the sky. The shockwave ripples through the city, shattering windows and blowing cars away. Chansu is thrown to the ground as books and papers fly everywhere. He crashes hard against his kitchen cabinets. Oof, that's going to leave a mark. He groans, rubbing his splitting head as he sits up. What the heck just happened? His phone on the floor starts buzzing frantically with emergency alerts. The screen reads, S-Class Returner A's Emergency Return Shockwave. Retirement? Chansu grabs his phone, his eyes wide in disbelief. On the news screen, Returner A, a heavily bandaged blonde giant with an eye patch, is weeping. I failed to protect the god, he tells the cameras, and I returned alone. He begs the public to protect Earth because he no longer has his powers. Chansu's hands shake as he holds his phone. If an S-class hunter just lost his god, Earth's population is going to drop below 500 million. He sits alone in the dark, feeling the absolute weight of doom. Then, a soft knock echoes from his door. Chansu blinks. Who would visit him at this hour? He slowly walks to the entryway, completely confused. A tiny, high-pitched voice speaks through the cracks. Mr. Oh Chansu, are you home? He cracks the door open, expecting a neighborhood kid playing a prank. He looks down. Wah! He screams, falling flat on his back in pure terror. Standing at his doorstep is a literal talking white rabbit in a tuxedo. The rabbit holds up a glowing tablet and smiles. Congratulations on becoming a dispatcher! The rabbit beams, adjusting his oversized red bow tie. Chansu is lying on the floor, staring like he's having a stroke. The rabbit reaches into his tiny coat, digging around. He pulls out a sleek business card, World Dispatch Support Center. Cut to Chansu walking down a glowing, majestic stone hallway. The rabbit casually asks, Chansu, do you have any special talents? Chansu sweats, thinking about his rapid weed whacking. Just trimming plants, I guess? The rabbit stops, looking utterly horrified, then quickly forces a cute smile. Well, I'm sure there's a reason you were chosen. Don't worry about it. Chansu smiles. He thinks this is his main character moment. They arrive in front of a pair of giant, towering double doors that look like the gates of heaven. Dispatch is just beyond this door, Chansu thinks, his heart pounding. He grunts, throwing his entire body weight against the massive door. It doesn't budge a single millimeter. The rabbit sighs, pointing down. What are you doing? The entrance is right here. Chansu looks down and sees a tiny doggy door built for a pet. How am I supposed to fit in there? He rants. The rabbit shrugs. I fit just fine. That's because you're a rabbit. Screw this, I'm going home. Chansu turns around. The rabbit's voice suddenly goes cold. Are you sure about that? You've failed every official test. You're completely ineligible. You think a chance like this comes again? The rabbit smiles a deeply unsettling, smug smile. Just quoting your own thoughts, buddy. Chansu freezes, biting his lip. The rabbit knows exactly how to manipulate him. So, our glorious protagonist swallows his pride and crawls through the pet door on all fours. What am I even doing with my life? Chansu weeps internally. Hurry up, Chansu! The rabbit's silhouette calls from the bright light. Chansu crawls out, squinting at the room, and it's just a completely normal office with filing cabinets and a desk. Talk about an anticlimax. The rabbit jumps onto a chair. Anyway, I have a world that is absolutely perfect for you. He shows a gold tablet. Block-type territory capture. Wait, what? Chansu yells, looking confused. Is that some weird place? Rabbit gets pissed. Then why did you act like you knew it? This world is unique, the rabbit explains, because you will serve under a god. Chansu gets nervous, remembering S-Class Returner A who lost his god. The screen displays a glowing gold coin with angel wings. Normally it's random, the rabbit purrs, but if you sign right now, he throws his arms up and cards start flying around like a cheap Yu-Gi-Oh duel. Cards shuffle in the air, glittering with magical energy. The rabbit catches 3 cards, looking incredibly sly. Will you make your choice? Chansu gulps, looking at the card backs. He has no idea which one is good. Chansu, an opportunity like this is extremely rare, the rabbit whispers. Chansu remembers his father, his empty home, and his dead-end life. I'll take this one. He lunges forward, grabbing the left card. He pulls it back, sweating profusely. His eyes widen in horror as the card begins to glow with a dark, cursed purple light. A massive, terrifying skeleton god materialized in a cloud of dark energy, screaming. Cursed skeleton arms reach out of the void, grabbing Chansu's face. The screen flashes, God OF Negachan 44%. Chansu falls flat on his butt, screaming. The rabbit giggles. Relax, it's just visual effects. Chansu pants, clutching his chest. What kind of god has a jump scare intro like that? And the name is God of Negation? That sounds like an absolute trash tier build. Chansu begs, can I draw again, please? The rabbit smiles nicely. Of course you can. Chansu shuffles the cards, praying to whatever gacha gods are listening. This time for sure! Give me something S-Class! He flips the card. Bam! Cursed purple light again. God of Negation 45%! This is a scam! Chansu screams, throwing the card. How do I get the same guy twice? The rabbit's face suddenly goes completely flat and terrifyingly serious. There is nothing wrong with the cards. Chansu shivers, backing away. The rabbit is emitting a straight-up killer aura. The rabbit holds the cards out again, his eyes slits. This is your last chance. Choose, carefully. Chansu covers his face, trembling. Please, just don't let it be the skeleton guy again. He pulls a card, and suddenly the room fills with swirling green light and beautiful rose petals. I got a different one! Chansu gasps, his eyes shining. The card shows Goddess OF Abundance minus 0.000000001%. And the art is a breathtakingly gorgeous, sleeping, blue-haired goddess. Chansu starts drooling like a total degenerate, while the rabbit looks at him with pure disgust. The rabbit's eye twitches. Shall I give you another chance to redraw? Chansu snaps out of it. What? No! Didn't you say that was my last chance? The rabbit quickly covers his mistake. Right! Well, you have to depart immediately! There's no time to hesitate! This is your chance to become a hero! A hologram shows Chansu waving to thousands of cheering fans. Everyone will admire you! The The rabbit smiles a deeply suspicious, wicked smile. A completely different life awaits you. Chansu looks down, his resolve hardening. If I stay here, I'll clear weeds forever. I have to do this. The system flashes green. Congratulations! You will now serve the goddess of abundance. A gorgeous garden of roses blooms in the middle of the office. A massive, beautiful statue of the goddess rises from the light. Chansu looks up, completely awestruck. Welcome, the system reads. The goddess's closed eyes look peaceful and majestic. The light fades, leaving the room quiet. Chansu gasps. Was that really her? She's so beautiful? He grins, pumping his fist. With a goddess like that, I can do anything. All right, Bunny! Where is the portal? Let's go save the world! The rabbit snaps his fingers, and a terrifying, swirling purple black hole tears open in the wall. Chansu's jaw drops. Whoa! Whoa! Wait a minute! That portal looks incredibly violent and angry! Rabbit rolls his eyes. It's an object, how can it have moods? Anyone with a brain can see that's a dangerous death hole, Chansu yells, sweating. But then, he looks at his hands. No, I won't back down anymore. I'm going to prove to everyone that I can do this! He takes a step and bam. The rabbit delivers a savage dropkick straight to his spine. Chansu flies headfirst into the swirling void, screaming, Yo, you damn rabbit bastard! The portal snaps shut. The rabbit stands alone in the quiet office. A cold voice speaks through his communicator. Why did you do that? Direct intervention is forbidden. The rabbit looks down, his ears drooping sadly. I had to. We couldn't lose him. I haven't given up on her. Meanwhile, Chansu is tumbling through a green digital data stream. What is this? A helpful system tip box pops up on his screen. The god's percentage indicates the size of their active planetary influence. Chansu's face goes completely pale. Wait, the 0.000001% wasn't her drop rate? He crashes face first into a pile of dirt. He slowly sits up, coughing up dust, and looks around. He is standing in a completely ruined, overgrown, dusty dump of a temple. He starts laughing hysterically with tears streaming down his face.
I am absolutely 100% cooked!
So this is how it ends. Our guy is currently sitting in a pile of dirt surrounded by ruins, wondering why he ever trusted a talking rabbit in a tuxedo. The realization that he traded his entire life savings to get scammed by a mobile game card draw is starting to settle in. He is utterly, completely screwed. He looks around at the decaying stone arches and the dead trees. If this is the goddess of abundance's territory, she must have been abundant in absolutely nothing. Suddenly, a bright green system window flares to life right in front of him. It welcomes him to the blocky land-grabbing world and announces him as the apostle of... And then the text literally cuts off with a black bar. He stares at the typo, realizing the system itself does not even respect his faction enough to render the text properly. Great start. He decides sitting around crying won't fill his stomach, so he stands up to search the ruins for any sign of his useless goddess. His foot hits something metallic and heavy buried in the dry soil. He looks down and sees a rusty, curved agricultural sickle glittering in the dirt. It is exactly like the tool he spent years using to clear invasive weeds back on Earth. It is familiar, but bringing a basic farming tool to a high-tier dungeon is like bringing a spoon to a gunfight. Before he can even clean the dirt off the blade, a massive purple aura erupts behind the wall. Two giant, glowing yellow eyes stare at him through the dark silhouette of a massive shadow. Chansu panics, his heart dropping into his throat. He has not even met his deity yet, and the local wildlife is already lining up to have him for lunch. With absolutely no combat training, his basic survival instincts kick in. He raises the sickle, preparing to swing it like a madman to defend himself. But as the shadow steps into the light, the terrifying monster turns out to be a tiny crying hamster holding its paws together in absolute terror. Chansu lowers his weapon, completely dumbfounded by the sheer anticlimax of the situation. Then, the dark gamer instincts kick in. He gets a highly devious look on his face, wondering if this harmless little creature drops any high-tier loot if he slays it. The hamster reads his expression perfectly and begins flailing its tiny arms in a frantic attempt to beg for its life. Our guy sighs and decides he is not desperate enough to harvest a hamster. He tucks the sickle away, noting that the little guy is actually pretty cute. The hamster immediately turns around and scurries off into the brush. Chansu watches it go, assuming that is the last he will see of the mascot. But the hamster stops, turns back, and squeaks loudly at him. It is pointing into the forest. It wants him to follow. With no other leads and a rapidly growing thirst, Chansu takes off after the fuzzy guide. For a fat little rodent, this thing is moving like it has a rocket booster attached to its tail, leaving our out-of-shape protagonist gasping for air. The hamster finally halts near a massive rock wall and squeaks triumphantly. It is a freshwater spring, a clean, sparkling waterfall cascading into a clear pool. Chansu does not waste a single second. He pulls out his metal flask and plunges it into the cool water. He gulps it down like a man who has been wandering the Sahara Desert for a week. He lets out a massive sigh of relief. The hamster stands next to him, puffing out its chest as if it personally dug the spring itself. Chansu looks around at the barren landscape, wondering how such a beautiful spring survived in this dead zone. He asks the hamster if it knows where the goddess is. You know, the highly abundant, gorgeous divine being depicted on his gacha card. The hamster just tilts its head, lets out a tiny squeak, and begins aggressively scratching its own ear. Right. Expecting a rodent to explain the geographical layout of a fantasy world was probably a bit of a stretch, but the hamster waves its paws again, signaling that the journey is not over yet. Chansu shrugs and follows. At this point, the hamster has a better track record of keeping him alive than his goddess does. They walk deep into the woods until they reach a clearing dominated by a massive ancient tree with a twisted trunk. Even though the tree is majestic, its leaves are yellow and brittle. It is completely dried up, just like the dying forest back on Earth. Chansu reaches out and touches the rough bark, feeling a faint, dying pulse beneath his hand. He hears a tiny rustling noise near his feet and looks down. Buried in a small patch of dry dirt is a shriveled yellow root with a couple of sad leaves sticking out of the top. It looks like a pathetic piece of cheap ginseng. The hamster suddenly gasps, clutching its cheeks in absolute horror like it just witnessed a crime scene. It charges forward and grabs Chansu's shoe, screaming in a high-pitched panic while pointing at the shriveled root. A system notification chimes. "TIP, you have discovered the deity of this area." Chansu scratches his head, looking around the empty clearing. He asks the system where she is, because he definitely does not see a beautiful, blue-haired divine entity anywhere. The hamster begins aggressively biting his shoelaces, trying to drag him closer to the dirt patch. Chansu picks the screaming rodent up by its scruff, telling it he is a very busy man who does not have time for games right now. The hamster flails its limbs, pointing directly at the shriveled yellow vegetable on the ground. It makes a series of dramatic gestures, looking incredibly serious. It points at the root, then at the sky, then lets out a tiny, solemn squeak. A cold sweat breaks out on Chansu's forehead as a horrifying realization begins to take shape in his mind. He slowly turns his head back toward the dirt patch, his hand trembling. No, there is absolutely no way. This dried-up, pathetic little piece of ginseng cannot be his deity. He laughs hysterically, trying to convince himself that the system is just playing a very elaborate, cruel joke on him. But then, a faint green light begins to pulse from the shriveled root, matching the magical aura of his contract. He pulls out the original card illustration of the stunning, elegant goddess of abundance. The hamster suddenly pulls out a magnifying glass, pointing at the very bottom of the card. Chansu zooms in. In microscopic font at the very edge, it reads, "This image may differ from the actual one." This is not just a scam. This is peak, industry-standard gacha false advertising. Our guy lets out a soul-crushing scream of pure agony. He drops to his knees in front of the weed, clutches his head, and begins to piece together the mechanics of this world. The percentage stats on the cards back at the draft center were not glitching out. They were changing in real time. The God of Negation's number was rising because his territory was actively expanding across the world, and because the Goddess of Abundance lost almost all her land, her divine power shriveled down to 0, leaving her looking like a sad, dehydrated root. He looks at the motionless weed. He asks the hamster why she isn't waking up. Then, his eyes go wide. He remembers his foot landing heavily near this exact spot a minute ago. He panics, wondering if he accidentally dealt the finishing blow to his own god with his sneaker. Hoping to undo any potential divine manslaughter, Chansu pulls out his water flask. He slowly pours a steady stream of fresh spring water directly onto the shriveled root. The water sinks into the dry soil, and the green glow suddenly intensifies, making the sad leaves perk up. Seeing that it is working, Chansu decides that if a little water is good, a massive flood must be better. He flips the flask upside down, dumping the entire contents onto the poor plant. Meanwhile, inside the darkness of her consciousness, the goddess is slowly waking up. She feels a refreshing, cool sensation, thinking it is a gentle summer rain. But within seconds, the gentle rain turns into a raging, torrential flash flood. She begins to panic, realizing she is literally drowning in her sleep. She snaps awake, her tiny root eyes bulging as she chokes on the sudden deluge. Chansu cheers, completely oblivious to the fact that he almost drowned his creator. The hamster celebrates next to him, waving its paws in the air. Our guy clears his throat and bows politely, introducing himself formally as Chansu, her newly appointed apostle. He tries to maintain a serious, heroic expression, but it is incredibly difficult when your supreme lord looks like a potato with eyes. The goddess tries to stand up, shivering violently and coughing up pools of water. She looks completely miserable, unable to even balance her own leafy head. Chansu facepalms. He has no idea what he is supposed to do with a god that can barely survive a light watering. Another system window pops up. Tip, use skills to become even stronger. He opens his status screen. He has 2 active skills. The first is Blessing of Abundance, which has no description, but he figures it probably just makes crops grow faster. Then he looks at the second skill. It is literally called Behead. He blinks, staring at the screen. He wonders if there is a localization error. Why on earth would a peaceful goddess of agriculture grant a skill called Behead? He pictures a historical guillotine, wondering if the true meaning of abundance is to forcibly redistribute the wealth of the local aristocracy. He slowly turns to the shivering root, asking her to clarify that this skill does not mean what he thinks it means. The ginseng goddess suddenly gets a highly serious, glowing expression in her eyes. She makes a sharp, horizontal slicing gesture across her neck with her tiny root hand, nodding aggressively. Yes, she wants him to chop off heads. Chansu rubs his chin, thinking it through. Agriculture involves cultivating land, which includes raising animals, and raising animals eventually leads to butchering. Wait, if butchering is technically a part of agriculture, and the hamster is technically an animal living on this land, he slowly turns his head, his eyes casting a dark, terrifying shadow over his face as he looks directly at the tiny mascot. The hamster squeaks happily, completely unaware of the dark calculations happening in its master's head. We pick up right where we left off, with Chansu standing in the middle of the dark forest holding a rusty sickle. He looks down at the innocent, fluffy hamster dancing around his feet. The dark shadow over his eyes deepens. If he needs to level up his goddess, and butchering is part of the job description, he wonders if this little guy is technically classified as harvestable livestock. He raises his sickle, apologizing under his breath. He tells himself it is all for the greater good of his survival. With a dramatic cry, Chansu swings the heavy blade downward. The hamster squeaks in absolute terror, diving out of the way as the steel slices through the air. But the blade does not hit the dirt. It strikes a dark, slimy mass that had been creeping up right behind the hamster. Chansu lands, looking down at his blade. He tells the hamster he did not want to do this, but survival demands sacrifices. The hamster, clutching the shivering ginseng goddess, stares past Chansu's shoulder with wide, petrified eyes. Chansu turns around, wondering what could possibly make them look that terrified. A massive, wet footprint lands heavily in the mud right in front of him. A giant, amorphous black sludge monster rises from the shadows, its body shifting and bubbling. 6 glowing, vertical white eyes flare to life on its head, staring down at our protagonist with pure malice. The hamster lets out a tiny, tearful squeak, shivering behind the root goddess. But in a surprising display of bravery, the little rodent steps forward, spreading its arms to shield the weakened plant. Chansu realizes he completely misread the situation. The hamster was not the monster, this massive pile of aggressive swamp sludge is. He grips the handle of his sickle, his knuckles turning white. He looks up at the towering beast. He is just a normal guy who used to trim hedges for a living. Can he actually take down a creature like this? He squeezes the wooden handle, bracing himself. He has to. There is nowhere left to run. He charges forward, his boots kicking up dry dirt as the sludge monster swings a massive muddy arm at him. But as Chansu closes the distance, his perception suddenly shifts. The monster's movements seem incredibly sluggish. Because of his years of hyper-fast hedge trimming, his brain automatically calculates the perfect cutting lines on the monster's body, highlighting them like a video game UI. A system window flashes. You can activate the skill Decapitation, he swings. The air splits with a high-pitched hum as the rusty blade moves faster than the human eye can track. With a single, hyper-precise stroke, Chansu cleanly slices through the monster's neck, leaving a perfectly smooth cut across the black sludge. The hamster and the ginseng goddess stand frozen, their mouths hanging wide open in sheer disbelief. The headless body of the giant mud monster dissolves into black particles, scattering into the wind. Chansu lands smoothly, turning back to his companions with a slightly embarrassed smile. He looks at the hamster, realizing that in the face of absolute danger, the tiny creature actually tried to protect their goddess. Our guy drops to his knees, bowing his head in a formal apology. He admits he made a terrible, stupid mistake by suspecting them. He asks for their forgiveness, looking genuinely remorseful. The hamster stares at him for a long, silent moment. Then, it raises a tiny paw and gives him a solemn thumbs up. It has officially accepted his apology. Chansu laughs, immensely relieved. He decides that since they are going to be surviving together from now on, the little guy needs a proper name. He calls him Hamdall. Hamdall's eyes spark with joy, and a shower of imaginary sparkles erupts around him as he celebrates his new title. While Hamdall dances with the ginseng goddess, Chansu checks his interface. A new notification has appeared. By skill effect, the head is auto-transferred! The system explains that all successfully harvested heads are automatically offered as tributes to his contracted deity. Chansu looks over at the ginseng goddess. He blinks, noticing that her wrinkled, dry skin suddenly looks a tiny bit smoother and shinier. His eyes light up. This is the gameplay loop. If he keeps grinding these mud monsters, she will eventually regain her true, powerful form. Determined to speedrun her restoration, Chansu grips his sickle and charges back into the dark forest, leaving a very confused Hamdall behind. He sprints through the underbrush, his eyes scanning the shadows for his next target. Within minutes, he spots a cluster of the same glowing white eyes in a dense thicket. He steps into the clearing, surrounded by 3 massive mud monsters. The system chimes again, informing him that hunting monsters awards unidentified points, which are used for world system features. Chansu shrugs, not caring too much about the details yet. All he knows is that points mean progress. He stares down the 3 beasts, a confident, relaxed expression returning to his face. He tells himself that these slow-moving piles of dirt are the perfect grinding material. He readies his weapon. Compared to the hyper-resilient magical weeds he had to clear back on Earth, these things might as well be wet cardboard. He leaps into the air, his silhouette cutting across the pale blue sky. He activates decapitation. The rusty sickle flashes in a continuous crescent arc, slicing through the necks of all 3 monsters in a single, seamless motion. The heads pop off simultaneously, dissolving into glowing green points that fly straight back toward the temple. Chansu lands on his feet, his blue eyes gleaming. He decides a mere 3 kills won't cut it. He is going to hunt 100 of them. We cut to a silhouette of our guy walking through the woods carrying his trusty tool. Hamdall is riding on his shoulder, cheering and waving his arms like a tiny general who thinks he is the one doing all the hard work. Chansu laughs, telling Hamdall that anyone watching would think he was the one carrying the team. Hamdall responds by aggressively nuzzling Chansu's cheek, causing our guy to chuckle and try to peel the fluffy mascot off his neck. Chansu checks his status screen. The counter reads, Immortal Oni Hunt 101/. He notes that despite their intimidating name, they died remarkably easily. He heads back to the clearing to check on the progress of his investment. He calls out to the goddess as they step into the clearing. He stops, his eyes widening. The shriveled, sad little root from earlier is gone. In her place is a plump, golden ginseng with a massive, healthy sprout of green leaves. Chansu gets a dreamy look on his face, picturing her returning to her gorgeous, blue-green-haired anime form in no time. The plump goddess waves her root arms happily, but then points insistently toward the massive, dried-up ancient tree in the center of the clearing. Chansu walks over to the giant trunk, looking up at the barren branches. He asks if she wants him to place her up on the tree. He gently lifts her up, placing her tiny root feet onto a thick groove in the bark. The goddess presses her hand against the dry wood, and a faint golden pulse ripples through the bark. She turns back and taps Chansu's hand, signaling that he needs to touch the tree as well. Our guy places his palm against the rough surface, wondering what they are trying to achieve. The system window pops up. You can use the skill Blessing of Plenty. It warns him that all blessings consume the points he earned from his massive grinding session. Hamdall watches in awe as a bright, warm green light begins to radiate from Chansu's hand. The goddess's eyes sparkle as the ancient, dead tree begins to drink in the raw divine energy. Chansu feels the energy leaving his body, flowing through his arm and deep into the roots of the forest. He smiles, deciding that since he earned these points by sweat and blood, he might as well go all in. He pours every single point he accumulated from his 100-monster grinding spree into the tree. With a massive roar of rushing wind, the ancient branches shake violently. Thousands of brilliant green leaves sprout in an instant, unfurling across the canopy like a wave of emerald light. The clearing is completely transformed, illuminated by a warm golden glow that cuts through the dark forest. Dozens of massive, perfectly ripe red fruits begin to hang from the lush branches. Chansu stumbles back, catching his breath as the intense light fades. He looks up, completely stunned by the sheer scale of the change. He points up at the branches, his mouth wide open. They are apples. Giant, glowing red apples that radiate a faint, sweet aroma. He reaches up and plucks one, holding it in his hands. It is heavier than any fruit he has ever seen on Earth. His stomach lets out a massive growl, reminding him that he has not eaten a real meal since he arrived. He stares at the delicious fruit, desperately wanting to take a bite. But he stops himself. With a respectful gesture, Chansu drops to one knee and offers the very first harvest of their new territory to his goddess. The plump ginseng goddess beams with joy, wrapping her tiny root arms around the giant red apple. Chansu smiles, thinking that even if she is a tiny vegetable right now, she is actually pretty cute. But then, her cute expression completely disappears. Her tiny mouth unhinges like a python, expanding to 10 times its original size as she literally begins to inhale the massive apple whole. Chansu's smile freezes. He watches in absolute horror as the plump root aggressively vacuums up the giant fruit in a dry, wrinkly process. He makes a mental note to absolutely never, under any circumstances, get on her bad side. Hoping to distract himself from the trauma, Chansu gathers a few more apples and calls Hamdal over for dinner. He takes a massive bite out of a fresh red apple. His eyes glaze over. It is sweet, crisp, and bursting with a rich, revitalizing juice. He lets out a loud cheer of pure happiness. Hamdal sits next to him, aggressively stuffing his cheeks with apple slices, his face flushed with pure bliss. They sit beneath the giant glowing tree, eating and laughing as the cool night breeze rustles the leaves. But behind the twisted trunk of the divine tree, the ginseng goddess slowly peeks out. She looks down at the rusty sickle resting in the grass, then back at the massive glowing canopy above them. Her face is cast in a dark shadow, her glowing eyes wide with a mixture of awe and absolute terror. She watches Chansu happily stuffing his face, her mind completely blown. In a single day, this ordinary-looking human arrived in her dead territory, mowed down 100 monsters, and restored her ancient divine tree to full life. She shivers, wondering what kind of absolute terrifying monster of an apostle she just accidentally contracted. Before we jump back to our guy, let's take a quick look at the historical lore of this world. Originally, the Abundance faction was a massive player in the economy, trading top-tier agricultural products until the Corruption faction invaded and swallowed up all their neighboring territories. Faced with total annihilation, the peaceful farmers tried to adapt by picking up weapons and hunting wild monsters, which, as you can see, went absolutely horribly because they had zero combat experience and got wiped out in almost every single fight. As a desperate last resort to survive, they took their basic, peaceful agricultural skill called harvest and literally modified it into a skill called beheading to try and fight back. But because their divine power was so weak, the skill was never actually meant for live combat. It was literally just a utility skill meant to easily retrieve the heads of animals that were already dead. In other words, the system designed this skill to be a convenient butcher's knife, not an active weapon of mass destruction. Unless, of course, the apostle wielding it was a complete and utter freak of nature with god-tier physical coordination. Which brings us back to our cute little ginseng goddess, who is currently shivering in absolute shock. She watches Chansu walk up to her with a terrifyingly dark expression, casually asking if she wants more apples. She doesn't care that he looks like a psycho, she is just incredibly glad she managed to pull an absolute SSR rank cheat code of an apostle. Chansu looks down, a bit confused as to why his giant potato god is suddenly acting so clingy. She wraps her tiny root arms around his ankle, blushing, silently promising herself that she will never let another deity steal him away. Our guy, however, is having a minor existential crisis. Seeing how she recently unhinged her jaw like a python to inhale a giant apple, he is seriously hoping she isn't planning to have him for dessert next. With his farming duties wrapped up for the day, Chansu heads back to the ruined temple carrying a massive basket of freshly harvested apples. The ginseng goddess is already fast asleep in his hands, looking completely exhausted from all the high-intensity resting she did today. He gently places her down on the stone altar, treating his tiny god like a delicate porcelain doll. He taps Hamdal on the nose, praising the little marshmallow puffball for helping him out. Suddenly, a massive, thunderous rumble echoes through the quiet stone hall. Chansu quickly clutches his stomach, praying that the sudden noise didn't wake his sleeping deity. Turns out, eating nothing but raw, giant fiber-heavy apples for 3 meals a day is starting to absolutely destroy his digestive system. He desperately needs some real, human food, and right on cue, a system notification chimes in front of him. It announces that a special cosmic delivery event is currently in progress. It is the blocky land-grabbing Grand Summon event, allowing players to order essential survival items directly from other worlds. Chansu looks at the screen, wondering how a courier is supposed to find his exact coordinate in a completely empty dead dimension, but his stomach growls again, so he decides to just place his order for rice, cooking pans, and blankets, and worry about the delivery details tomorrow. He tucks the ginseng goddess in under a warm leaf, wishing her a peaceful night. Meanwhile, back on Earth, we find ourselves at the towering headquarters of the Temple of Circulation, the corporate giant in charge of dimensional logistics. Heavy, angry footsteps echo down the pristine office hallway. Enter Hei Sujin, an overworked courier elite, stomping through the office with a dark, menacing shadow over her eyes. Her manager is sitting peacefully at his desk, writing down some notes, completely unaware of the storm heading his way. She slams her hand onto the glass partition, scaring the absolute life out of the poor man. She demands to know if her senior is playing some kind of sick joke on her with her latest delivery assignment. Hei Sujin, the apostle of circulation, pulls up her holographic terminal, showing him the ridiculously dangerous coordinates she was assigned. She rants about how she has to go on a 3-day business trip to a highly restricted cursed zone without getting paid a single penny because of a free shipping event. And to make matters worse, her customer has zero currency and is trying to pay for high-tier survival gear using apples. The manager sighs, telling her she is looking at this the wrong way. He explains that she is far too passionate about her work, and if she keeps working overtime like this, her body won't hold up. He pats her shoulder, telling her to treat this restricted area business trip as a paid vacation to cool her head. Sujin squints at him, calling him out on his blatant lies since she knows nobody else in the company was dumb enough to accept this high-risk job. The manager just smiles and pushes her out the door. He tells her she might get lucky and find a hidden realm with special treasures. She just groans, complaining that she'll probably freeze to death instead. He waves her off with a cheerful goodbye as she grumpily heads toward the transit portal. Sujin looks over the long delivery manifest on her holographic screen, her expression turning serious. If she is heading into a restricted monster-filled block, she needs to make sure she is fully armed and prepared. She grits her teeth, determined to finish this job quickly. She vows that she won't let some cheap apple bartering customer waste her precious time. Meanwhile, back in the quiet clearing, Chansu is casually strolling through his apple orchard, playing hide-and-seek with his hamster. Hamdal is hiding behind a giant apple, giggling and squeaking, completely unaware that his giant fluffy rear end is fully visible. Chansu spots a freshly bitten apple on the ground, and his expression immediately shifts to a dark, menacing glare. He creeps up behind the massive fruit, his glasses reflecting a terrifying villainous gleam. He grabs the screaming mascot by his scruff, pulling him up into the air. "Got you, you little rascal!" He aggressively pinches Hamdal's chubby cheeks, reminding him for the 10th time that he was supposed to help harvest the apples, not eat them. He lets go of the dizzy hamster, explaining that these apples are their only currency to trade with the courier who is arriving today. He sighs, hoping he can make a solid first impression on this corporate courier to establish a long-term supply chain. Let's pause here for some quick world building. True to its name, this dimension is structured like a massive hexagonal grid divided into distinct territories called blocks. The edges of each block are separated by a shimmering physical energy wall that keeps monsters and players trapped inside. To cross over into an adjacent block, a player must obtain a rare, system-issued item called a daily movement ticket. Because Chansu's starting block Nenner is completely barren and isolated, the nearest human settlement would take him a full week of continuous walking to reach. If it weren't for this delivery event, Chansu would have been stuck eating nothing but giant apples until his stomach turned inside out. He smiles, thinking how incredibly convenient it is that the courier company can bypass these terrain restrictions and deliver his gear in just 2 days. He flops down on the grass next to his harvest, stretching his arms out in exhaustion. He tells the ginseng goddess that he made sure to order a super soft, fluffy pillow for her to sleep on. She lets out a tiny, happy squeak. He knows that to survive in this hardcore world, keeping his only deity's favorability high is his absolute top priority. Suddenly, a low, ominous rumble echoes through the trees, making Chansu snap his head toward the forest boundary. A massive horde of slimy, vertical-eyed undead ghouls begins crawling out from the shadows, heading straight toward his temple. Instead of panicking, Chansu's expression turns into a highly confident, bordering on psychotic, smirk. He draws his rusty sickle, leaping forward with blinding speed. Steel cuts through the air. He executing a flawless horizontal sweep. The ghouls' heads pop off cleanly, dissolving into sparkling points. Another monster lunges at him from the side. Chansu spins, delivering a brutal diagonal counterslash that splits the creature in half. He notes that their attack speed seems slightly faster today, wondering if monsters in this world level up their skills just like players do. He lands lightly on his feet. Then, in a flurry of blinding white slashes, he completely decimates the entire front line of the horde. The remaining monsters dissolve into black dust, leaving the clearing completely silent. Chansu wipes his brow, letting out a relaxed sigh as if he just finished a light morning stretch. But as he stands there, he notices Hei Sujin hovering in the air right above him, her jaw literally hitting the floor. close up on her face, sweating profusely as she tries to comprehend the absolute slaughter she just witnessed. Our guy just stands there, holding his bloody scythe with a demonic, terrifying grin next to a happily cheering hamster. Hashtag Chapter 6. The courier has finally arrived. Sujin is currently hovering in the air, looking down at Chansu like he is some kind of ancient reincarnated god of war. She is sweating bullets, completely frozen in place. And Chansu is just standing there with his usual terrifying pitch-black shadow over his eyes, looking like a literal Grim Reaper who just finished his shift. Here's the context of why Sujin is currently having a minor heart attack. In this world, undead ghouls are classified as highly dangerous, cursed monsters. No matter how many times you kill them, they resurrect the very next day, coming back faster, stronger, and more aggressive. Even worse, they will chase you across block boundaries, leaving a nasty permanent curse on their targets that eventually causes their bodies to collapse. Because of this, literally every sane player avoids them like the plague. Sujin is staring at Chansu, wondering what kind of absolute lunatic decides to turn a cursed respawning nightmare monster into a daily farming routine. She notes that he has 0 curse purification circles active on his territory, which means he is just raw dogging the curse and surviving through sheer monstrous physical stats. She swallows hard, a terrifying theory forming in her mind. She wonders if our guy is actually a high-tier swordmaster who is purposefully using a rusty low-grade sickle to undergo some insane handicap training. She immediately decides that she needs to treat this man with the absolute utmost respect, because getting on his bad side would result in her instant deletion. Chansu, completely oblivious to her internal panic, looks down at his system window. He cheers, seeing that his total points have increased, boosting his goddess's active influence up to a solid 10%. At this rate, with 1,000 points per apple blessing, he can easily grow 100 massive apples today without breaking a sweat. He smiles, thinking how lucky he got to spawn in a point jackpot block with an unlimited supply of respawning ghouls. Sujin's winged boots gently land on the grassy floor. She immediately drops to her knees and bows deeply, greeting him with a highly formal, nervous corporate tone. She introduces herself as Hey Sujin, the executive courier from Circulation Trading. Chansu smiles warmly, shaking her hand and asking how she managed to find his remote coordinates so quickly. She just chuckles nervously, thinking that a guy standing next to a massive glowing tree and a mountain of dead ghouls isn't exactly hard to spot. She tries to keep her eyes focused on him, but her gaze slowly drifts to his shoulder. She spots Hamdall, who lets out a tiny, adorable squeak. Her professional composure completely crumbles. Her eyes turn into giant pink hearts, and her brain floods with an overwhelming, primitive desire to squeeze the fluffy marshmallow puffball. She begins trembling, muttering about wanting to pinch his cheeks. Chansu takes a step back, looking extremely concerned and asking if she is feeling all right. Sujin quickly snaps out of it, clearing her throat and trying to regain her professional courier persona. As they walk toward the altar, she catches a sniff of the air, her eyes widening at the rich, sweet scent of the apples. Chansu boasts proudly, telling her that his apples are grown using 100% organic, divine methods. They reach the massive tree. Sujin looks up at the towering branches, completely stunned by the sheer size and radiant glow of the divine apple tree. Chansu plucks a giant heavy red apple and hands it to her, offering her a free sample. She holds it with both hands, shocked by how dense and heavy the fruit is. She is still a bit skeptical, thinking that when fruits grow this large, they usually lose all their sweetness and turn watery. She takes a massive bite. Crunch. An absolute explosion of flavor erupts in her mind. Her eyes fly open, her face flushing as the sweet, rich juice coats her tongue. She begins aggressively devouring the rest of the giant apple, completely forgetting her professional etiquette. Chansu just stands there, smiling like a proud parent. Her internal corporate calculator immediately starts spinning. A fruit of this divine quality would easily sell for at least 50,000 gold on the high-end market. No, if she markets it correctly, she could get over 100,000 gold from wealthy nobles. She turns back to Chansu, her expression deadly serious. She asks him if he really wants to sell these for only 2,000 gold per apple. She stares at him, her eyes narrowing. Chansu scratches his head, sweating slightly as he wonders if 2,000 gold was too expensive for a simple piece of fruit. He is about to offer a discount, but before he can speak, Sujin cuts him off. She holds up 2 fingers, telling him that he should be getting at least 20,000 gold per apple, minimum. Chansu and Hamdall literally lose their minds, their eyes popping out of their skulls in absolute hysterical shock. 20,000 gold? For a single apple? Our guy is screaming internally, trying to process the fact that he is sitting on a literal multi-million gold mine. Sujin notes that while she could have scammed him, she can't risk backstabbing a potentially god-tier customer. Plus, she really enjoys being alive, and she has not forgotten his terrifying, bloody Grim Reaper smile from earlier. She explains that this is not just an ordinary apple. It is the most delicious, mana-rich agricultural product she has ever tasted in her entire life. It has a higher value than any specialty crop currently sold by the top guilds. She pulls out a high-grade, glowing contract scroll from her leather pouch. She offers him a formal, long-term exclusive supply contract, her tone highly professional. She hands him a digital pen, hoping he will agree to the terms. Chansu looks over the floating holographic scroll, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He gets a subtle, clever smirk on his face. All right, but let's do it this way. He signs the contract but modifies the terms, increasing the commission percentage that Sujin's company receives. Sujin looks at him, completely confused, thinking he made a mistake. Chansu laughs, telling her that he prefers to do business with honest, good people for a very long time. He knows she could have easily scammed him, and her honesty deserves to be rewarded. Sujin stares at him, her face turning completely red as her heart skips a beat. She is genuinely touched by his kindness. She smiles warmly, the tense atmosphere completely evaporating. They seal the deal with a firm, solid handshake, establishing their new business partnership. Sujin pulls out a digital tablet, activating the delivery transfer. A large cardboard box materializes in a flash of blue light, containing all the high-quality seeds, canned food, blankets, and cooking pans Chansu ordered. Then, she reaches into her bag and pulls out a small nest containing a beautiful, glowing purple egg. She presents it to him as a special commemorative gift from Circulation Trading to celebrate their partnership. Hamdal immediately climbs onto the nest, sniffing the egg. Chansu asks her what kind of monster egg it is. Sujin explains that it is a familiar egg. The more points he infuses into the egg using his deity's blessing, the stronger the familiar that hatches will be. But she warns him to be extremely careful, because if he injects too many points at once, the shell will crack and destroy the creature. She recommends stopping the infusion immediately when the egg begins to tremble violently. She asks him about his future harvest schedule, and Chansu confidently estimates that he can easily produce around 50 apples every single day. They finalize the logistics, coordinate the pickup schedule, and officially conclude their very first successful transaction. With the courier gone, Chansu returns to the altar and gently tucks his ginseng goddess onto her brand new, super soft, fluffy pillow. She cuddles into it, looking incredibly happy. Chansu sighs with relief, glad he decided to hide her during the transaction. While Sujin is a good person, keeping his vulnerable god a secret is always the safest bet. He sits down on the stone floor, surrounded by piles of canned tuna, bottled water, and high-quality cooking gear, feeling like an absolute king. Suddenly, a heavy, rhythmic thumping noise draws his attention back to the altar. He turns around and spots the ginseng goddess aggressively hugging the glowing familiar egg, her face flushed with pure maternal instincts. Chansu chuckles, realizing that if he wants to hatch this egg, he needs to farm a massive amount of points first. He pulls up his interface, looking for more ghouls to farm. He opens the system's monster ranking page and spots the undead ghoul currently holding the #1 spot with a silly cartoon drawing. He groans at the cheap design, but he smirks, his blue eyes flashing with a highly competitive, excited spark. He thinks about how far he has come in just a few days, going from a broke landscaper to a wealthy point farming pioneer. He is no longer afraid of this hostile world. He smiles warmly, genuinely looking forward to the next horde of ghouls that dares to step into his territory. Meanwhile, back at the Temple of Circulation headquarters, we find a plate of freshly sliced apples sitting on a conference table. The manager takes a bite, his eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock as the rich mana flows through his body. Sujin sits across from him, explaining that the customer is a Korean apostle contracted with the Abundance faction. Her black-haired secretary colleague chimed in, noting that they don't know his true intentions. The manager takes another bite, completely ignoring the secretary as he mutters in awe about a combat-type class raising such a high-tier product. Sujin sweats nervously, explaining that this man casually severed the heads of 100 undead ghouls with a single rusty scythe. She repeats her theory that he is a legendary swordmaster undergoing handicap training. The manager nods seriously, agreeing that they must hide this customer's location from rival guilds at all costs. He reaches for another slice of apple, declaring that they are going to sell these at the most exclusive department stores for a massive fortune. Suddenly, a hand grabs his wrist, stopping him mid-air. The black-haired secretary glares at him with a dark, menacing expression, pointing out that he has already eaten almost the entire plate by himself. They immediately break into a hilarious corporate bicker, shouting about seniority and ownership of the apple as the entire high-rise building shakes. We cut back to the ruined temple at night, where Chansu is sitting on the floor, ready to begin the egg hatching process. He places his hands over the purple egg, channeling his newly earned points as Hamdal and the ginseng goddess watch with bated breath. The egg begins to glow with a brilliant white light, tiny cracks spreading across the smooth shell. The room is completely engulfed in a blinding, legendary flash of light as the system announces the birth of an SSS rank familiar. What kind of absolute powerhouse is about to hatch? You will have to wait for the next video to find out. The wait is finally over. The SSS rank gacha egg is actively cracking. Hamdal and the ginseng goddess are watching in absolute suspense as a blinding light fills the temple. A tiny, fragile little yellow leg pops out of the shell, then a tiny, sharp little beak, and then a tiny, useless little wing. Out pops a baby chick. An incredibly fluffy, round, chirping baby chick. Chansu's face instantly loses all color. He is staring at the bird, doing the mental math on his spent 120,000 points. He notes that while it is a bit big for a chick, it is still just a chicken. He was hoping for a muscular farmhand, not a poultry starter pack. He sits down on the stone floor, sighing deeply as the chick waddles around. He wonders if he should just raise it to full size, fire up the stove, and have some fresh fried chicken. To avoid getting emotionally attached to his potential dinner, Chansu decides to give it a lazy name. He names it Ari. But before he can lament his life choices any further, the second egg on the cushion begins to rumble. Our guy lights up again. Surely the gacha system cannot double down on the scam. This one has to be a real worker. The shell explodes, and out sits a tiny, chubby pink piglet with a piece of shell on its head. Chansu completely collapses onto his hands and knees. He is convinced the game is actively mocking him by delivering grocery store ingredients instead of legendary beasts. Later that night, under a massive full moon, the true nature of these creatures is revealed. The chick bows solemnly before the ginseng goddess. It announces itself as the 10th seat of her faction, the rooster. The piglet kneels beside it, introducing itself as the 12th seat, the boar. The goddess looks down at them with soft, sad eyes, apologizing for failing to protect them in the past. The two familiars flail their limbs emotionally, declaring that they will do whatever it takes to help her regain her beautiful divine form. The goddess smiles, but her expression quickly turns serious. She tells them they must be extremely cautious around her apostle. She explains that Chansu has no idea they are her sacred retainers. And if he thinks they are just useless freeloaders, he will absolutely sell them off, or worse, turn them into bacon. In the background, Chansu is sitting with a terrifying shadow-covered face, wondering what kind of soup they would taste best in. The goddess tells them to do their best to look highly competent and useful until they can unlock a communication skill. The piglet is literally shaking in terror. The chick, however, tries to play it cool, noting that the human looked pretty brainless during their first meeting. It decides they should closely monitor his daily routine. The next morning, Chansu steps out of the temple, lazily stretching his arms with his scythe. A warm, gentle smile spreads across his face as he looks out into the misty woods. He welcomes his dear customers as he suddenly explodes forward, slicing through a pack of ghouls with terrifying speed. The chick and the piglet watch from the temple stairs. Ari wonders what all the racket is about so early in the morning. Then, their eyes completely bug out as they witness the raw, destructive force of his swings. Ari watches the crescent blades of light shredding the forest, realizing that this brainless human is actually a walking natural disaster. Chansu shifts his weight, his eyes narrowing as he locks onto another target. He unleashes a clean, horizontal sweep. A massive pile of severed ghoul heads rolls onto the grass right in front of the trembling familiars. Ari remembers Chansu looking at them and licking his lips yesterday. It lets out a high-pitched, petrified screech, fully convinced that they are living with a homicidal chef who is just waiting for them to gain a little weight. The system screen updates. His undying fiend hunt is already up to 202. Chansu wipes the sweat from his forehead, pleased with the morning's harvest. He hears a tiny rustle in the grass behind him and turns around. Ari is standing on top of Doji's head, balancing a large, fresh leaf to use as a towel. They are smiling so hard their faces are practically cramping, trying their absolute best to look useful. Ari aggressively pecks Doji's head to keep him smiling while presenting the leaf to Chansu. Chansu is touched by the gesture, thanking them for being so thoughtful. He wipes his forehead, completely oblivious to the sheer panic driving their customer service. He sits down on a rock and pulls out a plate of fresh, juicy apple slices, offering them a bite. Doji's eyes turn into sparkling stars. He immediately charges forward, but Ari tries to hold him back, warning him not to look like a greedy piece of pork. Doji ignores the warnings and wolfs down the fruit. Chansu smiles, noting that the piglet has a remarkably healthy appetite. Then, Chansu gets that terrifying dark shadow over his eyes again, casually musing that feeding pigs high-quality fruit is a popular trend to make the meat taste better. Ari grabs Doji by the ears, shaking him violently and screaming at him to stop eating before he turns into pre-marinated apple-scented pork belly. Chansu offers a slice directly to Ari, who immediately freezes in place. The delicious fragrance is overwhelming. Ari realizes this single slice contains at least 500 points of pure mana. That is a full day's earnings for a normal, hard-working apostle. But Ari turns its head away, sweating as it tries to resist the temptation. It vows not to fall for his delicious trap. Chansu shrugs and pours out a bowl of fresh, polished white grains instead. Ari's eyes instantly glaze over. Its pride completely crumbles as it stares at the delicious grain, weeping silently as it caves to its hunger. Chansu watches the two of them aggressively devouring their food, noting that the little chick actually eats quite a bit less than the pig. Now, let's take a quick break for a cute 3-minute farming lesson with Chansu. First, you have Doji dig up the soil with his snout. Then, you have Ari plant the black bean seeds in a neat line. After that, you water them and click the blessing of abundance. See? It is as simple as that. Our goddess's agricultural cheat codes are unmatched. Back in real life, Chansu holds up a massive, perfectly polished black bean, highly satisfied with the crop's quality. Suddenly, he senses a cold, dark presence looming behind him in the dense forest. Before he can turn around, Ari aggressively starts waving its wings and dancing, completely distracting Chansu with its antics. Chansu chuckled, wondering if chicks just have a natural obsession with shiny objects, and turns away to carry the harvest back. The ginseng goddess smiles brightly as Chansu presents the basket of black beans to her. She unhinges her jaw face down onto the basket to absorb them. Chansu's sweat drops, realizing he will absolutely never get used to her terrifying eating habits. He tells her they have plenty of potatoes and sweet potatoes left to plant for their next harvest. Doji is happily rolling in the dirt, fully fed. Chansu notes that the pig is a great eater, but Ari's appetite is on a whole different level. He looks over and sees the tiny chick aggressively pecking at the floor with glowing, starry eyes, moving at a speed that violates several laws of physics. Within seconds, Ari's belly bloats into a massive round sphere. The chick flops over on its back next to Doji, weeping in absolute shame because its pride was completely defeated by a bowl of grain. It lies there, staring at the sky, lamenting its own lack of self-control. Chansu smiles, telling them he is glad they enjoy the food and promises to grow even more delicious crops for them. He suddenly remembers that today is the day his premium apples finally go on sale in the high-end department stores back on Earth. We cut over to the bustling, majestic district of a luxury department store. Inside, Sujin's manager, Ryu Wan, is organizing the digital inventory tablets, pleased that most of the setup is complete. He looks down from the balcony at the massive crowd gathered around a grand display under a banner reading Emperor Apple. He sighs, noticing that despite the crowd's size, absolutely nobody is stepping forward to make a purchase. The presentation is flawless. Each giant, flawless red apple is dusted in gold flakes and resting on a bed of rare white feathers. But the price tag reads a staggering 200,000 gold. The customers are whispering, complaining that the price is far too high for a simple fruit. The manager is sweating bullets. Because of strict department store regulations, they aren't allowed to set up a tasting booth to prove the apple's value. Suddenly, a loud checkout chime echoes across the quiet floor. The entire crowd erupts in a massive uproar, gasping and pointing as someone makes a move. A junior staff member runs up to the manager, shouting in excitement that all the Emperor apples have been sold out in an instant. The manager is completely dumbfounded, staring at the empty display counter as a man in a black trench coat walks away. The staff member explains that a customer took a single bite of a sample, stood frozen for a second, and then immediately purchased the entire inventory. The receipt is signed with a single name, Rohan. The crowd is whispering in absolute awe, recognizing the tall, red-haired man. The manager's jaw completely drops, his face turning pale as he repeats the name. Rohan, the unrivaled, legendary swordmaster of Earth. To think that a living legend bought out their entire stock, this is an absolute history-making scoop. The manager is still clutching his head in absolute disbelief, his eyes practically popping out of his skull. Sujin walks into the office, completely relaxed, and asks if something is wrong. The manager turns to her, his hands shaking as he confirms that the peerless swordmaster Rohan bought every single apple. Within hours, the news spreads like wildfire across the internet. Headlines scream about the secret food Rohan ate to achieve his legendary swordsmanship. The manager is tearing his hair out, screaming at the marketing team for releasing such a ridiculously exaggerated article. He is screaming into the phone, desperately trying to explain to furious callers that eating an apple won't magically turn them into a swordmaster. He slams the receiver down, but the phone immediately starts ringing again. He picks it up, his voice hoarse and exhausted as he answers yet another call. His eyes go wide as the caller places a pre-order for 100 boxes out of nowhere, leaving him completely overwhelmed by the sudden demand. Meanwhile, back in Chansu's peaceful forest, a week has passed since he arrived. Hamdal is happily munching on a seed while Ari watches him with a critical eye. Chansu ties on his apron, humming a tune as the ginseng goddess relaxes on her comfortable miniature beach chair. He sets up his cooking table, arranging his newly acquired pots, knives, and portable stove. He holds up a freshly harvested potato and sweet potato, boasting that these crops are just as delicious as his premium apples. He begins peeling the potato with smooth, practiced strokes. His knife moves with hyper-precise speed, chopping the vegetables into perfect, uniform slices. A massive flame flares up from the pan as Chansu starts cooking, looking like a professional chef. Doji waddles up to his feet, letting out a series of demanding squeaks. Chansu glares down at him, telling the piglet that he literally just ate a massive meal 5 minutes ago. But Doji unleashes his ultimate weapon, sparkly, tearful anime eyes that melt Chansu's resolve in an instant. Chansu groans, handing him a cooked potato slice. In the background, Sujin is running toward the clearing. She calls out to him, waving her hand with a bright smile. She stops, cooing in delight as she sees the 3 familiars gathered around the altar. The familiars immediately form a protective wall, glare at her, and vow to protect their goddess from the intruder. Sujin giggles at their seriousness and turns back to Chansu, her face glowing with excitement. She tells him that his apples sold out completely at 200,000 gold each 2 days in a row. Chansu's face goes completely blank. He is standing there trying to process the absolute absurdity of that number. He asks if the world is just populated by an infinite number of eccentric millionaires, pointing out that normal apples usually sell for under 1,000 gold. He begins calculating his profits. With his contract cut, he gets a whopping 60,000 gold per apple. If he sells 50 apples a day, that is 3 million gold daily, which translates to over 1 billion gold in annual income. In his mind, a glorious vision takes shape. Chansu is wearing a massive fur coat, draped in gold chains, shooting cash out of a money gun while his familiars flex in designer sunglasses. He stands there, drooling slightly as he gets lost in his wealthy fantasy. But then, his expression turns serious. With this level of wealth and influence, he can finally fund a massive search to find clues about his missing parents and grandmother. Sujin breaks his train of thought, explaining that because the department store takes a massive cut, she is going to negotiate a lower commission rate for him. She admits she hates to throw cold water on his excitement, but warns him that the massive hype bubble around his apples won't last forever. She explains that while they are incredibly popular right now, the astronomical price tag is bound to stabilize eventually. Chansu nods, but Sujin reassures him that even if the hype settles, the market size of this world is comparable to ancient China, meaning they will easily maintain a loyal customer base for decades. Our guy is sweat-dropping at her massive scale of business while his tiny familiars peek out from the bushes, completely overwhelmed. Sujin suddenly grabs him by his collar, her face inches from his as she begs him to increase his daily apple production. Chansu tries to pull back, stammering that he has also grown some highly delicious potatoes and sweet potatoes that she should try first. Sujin's grip tightens like a steel vise, completely cutting off the blood circulation to Chansu's hands as she demands to know if they are truly as good as the apples. Chansu quickly sets up the plate, serving her the freshly cooked dishes to save his arms from being broken. He presents a plate of perfectly golden steamed potatoes. Sujin blows on a steaming hot potato, taking a massive bite. Her eyes light up like fireworks. The rich, sweet, and salty flavor profile completely overwhelms her senses. She is practically crying tears of joy, completely defeated by the perfect texture. She rants about the nutty aroma of the skin and the fluffy consistency, calling it a masterpiece. Chansu smiles, incredibly relieved that his cooking is a hit, and presents a basket of fresh potato pancakes and fries. Sujin stretches a golden pancake, her mouth watering. She picks up a perfectly crispy potato fry. She stuffs her face, declaring that these fries are so good they deserve to be the main course of a 5-star restaurant. Chansu rubs the back of his neck, laughing sheepishly as she keeps praising his harvest. For the grand finale, Chansu serves a plate of piping hot roasted sweet potatoes. As Sujin eats, Doji and Ari slowly creep up to the table, looking incredibly hungry. Doji lets out a loud squeak, demanding his share of the delicious sweet potatoes. Chansu feeds them, chuckling as he scolds Doji for stealing the smaller Ari's portions earlier. Suddenly, Hamdal peeks his head over the edge of the stone table. Sujin immediately grabs the chubby hamster, aggressively rubbing her face against his fluffy fur while squealing in pure, unadulterated joy. Chansu watches the chaos, casually asking her if she thinks they can make a solid profit by selling these root vegetables on Earth as well. Sujin takes a deep breath, trying to regain her professional composure. She thanks him for the incredible meal, but gets a serious look on her face. She points out that Chansu cannot afford to split his limited points between multiple crops if he wants to maximize his apple production. She explains that crops like potatoes simply won't command the same legendary status or high prices as his massive magical apples. Because the entire apostle culture is heavily influenced by Earth's standards, basic vegetables simply won't fetch a high premium no matter how delicious they taste. She tells him that if he wants to make the most profit, he needs to focus all his resources on a single, high-end luxury product. She bows deeply, practically begging him to prioritize the apples for the sake of their partnership. She stands there bowing, sweating nervously as she wonders if she pushed her top customer too hard with her corporate demands. But Chansu simply smiles and asks if 100 apples a day would suffice. Sujin freezes, her eyes practically popping out of her skull in absolute shock. She asks if he is actually serious about doubling his daily production. Chansu shrugs, noting that there is no reason to take the difficult path when they can easily print money with his apples. Sujin is so happy she is practically floating. She grabs Hamdal, cuddling him tightly as she thanks Chansu 1,000,000 times. She heads back to the portal, leaving our guy ready to start his daily routine. The next morning, Chansu is walking through the dead forest carrying his rusty scythe, with Ari and Doji following closely behind. Doji grumbles, asking Ari if they really need to shadow this scary human every single day when they can't even fight. Ari aggressively pecks him, telling him to stop whining. Ari explains that if they don't watch him, he might decide to have pork belly for lunch, pointing out that they can't trust the brainless hamster to keep them safe. Chansu's sweat drops, wondering why they are so obsessed with following him. He glances back, wondering if these SSS rank familiars are secretly hiding some legendary combat skills beneath their cute exteriors. Suddenly, a massive undying ghost lunges from the trees, letting out a terrifying roar. The piglet and the chick immediately screech and run for their lives. Chansu facepalms. He is deeply disappointed in himself for actually expecting a chicken and a pig to be high-tier combat units. But as they run, Doji trips over a root. A massive, slimy ghoul looms over the helpless piglet, its sharp claws reaching down. Doji squeezes his eyes shut, crying out in absolute terror. Chansu's eyes go wide. He charges forward, but realizes he is too far away to bridge the gap in time. With a desperate cry, Chansu swings his scythe from a distance, trying to cleave the monster before it can strike. He grunts, realizing his blade's physical reach is a few feet too short, but in that split second, his intense reflex velocity triggers a massive surge of green mana. A giant crescent wave of energy erupts from his scythe, flying through the air and cleanly severing the ghoul's head. The monster dissolves into black dust, leaving Ari and Doji staring in absolute silent shock. Chansu stops, staring at his blade in complete disbelief. He knows he didn't make physical contact, yet the range of his slash somehow doubled. He wonders if his skill just underwent a spontaneous evolution. Another ghoul steps into the clearing. Chansu shifts his stance, analyzing the exact angle and positioning of his scythe. He calculates the perfect swing speed. He unleashes a massive wide-range crescent swing that cuts across the entire clearing. A system window flares. Mass decapitation has been activated. The range of the skill decapitation has expanded. Chansu blinks, staring at the screen. He thinks the system has a truly questionable taste in naming his combat skills, but he smiles, highly pleased that his farming radius has just increased. He gets a terrifying dark shadow over his face, laughing as he realizes he can now harvest his regular customers much faster. He goes on a massive, hyperspeed slicing spree, his demonic laughter echoing through the woods while the familiars shake in pure terror. Ari and Doji sprint back to the temple, screaming for their goddess in a state of absolute hysterical panic. They collapse at her feet, panting heavily. Ari shrieks that the apostle has unlocked a horrifying new ability to chop off 5 heads in a single swing. Ari is practically hyperventilating, begging the goddess to prioritize giving Chansu a communication skill so they can beg him not to eat them. The goddess is sweating, stammering that she never actually gave him such a violent skill. Ari bursts into tears, completely traumatized. Doji asks if this mass decapitation is truly her doing. The goddess's face turns completely pale as her eyes pop out. What? In her mind, she sees a terrifying vision of Chansu laughing like a complete psychopath with his glowing red eyes and bloody scythe. #Section A. Character Directorio Chansu, the protagonist, our guy. Former landscaper, currently a survivalist extraordinaire. Recap script: we start with the newly hatched chicken, Ari, desperately begging the ginseng goddess to unlock a communication skill. The goddess tries to calm the trembling bird, admitting she has absolutely no idea where that skill came from. Ari is basically having a panic attack, crying over the very real possibility of ending up on a dinner plate. Doji waddles up, asking if she also granted Chansu the terrifying mass decapitation skill. The goddess goes completely pale. Her leaves literally twitch. In her mind, she sees a terrifying vision of Chansu laughing like a maniac while holding his bloody scythe. Ari and Doji hug each other, convinced their master is not even human, but rather a literal grim reaper sent to harvest them. The goddess sweats nervously, a terrifying thought forming in her mind. She looks down at her two loyal retainers, trying to maintain her divine composure. Doji immediately blames her for granting the skill anyway. Ari lands a brutal headbutt on him, telling the brainless pig to shut up. With Doji knocked flat on the floor, Ari asks her to explain what is actually happening to their master. The goddess explains that Chansu's combat skills are undergoing a spontaneous, localized evolution. She points out that since decapitation was originally a modified version of the basic harvest skill, it leveled up to enable area of effect damage. And in that exact same way, the standard decapitation skill has mutated into the much larger mass decapitation. Ari is shaking, noting that skill mutations are only supposed to be possible for elite apostles who have survived for over a year. The goddess agrees, confirming that Chansu is a frighteningly talented anomaly. But then, she gets a warm, gentle smile on her face. She looks at her small, chaotic family. She admits that while he looks like a psycho, Chansu's rapid growth is the only reason they are all standing here eating high-grade food. She pats Ari on the head, promising to grant him a communication skill as soon as Chansu returns so they can finally talk to him. Right on cue, our guy runs into the clearing, waving his arms cheerfully like a happy puppy. The goddess smiles, excited to finally have a proper, civilized conversation with her savior. She prepares to introduce her two ancient retainers to him. But as Chansu approaches, a golden system notification flares to life. The system explains that forcing an apostle down a specific path violates the rules, so Chansu must be allowed to choose. The goddess giggles, fully confident that since Chansu has been struggling to understand his pets, he will easily select the communication option. Chansu stares at the floating green window. The goddess puts her hands together, already drafting her emotional thank you speech. The light flashes. The selection is locked in. Chansu has acquired the Pledge of Abundance. The goddess stands frozen. Her face completely drains of color. Welcome to the absolute disaster of communication errors. Chansu is looking at his status screen, completely relaxed. He looks at the two choices. He notes that while Pledge of Abundance is a mystery, communication probably just lets him talk to plants and animals. In his head, he imagines what talking to his farm would actually sound like. He pictures Doji over a roasting spit, screaming about betrayal, Ari crying inside a boiling soup pot, and the giant apple tree complaining about its branches aching from carrying so many heavy fruits. He gets a terrified, pale look on his face. Knowing what your food is thinking right before you eat it is a classic psychological horror setup. He decides that ignorance is absolute bliss, and flatly refuses to unlock the ability to hear his vegetables complain. He taps Pledge of Abundance instead. The menu closes, and the three familiars collapse onto the stone floor in pure, unadulterated despair. Chansu looks at them, wondering why everyone in his temple is suddenly so depressed. He decides to ignore it and focuses on his new skill. As expected, there is zero description. He wonders what a pledge with a potato goddess actually entails. He decides to test it out by plucking a fresh, shiny red apple from his basket. He holds it up dramatically as green mana coins swirl around him. He formally dedicates the harvest to his goddess. He presents the apple. The goddess just stares at him with an expression of pure, unbothered disgust. She turns her back to him, refusing to even look at the fruit. The system chimes, explaining that any points spent are returned to him based on how well he utilizes his pledge. Chansu realizes the skill acts like a self-assigned daily quest. Even if she didn't eat it, the act of offering the harvest completed the pledge and refunded his mana. He gets a highly devious look. He grabs Hamdall, aggressively stretching the hamster's chubby cheek. The system immediately registers it as a completed pledge, rewarding him with more points. Hamdall starts furiously hitting him on the head, but Chansu is too busy celebrating his new infinite point glitch. He turns his gaze to Doji, declaring that his next pledge is to make the piglet's stomach completely full. Doji and Ari panic. He stuffs a slice of apple into Doji's mouth. Doji immediately goes starry-eyed, happily munching away. Chansu checks his tablet, but the points are not returning. He wonders if the skill is bugged. He looks down and sees Doji still begging for more. He has already fed the pig 10 giant apples and the creature's hunger bar hasn't even filled up. He sighs, realizing that trying to fill a legendary boar's bottomless stomach is a massive waste of his initial point investment. Suddenly, heavy running footsteps echo through the ruins. Sujin runs up, gasping for breath as she leans against her knees. Chansu is surprised to see her back so quickly. She grabs his shoulders, shouting that they have a major security emergency. He needs to capture and defend the surrounding blocks immediately. Chansu is confused, asking if someone is planning to invade his peaceful sanctuary. She explains that because his apples became a viral sensation, their company had to limit purchases to one per person. Despite that restriction, they already have over 5,000 wealthy players on the waitlist. Chansu's eyes pop out of his head. 5,000 people lining up to buy a single piece of fruit is a level of demand he was not prepared for. Sujin warns him that desperate, high-level raiders are bound to target his coordinates to steal the orchard. And because this block is outside the safe zone, there is no system authority to stop them unless he has a powerful backer. Chansu looks back at his territory. His only backer is a tiny shivering yellow root and 3 chaotic farm animals. He swallows hard, realizing that if his sanctuary is raided, his goddess and his entire farming career will be completely erased. Sujin explains that at the very least, he needs to capture an adjacent block and construct a stable spatial gateway. Chansu agrees, planning to capture the surrounding blocks to establish a decoy base and link up directly with Sujin's logistics network, but he is still confused as to why the apples caused such an insane frenzy on Earth. Sujin giggles, asking if he truly didn't know about the ridiculous rumors surrounding his harvest. She explains that a viral thread claims eating his apples will instantly maximize your skill levels, cure all terminal illnesses, clear your skin, erase fatigue, whiten your teeth, and improve your memory. Chansu screams in disbelief, asking why they don't just call it the Holy Grail while they are at it. Sujin looks slightly disappointed, admitting she was secretly hoping the rumors were true. Chansu flatly tells her it is just a normal, high-grade apple. She sighs, telling him they need to move quickly, but she still looks at him with sparkly, hopeful eyes, asking one more time if it really isn't a magical panacea. Chansu aggressively yells that it is just a fruit. We transition back to Earth, at a high-end luxury hospital. A man in a long trench coat is walking down the quiet corridor. A hidden photographer is snapping photos of him, thrilled to score a massive scoop on a celebrity. Sunlight streams into a pristine private suite. Inside, a handsome man with a ponytail and glasses is writing on a digital tablet. This is Hong-Eun-Soo, the grand alchemist of the alchemy faction. Rohan steps into the room, tossing a wrapped gift box onto the table. Eun-Soo notes that he is being discharged today, so the get-well gift is a bit late. He opens the box and is stunned to find a set of Chansu's giant emperor apples. Rohan casually grabs a slice of apple. Eun-Soo comments that the rumors about Rohan buying out the entire luxury inventory have already leaked. Eun-Soo takes a bite. His face instantly flushes, his eyes widening as the raw flavor and rich mana surge through his body. He is completely blown away, calling the fruit a masterpiece of pure nutrition. He aggressively asks Rohan if the other apples are also this high tier, but Rohan just tells him to stop acting like a food critic. Eun-Soo is deep in thought, realizing that even with top-tier alchemical fertilizers, enhancing the flavor of every single harvest like this is physically impossible. Then he realizes Rohan is casually eating the rest of his gift and screams at him to stop eating his get-well present. Rohan calmly tells him he should have chewed faster. Furious, Eun-Soo pulls out his phone, declaring that he will just buy 100 boxes using his VIP status at the department store. The staff member on the phone is sweating profusely, apologizing because the waitlist is backed up for months. Eun-Soo offers to pay triple the price. Rohan crossed his arms, smirking as he reminds him that he has both the money and the time to buy them first. Eun-Soo throws his pillow at him, calling him a terrible friend. In the background, the hidden photographer is capturing everything. The next day, a massive headline goes viral, claiming the Grand Alchemist was instantly cured of his chronic illness after eating a single emperor apple. Back at Circulation Trading, the manager slams his tablet onto the desk in absolute veins-popping fury. He screams at the top of his lungs, completely exhausted by the internet's ability to turn a simple fruit into a mythological cure-all. We return to Chansu's forest temple. Our guy explains to his goddess that to defend their home, they need to conquer the surrounding blocks starting tonight. The ginseng goddess is completely terrified. Chansu gently pats Doji and Ari, instructing them to guard their territory and keep the goddess safe while he is away. The goddess is sweating, wondering why his personality suddenly turns so aggressive. He turns and begins walking toward the boundary. She runs after him, grabbing his pants leg and shaking her head. She tries to tell him that exploring adjacent blocks at night is suicide. Chansu stops, looking down at her. He sees Hamdal peeking over a massive cooked potato on the ground. He does the mental breakdown of their current food groups. They have plenty of carbohydrates and plant proteins, but they are lacking one key nutrient. He crosses his arms, declaring that the time has finally come for him to find some high-quality animal protein. He looks at the piglet and the chick, admitting he never had the heart to eat meat in front of them because it felt a bit too insensitive, but he smiles brightly, telling them that some premium beef should be perfectly fine. He runs into his storage tent, excited to prepare a feast. He starts digging through his boxes of delivered goods. He spots something in the cooler. He pulls out a beautifully marbled package of premium beef, celebrating his discovery. His eyes turn into giant sparkles. Back on Earth, real livestock meat was a myth, and citizens could only buy synthetic cultured meat grown in labs. He turns on his portable gas stove, laying the thick steak onto the hot grill. Sizzle. The rich aroma fills the stone ruins, and Chansu looks like he is about to ascend to heaven. Doji runs up, drooling a massive puddle of saliva on Chansu's shoe. Chansu pushes him away, explaining that the first bite belongs to the goddess. Ari is lecturing the greedy piglet, while the ginseng goddess stands in the background. She is radiating a dark, menacing red aura, her eyes narrowed in deep, silent anger. Ari quickly screams at Chansu to check on her before she explodes. Chansu chuckles, telling her her steak is almost ready. He holds out a perfectly grilled, juicy steak on a stick, telling her to be careful because it is hot. The goddess uses her root arm to deliver a brutal slap, knocking the steak straight out of Chansu's hand. She screams that she doesn't want the meat, she wants him to stay safe. Chansu is completely devastated. He picks up the dropped steak, wondering if the premium beef was somehow spoiled. He chops off a clean piece with his chopsticks to test it. He chews on it, humming thoughtfully. He swallows, realizing that while it tastes good, it lacks the raw, high-grade mana impact of his apples. He figures that because the meat has no magical properties, his goddess rejected it. Meanwhile, the goddess is literally crying, shivering in pure, unadulterated attachment anxiety. Her mind is filled with a chaotic scream, begging him not to leave her alone. Chansu kneels down, giving her a gentle, reassuring smile. He promises her that he will venture out into the wild to hunt some high-tier, magical monster meat for her next meal. The familiars are sweating, realizing he completely misunderstood her anger. Midnight approaches. Inside the quiet temple, Doji and Ari are fast asleep. Hamdal is snoring on his tiny pillow, but the goddess is sitting up, staring at the empty doorway with worried eyes. She looks up at the bright moon, praying for his safety. At exactly midnight, Chansu stands at the edge of his territory. He looks at the shimmering, translucent wall of the block boundary. From a distance, the forest looked continuous, but up close, the space is rippling like a liquid mirror. He reaches out his hand to touch it. A system window chimes, asking if he wants to use his travel pass to move to Block Nin. Chansu selects yes. A helpful tip informs him that travel passes reset every day at midnight. As soon as he crosses over, his lantern suddenly goes out, plunging him into absolute pitch-black darkness. He panics, complaining about his terrible luck. He sparks the lantern back to life, the warm light illuminating a dense, suffocating canopy. He looks around, realizing this adjacent block is a thick, humid jungle, completely different from his temperate home block. A loud, high-pitched buzzing sound echoes through the trees. He looks up and sees a massive black cloud swirling in the air. It is a swarm of giant mutant mosquitoes with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp proboscises. Chansu lets out a loud scream, turning around and running for his life. He draws his scythe, complaining about the sheer size of the bugs. He swings his blade, but because the insects are too small and agile, his standard decapitation cuts are missing their marks. Realizing he is completely outmatched by a swarm, Chansu decides to make a tactical retreat back to his portal. He reaches his hand out to touch the boundary wall. Suddenly, a massive horde of vertical-eyed undead ghouls emerges directly from the liquid barrier, blocking his path. Chansu stops, completely dumbfounded by their sudden appearance. In his head, he imagines the ghouls looking like adorable, blushing anime mascots, declaring that they crossed the boundary to fight by his side. He screams as the horde charges straight at him, realizing they are just trying to kill him as usual. He ducks as the wave of ghouls collides head-on with the swarm of giant bugs, turning the clearing into a chaotic battle zone. He scrambles to his feet, keeping his head down as wings and sludge fly everywhere. Realizing this is his only chance, Chansu runs toward the shimmering wall while the monsters are distracted. He dives through the liquid portal, leaving the chaotic jungle behind. He collapses onto the safe, soft grass of his home block, gasping for breath. A system notification chimes. TIP, defeating grown monsters grants bonus points. Chansu sits up, staring at the screen. He realizes that because the undead killed the jungle bugs inside his territory's influence, the system credited those points directly to him. He gets a highly devious, dark grin. This is an absolute point jackpot. He didn't even have to swing his blade to earn a massive fortune. He looks at the shimmering wall as the undead ghouls crawl back through, looking slightly larger and healthier. He smiles, calling them his most loyal, hard-working customers. He stands there, watching his point-farming minions with a relaxed expression. Meanwhile, back on Earth, we find a mountain of paper complaints stacked on Sujin's desk. She is lying face down on the desk, looking completely dead from exhaustion. The manager is sweating, slamming his fists on the desk as he admits the viral rumors about the apples have gotten completely out of hand. He screams at the top of his lungs, declaring a total corporate ban on any mention of the Emperor apples. No interviews, no statements, only absolute silence. Sujin groans, warning him that ignoring the public will only cause a massive panic. The manager proudly declares that even if a knife is pressed against his neck, he won't say a single word. He crosses his arms, looking highly arrogant. Suddenly, a dark shadow rises behind him. Sujin's eyes widen in absolute horror. She nervously asks him what he would do if a real physical blade was pressed against his neck. The manager laughs, assuming she is joking. Close up on a cold, razor-sharp steel blade gently resting against the manager's throat. The manager immediately bursts into tears, freezing in place as Sujin screams in fear. A cold voice speaks from the shadows, apologizing for startling them and calling it a simple greeting. The man steps into the light, holding his longsword. It is the legendary sword master Rohan. The manager is shivering, crying as he asks what the unrivaled legend wants with their small trading company. Rohan slams his gloved hand onto the desk, leaning in close. He explains that their CEO refused to talk, and he hopes the manager won't make the same mistake. Rohan's cold, intense green eyes lock onto them as he demands the exact coordinates of the Emperor Apple's cultivator. I've just casually bypassed all corporate security and pressed a literal sword against our manager's neck. Ryo Wan is looking like his entire life is flashing before his eyes, asking how he even got in. And Rohan is just deadpan, explaining that the big boss downstairs tried to play silent hero, so he had to persuade him. Now, he's only going to ask once. He needs the exact coordinates of the legendary cultivator growing those divine Emperor apples. Where are they? One's brain completely short-circuits. He looks around desperately for literally anyone to throw under the bus, and spots his star courier, Hei Sujin. He grabs her by the shoulders, shoves her forward, and tells her to explain it. Absolute peak management behavior right here. Sujin's soul basically leaves her body. She screams at him for hiding behind her, while Wan defends himself by saying he has a family to feed. If you ever wondered what peak corporate loyalty looks like, this is it. She takes a deep breath, realizes her senior is a complete coward, and turns to face the maroon-haired menace. She tries to maintain her professional courier pride. She states very firmly that circulation trading never, under any circumstances, sells out their private customer information, which would be super inspiring if her inner chibi weren't currently curled into a ball, weeping, screaming that she's too young to die and begging the gods for mercy. Rohan doesn't even blink. He sighs, noting that he wanted to resolve this peacefully, but apparently, she's chosen the hard way. He slowly draws his blade, and just like that, all corporate pride vanishes into thin air. Both of them grab each other, crying and screaming for someone to save them. The heavy sword comes down, biting deep into the office table, splitting the polished wood like butter. But Rohan didn't cut them. He just leaves his weapon embedded in the desk, muttering "East Side" to himself. He grabs his blade back and casually walks away, stating he'll just trust his instincts to find the exact block. The two corporate survivors are left standing there, completely bewildered. Instinct? What does he mean he's going to find a hidden dimensional block on instinct? One explains that a swordmaster's senses are fundamentally built different. The rumors say Rohan has solved dozens of impossible dimensional anomalies just by feeling the wind. Sujin is left staring at the door. Is someone like that even human? At this rate, their secret VIP cultivator is about to get a very loud, very dangerous visitor. 2 days later. Back in the peaceful, silent dimensional block of our guy, Chansu. He is standing outside his cozy sanctuary with Hamdal riding on his shoulder, looking out at the shimmering blue spatial wall. He notes that the visitor still hasn't arrived. He recalls Sujin's panicked warning from her last quick delivery. She was practically shaking, telling him the legendary swordmaster would be dropping by soon. He sits down on a tree stump, crossing his legs. He figured a guy with cheat-level travel passes would have cleared the distance instantly, considering even basic express shipping only takes 2 days. Right on cue, a bright green system notification pings in the air. Someone has officially entered the block. Chansu smiles, thinking the big shot is finally showing up through the standard gateway. He stands up to greet his premium customer, but the shimmering blue entrance door remains completely still. No one walks through. The forest is dead quiet. Chansu blinks, looking around the empty clearing. Okay, this is awkward. Where is he? He wonders if it was just a system glitch or maybe a stray insect crossing the boundary. After all, visitors are strictly supposed to spawn right at the designated portal door, but the system panel is rock solid. It doesn't look like a bug. He stretches his arms, deciding he might as well take a quick stroll around the perimeter to make sure some high-tier hunter isn't currently stuck in a bush. Suddenly, his eyes widen. A weird, high-pitched static sound begins to echo through the trees. He looks up and watches in absolute horror as the shimmering blue space of the block boundary literally starts to tear. It crackles with raw white lightning, splitting open like a sheet of paper. His jaw drops. He's thinking, did this absolute madman just manually slice through the dimensional wall of the block? Is that even theoretically possible under system rules? A heavy leather boot steps through the glowing rift, crushing the grass below. The light fades to reveal a tall, imposing figure with sweeping maroon hair. It is indeed Rohan, looking like he just walked off a high-budget anime set, holding a massive longsword that is still radiating pure energy. The man is a walking natural disaster. He looks down at Chansu, his golden eyes completely cold, and asks a single blunt question. Are you the Emperor Apple cultivator? Chansu instantly switches to his best customer service face. He bows slightly, introduces himself, and asks what brings the great swordmaster all the way to his humble farm. Meanwhile, he's internally sweating, realizing this guy actually hunted him down on foot. Rohan doesn't waste a single breath on small talk. He looks Chansu dead in the eye and tells him he's here to buy apples. 100. Actually, make it 200 if possible. Chansu's eyes nearly pop out of his head. 200? He yells that it's completely impossible, stating that 50 apples is the absolute hard limit for a single harvest cycle. Hamdal looks equally scandalized on his head. Rohan pauses, absorbs the information, and simply mutters, "Understood." Chansu looks at him, wondering why the strongest man alive suddenly looks so incredibly gloomy, like someone just canceled his favorite show. Chansu waves his hand, trying to lighten the mood, and asks if he's aware of the price. Since he's buying directly from the farm, there are no retail markups, but still. Rohan nods. He knows the department store sells them for 200,000 gold each. He has the money, and he doesn't care about fancy packaging either. Chansu looks at him, swallowing hard. He realizes he's standing in front of a literal multimillionaire who is ready to drop 10 million gold on a single fruit purchase. He wonders if he should just push the tree to its limits and sell more anyway. They walk together deeper into the lush, glowing sanctuary, stopping right beneath the massive ancient tree. Chansu glances at Rohan from the corner of his eye. The guy's face hasn't changed a single expression since he arrived. No awe, no surprise, just pure, unbreakable stoicism. He thinks, is this the legendary composure of a peak swordmaster? But if Chansu could read minds, he'd see a giant chibi Rohan with drool running down his chin, surrounded by floating, sparkling apples, thinking about how delicious they're going to taste. Absolute gapmo right here. You guys in the comments are definitely going to meme this face. Chansu clears his throat, confirming the order of 50 apples, and holds his hand out toward the trunk. He channels his points, activating his system skill, Blessing of Abundance. A warm, glittering green light erupts from his palm, wrapping around the ancient branches. Instantly, tiny buds burst into life, rapidly expanding and turning a deep, radiant ruby red. Dozens of massive, perfect emperor apples swell under the magic, hanging heavily from the canopy, filling the entire clearing with a rich, intoxicating sweet aroma. Chansu pulls out his trusty, rusty little hand scythe, turning to Rohan to tell him it'll take him a few minutes to carefully harvest them all one by one. Rohan holds up a gloved hand, telling him to stand back for a second. Chansu blinks, confused. Before Chansu can even ask why, Rohan blurs. He draws his longsword in a blinding flash of silver light, leaping into the air like a gravity-defying acrobat. The air splits as his blade executes a dozen hyper-fast crescent-shaped cuts through the branches. The movement is so clean it looks like a single flowing dance. Exactly 50 apples are instantly severed from their stems, falling through the air in perfect synchronized lines. Not a single branch is damaged. Rohan spins mid-air, landing gracefully back on his feet, holding open his dimensional inventory bag. All 50 apples fall straight into his open satchel like a perfectly programmed video game sequence. Chansu is left standing there with his tiny hand sickle, completely dumbfounded. He's thinking, at this point, this guy's speed has to be a literal system exploit. A golden screen pops up in front of Chansu. A massive 10 million gold has been officially deposited into his account. The transaction is complete. Rohan zips up his bag, adjusts his coat, and says he'll be visiting again next time. He starts walking back toward the rift. Chansu panics. He runs forward, reaching out, yelling for the swordmaster to wait. His brain is working at overclock speed. He remembers the adjacent swamp block. It's infested with annoying pests, and while his deworming plants can handle the basic defense, he has no idea what other terrifying monsters are lurking in the deeper fog. But with Rohan around, he has a literal cheat code. Not to mention, the guy has a free pass to cross boundaries. Chansu catches up to him, rubbing his hands together with a sly grin, asking if he might perhaps be interested in other premium crops he's currently cultivating. He conjures a sparkling mental image of a plump, golden, highly delicious potato. Rohan flatly replies, "Not interested." Chansu doesn't give up. He switches the image to a sweet purple sweet potato, then to some high-grade black beans. Rohan doesn't even look back, repeating "not interested" to every single one. Chansu's face goes completely pale. If he can't bait this guy, he's going to have to clear that high-risk swamp block all by himself. He's doomed. In a moment of pure, unadulterated desperation, Chansu screams, "Apelez! I'll give you more Apelez!" Rohan stops dead in his tracks. The silence is deafening. He slowly turns his head back, his golden eyes locking onto Chansu like a heat-seeking missile. Chansu takes a deep breath, calming his racing heart. He realizes that while Rohan is a bit weird, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. He explains that to ensure a stable, continuous supply of Emperor apples, he needs to conquer and manage the neighboring block first. He holds his hands out, proposing a deal. If Rohan helps him clear the next zone, he'll pay him directly in high-grade apples. Rohan stands there, half his face cast in deep shadow. Chansu's smile begins to stiffen. He thinks, is a couple of apples really too small of a bribe for the world's strongest hunter? But Rohan is actually muttering the words "stable supply" over and over under his breath like a holy mantra. He steps closer, looming over Chansu, who flinches back slightly, wondering if he's about to get sliced. Chansu holds up 2 fingers, sweat dripping down his temple, nervously asking if 20 apples would be a fair wage. Rohan closes his eyes and nods. The contract is officially sealed. Before Chansu can even process the agreement, Rohan grabs him, and they blur through the dimensional boundary. The speed is so intense that Chansu can barely keep his eyes open, yelling that his velocity is absolutely ridiculous. As they sprint through the shimmering spatial wall, Chansu looks at the stoic warrior beside him, wondering just how deep his power goes. Is there literally anything in any dimension that this man actually fears? They splash down onto wet, marshy ground. The air is thick with blue, glowing pollen and heavy moisture. They have officially entered the swamp block. Chansu looks around at the massive ancient trees covered in glowing vines, complaining about why his own starting territory was a barren wasteland while this place is so ridiculously lush. The swamp is dead silent. Thick green moss covering every inch of the forest floor, casting eerie reflections in the dark puddles. They walk deeper into the muck, their shoes making wet, squishing sounds with every single step. Chansu balances on one foot, shaking off the cold swamp water, internally cursing himself for not bringing heavy rubber boots for this expedition. Suddenly, the water behind him erupts. A massive dark shadow with jagged edges shoots out of the mud, aiming straight for the back of Chansu's head. Chansu's landscape reflexes kick in. He gasps, sensing the sharp cutting line of a hostile monster. But before he can even swing his scythe, Rohan's hand grabs him by the collar, effortlessly ripping him backward through the air while drawing his longsword in one smooth motion. Rohan lands in front of him, weapon ready, calmly telling Chansu to stay behind him because it's dangerous. Chansu, currently coughing on the floor, is thinking that Rohan's violent neck grabbing is honestly the most dangerous thing in this swamp so far. Chansu sits up, rubbing his throat, and looks at the creature they just dodged. He blinks. It's a massive pink-petaled carnivorous plant with razor-sharp green thorns and thick, dripping slime. He mutters that it looks less like a standard animal monster and more like an overgrown weed. He stands up, brushing off his clothes, and tells Rohan it's fine. After all, this is the block he's going to be managing, and as a professional landscaper, he knows exactly how to handle weeds. A bright green system tip pings in front of his eyes. The system confirms he can activate his primary skill, decapitation. Chansu grins, his blue eyes flashing with a cold, predatory light. He tells Rohan to leave this one to him. He blurs forward, his hand scythe carving a brilliant crescent-shaped wave of green wind mana through the thick swamp air. He channels Blessing of Abundance right through the strike, sending a massive wave of sparkling green energy washing over the marsh. The swamp is instantly transformed. The dark mud dries up, the thick moss recedes, and clean, beautiful green leaves flutter gently through the newly purified air. A few hours later, a soft, wet boot steps into a shallow puddle. Hei Sujin is flying through the swamp canopy, using her wing shoes to hover. She complains that every single time she has to make a delivery to these unmanaged wild blocks, she ends up wet, muddy and thoroughly uncomfortable. She wishes she could just install a portal door. She spots a massive burst of green light in the distance and accelerates, zooming over the treetops like a rocket. She clears the leaves, shouting out Chansu's name as she prepares to land. She puts on her bright, happy customer service smile, waving her hand, but her voice suddenly catches in her throat. Her eyes go wide with absolute pure shock. Down in the clearing, Chansu is kneeling on the wet dirt, frantically waving his arms to get her attention. And right next to him is Rohan, the ultimate swordmaster, also kneeling on the ground, gently patting the thick root of a giant tree like he's trying to comfort a sad puppy. Sujin is left frozen in midair. She is thinking, what in the actual name of the system is this bizarre, unhinged sight? Seriously, what is going on here? The most feared, cold-blooded hunter on Earth is currently kneeling in the mud, doing gentle pat-pat motions on a tree root. Rohan's face is completely serious, still radiating that intense, sparkly aura of a peak swordmaster, while his hand continues to rhythmically tap the wood. Sujin lands on the dry grass, her boots making a soft thud. She slowly approaches, her face a mix of deep confusion and genuine concern, asking them what in the hell they are doing. Chansu looks up with a bright smile, explaining that since she mentioned they needed to take over the surrounding blocks, he decided to conquer them real quick to greet her at the new boundary. Sujin instantly snaps, yelling that is definitely not what she meant by taking over blocks. She grabs Chansu, pulling him close, and whispers frantically into his ear. She asks why on earth he is hanging out with that guy. Does he have any idea how dangerous Rohan actually is? Chansu rubs the back of his neck, smiling awkwardly, and says that, well, actually, he recalls what happened right after he cleared the carnivorous plants. He had wiped the sweat from his forehead, holding up his rusty scythe, telling Rohan that the battle was officially over and apologizing for making him wait. Rohan had stood there in silence, his golden eyes staring blankly at the wet marshland. Then, he slowly turned to Chansu and uttered a single, heartbreaking word, apples. He explained that since this block was newly conquered, he was highly curious about the taste of the apples grown specifically in this wet, swampy soil. Chansu had laughed nervously, waving his hands, explaining that there was literally no dry land to plant a tree here. The entire block is basically just giant mud puddles. Rohan's eyes had narrowed. He slowly reached for his massive longsword, and in a single, terrifying swing, he unleashed a massive wave of pure kinetic force that tore through the swamp, splitting the muddy terrain open and creating a massive, elevated hill of dry earth in a fraction of a second. Chansu's heart had nearly stopped. He realized that when people on the internet talk about clicking for real, this is exactly what they mean. The man is a literal human terraforming machine. And so Chansu had immediately activated his blessing of abundance skill, growing a fresh, healthy apple sapling on the newly created dry hill, politely telling Rohan that since they'll be seeing each other often, he should feel free to speak casually. Cut back to the present. Chansu finishes his explanation with a cheerful smile, saying that's how it all happened. Sujin looks like she's about to pop a blood vessel, yelling that she didn't understand a single thing he just said. She sighs, giving up, and walks over to the newly cultivated apple tree on the dry mound. She takes a sniff, instantly pinching her nose with a look of pure disgust. She mutters that the tree smells incredibly weird. No, seriously, it's like a mix of old swamp mud and rotten vegetables. Chansu nods happily. He explains that depending on the local environment and where he infuses his system points, the flavor and aroma of the Emperor apples change drastically. He's currently running some wild agricultural experiments here. He pulls a massive glowing red apple from the swamp tree, holding it out to her, asking if she'd like to take a bite. The apple is literally radiating dark purple wavy fumes of swamp-stinking aura. Sujin backs away in sheer terror, flatly refusing. She covers her mouth, her eyes wide as she looks around the clearing. She spots a pile of green, shredded plant monsters on the ground, asking if that's the ostrich buttweed Chansu mentioned catching earlier. Chansu looks shocked, asking if that's actually what those terrifying things are called. Sujin kneels down next to one of the carcasses. She explains that it's a legendary carnivorous plant monster, famous for mimicking an ostrich's defense habits and backside. It only hunts at night and is notoriously difficult to capture alive. She pulls out a glass test tube, carefully extracting a glowing, bright pink liquid from the plant's stem. She smiles, noting that the condition of the material is absolutely flawless. She looks up at Chansu, asking if he hunted all of these massive plants entirely by himself. Chansu nods, confirming it, which prompts her to ask if the legendary swordmaster Rohan didn't catch any. Chansu blinks, asking if that's a problem. Suddenly, Sujin explodes with excitement. She grabs Chansu by the hands, her eyes turning into literal stars, shaking him violently. She screams that of course he has to sell them. These rare plant extracts will fetch a monstrously high price on the earth market. Chansu is left stumbling, holding his sprained wrist, groaning in pain, wondering if his arm is actually broken. Sujin is too busy celebrating, cheering about their massive future profits. She stops, turning her head back toward Chansu with a warm, incredibly sweet smile. She looks at Chansu, then at Rohan, who is still stoically chewing on an apple in the background. She thinks to herself about how unbelievable Chansu is. He's masterclass in both lethal combat and advanced farming, and he somehow has the world's strongest swordmaster acting as his personal farm security. She smiles warmly, thinking how truly glad she is to have met him. Chansu calls out to her, snapping her out of her sweet daydream. She gasps, asking what he needs. He asks about the specific items he ordered last time. She blushes, stuttering that she'll get them right away. She frantically rumbles through her spatial leather bag. She pulls out a small bag of glowing white seeds and a sleek silver metallic case. She explains that these are the deworming plant seeds and the portable building construction kit he requested. Chansu smiles warmly, telling her to wait just a moment. He throws the kit onto the ground. In a bright flash of light, a beautiful, fully furnished log cabin materializes out of thin air, surrounded by a massive glowing field of beautiful white daisies. Sujin stands there, her jaw completely hitting the dirt. She reads the names of the flowers: pyrethrum, peppermint, catnip. She can understand the house being a standard magic kit, but growing a massive field of insect-repelling flowers in a literal split second? She stares at Chansu, her face completely pale with awe and terror. She internally screams, just what kind of god-level entity is this person? The scene shifts back to the temple on Chansu's home block. The stone altar is still a bit dusty and shabby, but today is a very special day. The ginseng goddess, Ari, Doji, and Hamdal are all gathered in a circle, holding hands and dancing happily. Chansu stands before his glowing green system panel, hovering his finger over a massive glittering option. Today marks a monumental achievement. He presses the Y button. Instantly, a massive pillar of golden light shoots into the sky, and the system announces that block E36N 10E Yiller is now officially owned by the Abundance faction. Chansu cheers, celebrating that he finally reached 100 ownership points. He kneels on the floor, happily rubbing the bellies of his cute little retainers. He notes that because of the system's strict 10-point daily purchase limit, it took him 10 solid days of grinding, but he is now officially a landowner. For you guys who don't play strategy games, here's a quick breakdown of how this system works. Each hex block consists of exactly 100 ownership points. Once you accumulate all of them through points or quests, the entire geographical area permanently belongs to your divine faction. Think of it like buying up all the properties on a Monopoly board. Chansu wipes a fake tear from his eye, noting that back on Earth he couldn't even afford a single cramped studio apartment, so owning a literal slice of a dimension feels oddly fulfilling. He pulls up his upgraded system panel, noting that he unlocks some spicy new functions upon claiming full ownership. He points to the screen, reading the tip. The most important upgrade is the block trait assignment system. The traits he can assign depend heavily on the nature of the deity he serves. Two options pop up on his screen: growth or death. He smiles, noting that as expected of their chaotic ginseng goddess, there is never a single moment of peaceful rest. He tilts his head, thinking that growth sounds significantly better than death. Plus, it might even help his shriveled little goddess recover her divine power faster. He presses the button. A massive wave of sparkling green stardust rains down from the sky, washing over the entire temple. Chansu looks around, wondering if the grass just got a tiny bit greener. He looks down at the retainers. The ginseng goddess, Ari, Doji, and Hamdal are all sparkling, strike posing with cute happy faces. Chansu smiles, thinking that they look incredibly adorable, but notes that otherwise, nothing much seems to have changed. This must be what Stage 1 looks like. He calls up his status window to check the exact details of the active trait effects. He reads the list. Plant and animal growth speed increased, skill growth speed increased, and at the very bottom, monster growth. Chansu's eyes go completely wide. He screams in absolute panic, "Monster growth!" Right on cue, a cold, violent wind sweeps through his forest boundary, carrying the scent of pure malice. He walks out to the perimeter with his scythe. He notes that this drastic new block trait brought both good news and extremely bad news. The bad news, the local daily respawning undead ghouls have already absorbed the growth effect. They crawl out of the shadows, now twice their original size, covered in sharp, bone-like armor and radiating thick, dark mana. But Chansu's face instantly shifts from panic to a very cold, wicked grin. The good news, his landscape-slaying reflex is still built different. He blurs past them, his scythe carving clean green cutting lines through their oversized necks. He notes that they are still very manageable to hunt. He wipes his brow, checking his updated point balance. Since the monsters grew stronger, the system point rewards for slaying them have also skyrocketed. He sighs with relief, realizing this is actually an absolute win for his farming loop. As he turns to walk back, he spots a tall, familiar figure standing in the shadows of the forest. He blinks, asking Rohan when he got here. Rohan, holding his massive longsword, deadpans, "Just now." Chansu reminds him that they agreed to speak casually. Rohan, looking slightly awkward in his chibi form, mutters that he is still getting used to it. Chansu looks at him suspiciously. He asks if Rohan already ran out of the 50 apples he bought. It hasn't even been a single week since his second massive purchase. He internally imagines a newspaper headline reading, "Breaking News. Earth's strongest noble dies of overeating emperor apples." He sweat drops, wondering if this guy is actually going to eat himself to death. Rohan ignores the look, stating he needs 120 apples today, more if possible. Chansu tells him that because of the new growth trait on the block, the soil has changed, which means he'll have to tweak the flavor of this batch. He offers Rohan a free sample of the new flavor to test it out first. Rohan simply nods, saying, "Okay." Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, beneath the giant tree. It is a beautiful, peaceful afternoon. The ginseng goddess, Ari, Doji, and Hamdal are having a cute little picnic, eating sweet potato slices and rolling around on the grass. The narrator notes how happy and peaceful they look. But will they still be smiling when what is coming finally arrives? Heavy leather boots step into the clearing. Chansu and Rohan walk out of the bushes. Chansu blinks, asking his goddess and retainers why everyone is gathered here. Ari and the goddess freeze. They look up at the maroon-haired man standing behind Chansu, sweating profusely. Rohan's golden eyes look down at them, his passive, overwhelming swordmaster aura radiating thick, dark pressure. Ari's eyes go completely wide with absolute primal terror. The chibi chick internally screams, "Could this terrifying man be a professional butcher?" Before anyone can react, Rohan's hand blurs. The massive longsword slips from its scabbard with a high-pitched ring, casting a shadow right over the screaming baby chick. Rohan's face goes dark, a creepy, excited shadow covering his eyes as he mutters, "Lucky me, some unique familiars." Chansu screams for him to wait, but Rohan has already swung. A massive, blinding crescent of silver sword light erupts through the clearing, slicing clean through the air right above the cowering piglet and hamster. The wind pressure from the strike is so intense that Chansu's hair is blown back violently. A massive, perfect red apple rolls across the grass, bumping gently into Ari's eggshell helmet. And then, a literal rain of massive ruby-red emperor apples falls from the sky, landing softly around the trembling retainers. Chansu turns to Rohan, his face completely twitching with anger. He yells, "So you were just harvesting the apples, huh? Would it literally kill you to just say so first?" He sighs, looking down at his trembling goddess. He realizes Rohan didn't actually notice her divine identity, simply assuming they were rare, high-tier familiars. Meanwhile, Rohan sheathes his sword, noting that his swing confirmed the block's nature. Rohan looks at the glowing apples, then at Chansu. He notes that this block has indeed been given the legendary growth trait. He looks Chansu dead in the eye and asks, "Let me stay here. I'll pay you while I train." Chansu blinks, his brain briefly stalling. He asks, "Huh? Pay?" His eyes slowly shift into the shape of literal gold coins. He swallows hard, his voice trembling as he asks, "How much money are we talking about here?" Rohan doesn't even blink. He states, very calmly, that he will pay exactly 999,999,999 won per month. Yes, you heard that right. A literal billion won. Every single month. Chansu's jaw completely drops. Ari, Doji, and the goddess all freeze, their eyes popping out of their heads, looking like they just witnessed a miracle. Chansu's arm shoots forward at Mach speed, grabbing Rohan's hand in a hyper-violent, explosive handshake. His eyes turn into literal dollar signs, shaking Rohan's hand violently, shouting, "Welcome, valued customer!" It turns out everyone has a price. So Rohan just asked to move on to Chansu's farm, offering to pay rent. Chansu, being the absolute cash-obsessed king he is, immediately asks about the money. He swallows hard, trying to look professional, while internally praying for a decent payout. And then Rohan drops the number. Over 9.9 million won per month. Chansu and his tiny animal retainers literally freeze in absolute brain-melting shock. Our guy does not even hesitate. Handshake initiated at Mach speed. His eyes turn into literal dollar signs, frantically shaking the swordmaster's hand like a maniac. He is crying tears of pure joy, realizing what he spent on those apples was absolute pocket change compared to this passive income. Rohan asks if the deal is set, but Chansu has a quick question about how Swordmaster training actually works. He wonders if the training is going to literally split the sky and shatter the ground. Rohan flatly says no. Chansu asks if things are going to explode and fly around like a Category 5 hurricane. Rohan says, not a chance. He asks if he needs to spawn high-tier monsters for him to fight. Rohan tells him he does not need them. All he wants is a quiet, empty corner of the yard to do his daily routines. Chansu looks at him, bewildered that the world's strongest hunter has such low maintenance requests. He agrees to the terms, but his business brain is still spinning. He glances at Rohan, realizing he can get something much better than simple cash out of this relationship. He looks Rohan dead in the eye and asks for a different kind of payment, permanent, high-tier protection. See, here is how the system in this world actually works. The core game loop is entirely based on territory capture. At any point, a rival faction can launch a massive invasion to seize your land, so having a level 100 maximum tier raid boss guarding your cabbage patch is the ultimate insurance policy. Chansu knows he needs to survive this survival game long enough to find his family and safely return to Earth. Rohan thinks about it, offering a counter-proposal. If Chansu can enhance the skill growth buff of the farm block daily, he'll consider it. He will even throw in 10 apples a day on top of his rent. Then Rohan asks if he can still buy extra apples separately, leaving Chansu wondering if this man's entire digestive system is just 90% fruit fiber. Meanwhile, the retainers are standing in the corner, literally sweating dark, anxious fumes. Ari is frantically chirping, which Doji translates as a complete panic attack over the fact that they are now living with a legendary butcher. Chansu, oblivious to their trauma, happily walks over, thinking the ginseng goddess will be absolutely thrilled to have top-tier defense. He spots them huddled together, looking like they just watched a horror movie, and assumes they are just being shy. He proudly gestures to them, inviting the towering swordmaster to come over and greet his adorable little familiars. The goddess, Ari, and Doji stare at Rohan's approaching shadow, their faces going completely pale with raw existential dread. Rohan looms over them, his intense, gloomy aura casting a massive shadow across the clearing, and in a fraction of a second, all three of them scream, turning around and sprinting away in absolute terror. Chansu laughs nervously, sweating, explaining that they are apparently not great with strangers. Rohan does not seem to care, turning his cold gaze back to Chansu. Our guy grins, stating he already has his very first request for his new premium security guard. The scene transitions to Block N-Nen, also known as the carnivorous plant block. They arrive at the wet, swampy zone where Rohan is already casually munching on another red apple beneath the canopy. Chansu looks at him, amazed at his relentless fruit consumption, but quickly focuses back on his farming panel. He opens his system interface, confirming he is about to purchase the remaining ownership points of this swamp. He clicks the confirm button, and a bright flash of light announces that the block now officially belongs to the Abundance faction. Suddenly, Rohan stops chewing, his eyes narrowing as he senses a weird presence in the bushes. They peer through a patch of white daisies, looking for whatever high-tier monster has spawned to defend the zone. The leaves rustle loudly, and out rolls a tiny, chubby black cat, rolling around in catnip with its tongue out. Chansu's eyes melt. He thinks it's just another adorable, harmless familiar like Hamdal, completely safe and harmless. Rohan's instincts flare. He reaches out, yelling at Chansu to stop. But Chansu has already knelt down, happily patting the tiny cat's belly, cooing about how incredibly cute it is. The cat purrs, staring up at him with massive, innocent yellow eyes. And then, in a terrifying burst of speed, the cat's eyes flash crimson, and a massive wave of violent dark purple energy erupts from its tiny body. Chansu is thrown backward, clutching his chest, screaming that he nearly lost 10 years off his life from that jump scare. A bright green system notification pops up in front of his eyes. The system reads, "The Apostle of Negation has officially declared war on Block 35N, 9E. Chansu's jaw drops. He screams at the sky, asking if this system really just declared a literal world war over a simple belly rub. He looks at the cat, asking Rohan if that tiny furball is actually the legendary Apostle of Negation. Rohan tells him to stop being stupid. Chansu sweats, wondering if the deity of negation got deeply offended because he touched their sacred pet without permission. Rohan draws his sword, explaining that the cat is just a scout. Since a formal war has been declared, the enemy faction will be sending their actual forces to cross the border. Real, living people. Chansu freezes. He has cleared hundreds of monsters with his scythe, but the thought of actually taking a human life makes his stomach turn. Rohan looks at him, his voice cold and completely indifferent, telling him he can kill them without worry. Chansu flinches, arguing that even in a dimensional war, murder is a bit too extreme. But Rohan explains a crucial piece of lore: any player fighting under the negation faction does not actually die permanently. Chansu blinks, asking if they have a literal video game save point where they can just respawn. Rohan nods. Our guy's face instantly twists into a look of pure, unadulterated rage. He is thinking, this is a complete scam. If he makes one mistake, he dies permanently. But these toxic players can just respawn and try again? His anxiety evaporates, replaced by pure gamer rage. He grips his scythe, telling them to bring it on. He turns to Rohan, asking if he'll help with the defense. Rohan shrugs, saying he'll step in if it's actually needed. Suddenly, a massive blue spatial vortex tears open in the middle of the swamp, crackling with dark energy. The ground shakes as dozens of heavily armored skeleton soldiers step out of the portal, their bones clacking in unison. An entire army of the undead marches into the swamp, mud splashing against their rusty armor. And standing right behind them is a smug-looking raider holding a red megaphone, screaming for the Emperor Apple Farmer to show his face. Meanwhile, back on Earth at the luxurious alchemy headquarters, Hei Sujin is sitting on a sleek leather couch, taking a breather. She recalls her conversation with Rohan right before he left for Chansu's block, remembering how she asked how amazing Chansu really was. Rohan had pictured Chansu casually slicing through a horde of high-level ghouls in a single effortless motion. And the Swordmaster had simply described him as quite exceptional. Sujin crosses her arms, deeply analytical. If a living legend like Rohan acknowledges Chansu, his power must be off the charts. He looks like he is only in his mid-20s, yet he has somehow mastered both legendary combat and god-tier agriculture. She wonders if he is a hidden ancient master from a previous summoning wave who managed to use a high-tier rejuvenation skill. Or perhaps he is utilizing an extremely rare god-tier artifact. For those who aren't familiar with high-level gear, artifacts are ancient relics crafted by gods or infused with a dead deity's essence, allowing common players to borrow divine power. But she quickly shakes her head. Artifacts are notoriously picky, refusing to activate if they aren't perfectly compatible with the user's specific deity. She collapses onto the sofa, groaning that she has no idea what is actually going on. She giggles to herself, joking about how absurd it would be if Chansu suddenly called her and said he was living with the Swordmaster. She mutters as if lol to herself. Keep this panel in mind, guys. The dramatic irony is going to hit her like a truck later. Suddenly, the double doors of the lobby are violently thrown open, slamming against the walls with a massive crash. Sujin flinches, jumping off the couch. A young man with messy, light brown hair tied in a ponytail and round glasses rushes into the room, looking completely unhinged. It is Hong Un-soo, the Grand Alchemist. He glares directly at Sujin, marching toward her with an incredibly intense, purple aura of panic. He slams a glass test tube onto the table right in front of her face, breathing heavily. Sujin blinks, recognizing the glowing pink liquid as the ostrich buttweed monster sap she delivered earlier. Unsu grabs her by the shoulders, his face inches from hers, screaming at the top of his lungs, asking where in the world she managed to find this. Sujin's face completely collapses into tears of pure panic, internally crying, wondering what kind of trouble Chansu's agricultural exploits have gotten her into now. The scene flashes back to the swamp block, where the blue spatial vortex is still spinning violently. More skeleton soldiers march out of the rift, their iron spears glistening in the dim light. An entire army of the undead has officially set up a perimeter in Chansu's newly conquered territory. Chansu and Rohan are hiding behind a thick bush. Rohan is calmly taking another massive bite of his apple, while Chansu asks if those skeletons are just a standard reconnaissance unit. Rohan shrugs, completely unconcerned. Chansu stares at them, sweating, recalling a silly manga he read where the undead gained modern civilization and started wielding Gatling guns. He shakes his head, noting that these basic bony guys look highly manageable. The raider with the megaphone stands at the front, screaming for the emperor, priest, and cultivator to come out and surrender. He takes a step forward, his boots splashing into the thick green slime of the swamp, and instantly makes a face of pure disgust, complaining about the wet terrain. He raises his megaphone again, shouting that they should make this quick before they both get tired and annoyed. Chansu looks at them from the bushes, completely baffled. He wonders why they are standing in the middle of a war zone with their guards completely down. Rohan takes another bite of his apple, pointing out that since they can just resurrect at their temple anyway, they probably don't care about basic combat safety. Chansu sighs, admitting that actually sounds highly reasonable for toxic players. Our guy takes a deep breath, his initial nervousness completely vanishing. He looks back at Rohan, who is currently surrounded by a magical background of beautiful, sparkling pink roses while elegantly chewing his apple. Chansu grins, thinking to himself that even if something goes wrong, he has a literal level 100 cheat code bodyguard by his side. He trusts the swordmaster implicitly. The raider sloshes through the marshy water, looking thoroughly annoyed by the damp air. Suddenly, the bushes part and Chansu calmly walks out into the open, holding a rusty small hand sickle. The raider blinks, asking if this random kid is seriously the only one here. He looks down at Chansu's hand, staring at the small, glowing green hand scythe. He bursts out laughing, asking what on earth he plans to do with a tiny garden tool. The raider points his finger, telling Chansu not to make this annoying and to just hand over the emperor apples right now. Chansu does not say a word, his grip tightening around the worn wooden handle of his sickle. He slowly walks toward the entire army of skeletons. The raider sneers, asking if he's blind, pointing out the massive numerical advantage on his side. The skeletons surround Chansu. The raiders analyze him, noting that he isn't summoning defensive ghouls, nor does he seem to be preparing a magic spell. He's just walking. The megaphone leader gets red-faced, screaming that they are the faction of negation and they can torment him slowly until he begs for death. Chansu stops, a cold, mocking smile spreading across his face. He notes that he was actually a bit nervous since they were hyped up as a major force, but they turned out to be just a bunch of brainless thugs who rely entirely on brute force without a single brain cell. The raiders flinch, their smug expressions instantly freezing. Chansu glances back at the tree line, noting that while the main headquarters of negation may be far away, his level 100 rental tenant is standing right over there. The leader grinds his teeth, giving Chansu one last warning to bring out the apples. Chansu flatly replies that if he wanted apples, he should have gone to a high-end department store instead of coming into a swamp to make a massive mess. The raider steps back, sweating with anger, asking Chansu if he's actually ready to deal with the absolute nightmare that comes next. Chansu sighs, looking thoroughly bored. He tells the leader that he asks way too many questions and suggests he should go ask his mom instead. But in a split second, Chansu's chibi face goes completely pale with shock. He stammers, suddenly realizing that since this is a fantasy dimension where people get permanently displaced, the leader's mother is probably actually dead or lost. The entire raider unit goes dead silent. The skeletons even look awkward. The raiders start whispering among themselves, muttering that Patrick's mother passed away years ago and that Chansu's insult crossed a major line. Chansu is sweating bullets, internally screaming that he did not mean it literally. He frantically waves his hands, trying to explain that it was just a standard gaming insult, but the leader's face goes completely crimson with pure, unadulterated rage, screaming at his skeletons to tear him to pieces. Meanwhile, back at Alchemy HQ, Unsu is holding Sujin by the arms, pleading with her to tell him just one thing. He holds up the glowing test tube, his eyes wide behind his glasses, asking if Rohan was the one who collected this magnificent specimen. Sujin is sweating, crying, stammering that it wasn't him. Unsu leans in closer, asking if it was some other hidden S-rank master. But he quickly catches himself, stepping back, adjusting his glasses, and apologizing. He remembers that client confidentiality is strict under corporate rules. He asks Sujin if there are going to be any additional labor charges for the delivery. Sujin, thoroughly confused, stammers that she thinks the price is standard. Unsu sighs with immense relief, a warm, bright smile on his face. He mutters that they could never afford to keep buying this master's work if they had to pay S-rank combat wages on top of it. His purple eyes narrow with absolute cold determination. He thinks to himself that they absolutely, under any circumstances, cannot lose this exclusive contract. He explains the science to her. Ostrich hip herb sap has an incredibly high degradation rate, losing its magical purity in a matter of minutes, making it nearly impossible to harvest and store at high quality. But the sap Chansu harvested and Sujin delivered has a purity level that defies all known alchemical laws. It is a literal miracle. He pulls out a glowing blue holographic contract, asking if they can guarantee a regular, weekly supply of this divine material. Sujin, realizing they are about to make an absolute fortune, smiles and says she'll have to ask her client, but it should be a yes. Unsu immediately prepares the preliminary contract. Sujin signs the paper, her pen flying across the screen. Unsu winks at her, asking her to tell the mysterious master that the alchemy faction will always welcome his incredible work. Back in the swamp block, the skeletons execute a coordinated charge, their iron spears aimed straight at Chansu's chest. The red-faced leader screams through his megaphone, commanding his forces to punish the cultivator who dared mock their pain and families. Chansu sighs, adjusting his grip on his sickle, noting that talking is clearly not going to work. He decides he'll have to clean up the trash first. The leader grinds his teeth, sweating, completely bewildered as to why this random kid with a garden tool is looking so incredibly confident in front of an army. Chansu effortlessly slides under a spear thrust, looking at the bony soldiers, casually asking if these skeletons were mass-produced in some cheap, low-budget factory because their movements are incredibly sluggish. A bright green system notification flashes. Activating skill, mass beheading! Chansu spins, his hand sickle carving a massive, brilliant crescent wave of green wind mana through the air. He grins, noting that their tight group formation was actually perfect for slicing all of them at once. The leader's jaw drops as Chansu's single swing splits the swamp air. Exactly 50 skeleton heads are cleanly sliced off their spines in a single blinding flash of light, their hollow skulls flying through the air. The entire undead army instantly crumbles into a massive pile of useless dry bones clattering onto the swamp floor. The megaphone leader is left standing there, his face completely pale with horror, whispering, "What the hell?" Chansu casually steps onto a skull, crushing it under his boot. He notes that they were significantly weaker than his daily ghouls, probably because they are missing actual muscles. He looks down at the trembling leader, pointing his sickle, asking if he's ready to surrender now. The leader grinds his teeth, screaming that the skeletons were just useless trash anyway. He reaches into his shirt, pulling out a glowing, purple, flower-shaped metallic pendant. He sneers, stating he didn't think he'd have to use his ultimate trump card on a mere farmer. He holds the artifact high, screaming, "Come forth, Heracles!" A massive purple magic circle erupts on the swamp floor, crackling with raw power. A terrifying giant shadow rises from the glowing runes, its red eyes locking onto Chansu. It is a massive, muscular zombie mutant, wearing a stylized lion head on its shoulder, roaring with a sound that shakes the entire swamp. For you guys in the comments, yes, he literally looks like a discount Resident Evil boss wearing a rug from IKEA. Chansu looks at the bizarre lion man, dryly noting that the actual legendary Heracles is probably going to sue this guy for major defamation. The leader screams at him to shut up, proudly bragging that this masterpiece of a summon cost him an absurd 30 million gold and 100,000 system points to assemble. He points his megaphone, commanding Heracles to tear Chansu apart. The giant mutant charges, its heavy fists tearing up the swamp mud. Chansu stands his ground, calmly calculating the math in his head. 30 million gold and 100,000 points. He effortlessly dodges a massive fist strike, sliding through the mud, casually noting that the giant monster is worth exactly 200 Emperor apples. Heracles slams its fist into the ground, creating a massive explosion of mud, but Chansu has already slipped beneath its guard. He runs up the monster's arm, his blue eyes flashing as he calculates the perfect single cutting line. He smiles, thanking the monster for politely lowering its giant neck right into his range. A single blinding green flash of his sickle cuts through the air. The giant mutant's head slides off its shoulders, and the massive body crashes into the mud with a heavy thud. The leader falls to his knees, staring in absolute, silent horror. The giant summon instantly crumbles into dark ash, the leader weeping that 10 entire years of grinding and saving points has just been erased in a fraction of a second. He looks up at Chansu with a look of pure hatred, then turns back to his silent companion in the shadows. A tall, purple-haired woman steps out of the portal looking thoroughly bored. The system identifies her as Kim Soye, the fourth-generation apostle of negation. She sighs, adjusting her black leather collar, complaining about what a massive hassle this is. She reminds the crying leader that her contract was strictly to act as his guide, so fighting is going to cost him a massive amount of extra pay. Chansu lowers his scythe, letting out a heavy breath, complaining to himself that dealing with a 3-phase boss fight is a bit much even for a seasoned gamer. He starts to walk back, but suddenly stops, his body freezing. Soye slowly walks toward him, her long purple hair fluttering, her eyes completely devoid of emotion. Her left eye suddenly flashes with a brilliant glowing crimson cross. Before Chansu can even take a step, a massive wave of dark, blood-red magic chains erupts from the ground, wrapping tightly around his body, paralyzing his muscles. A bright crimson system notification blares, "Warning!" The opponent is utilizing the high-tier curse skill, Denial of Life. Soye looks at the paralyzed Chansu, a dark, sinister smile on her face. She mutters that he must be one of those special targets who is supposed to play a major role in the future storyline, which makes killing him now so much more satisfying. The system screen goes completely red, glitching with static, flashing a final, terrifying warning, "Warning, it's dangerous." Our guy is completely paralyzed, and the legendary swordmaster is still casually eating an apple in the bushes. Can Chansu break free of this death curse, or is his agricultural journey about to end right here? We'll find out in the next batch. So, we pick up right where we left off with Chansu realizing this whole adventure is basically a 3-phase raid boss fight. And right on cue, the background boss walks up with that look on her face. Turns out, she wasn't just a side character here to fill space. Her eye starts glowing with this creepy red ring cross motif, and Chansu's eyes go completely wide as his brain registers a massive flashing threat. The system screen practically screams at him that she is casting a high-tier mental curse called Denial of Life. She smiles, realizing Chansu's character is actually going to be important later in the story, which apparently makes killing him right now way more satisfying. Chansu collapses in a split second, the red misty chains dragging his knees directly into the swamp mud. The megaphone guy, Patrick, starts gloating, yelling that our guy should have known his place. Chansu's eyes lose all their focus, his vision completely blurring as his mind begins to drift. Soye immediately tells Patrick to shut his mouth, reminding him of why they are even here. She commands him to stop wasting time and go harvest the apples while the cultivator is completely paralyzed. Patrick clicks his tongue, looking thoroughly annoyed but too terrified to argue with her. He runs off into the swamp, shouting that he'll avenge his fallen Heracles in no time. The deep green canopy above stays quiet as the wind rustles the leaves. Patrick splashes through the muddy water, sniffing the air as he catches a faint scent of apples. He smiles, thinking it's only a matter of time before he finds the entire orchard. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks as a fast, dark silhouette flashes through the bushes. He looks around in a panic, asking if someone else is hiding in the foliage. He hears a sharp, wind-splitting noise right behind him. He turns his head, catching a reflection of maroon hair and a massive longsword in his eyes, and in a single silent flash, Rohan cleanly slices him down before he can even scream. Meanwhile, we transition to what Chansu is actually seeing inside his own mind. He wakes up sitting on the asphalt of a modern, bustling city street. He groans, clutching his head, completely confused about how he got here. He knows he was just fighting a death curse in the swamp, so why is he suddenly back on Earth? He touches the solid, cold concrete beneath his hands. He looks up at the towering glass skyscrapers, realizing this is the exact unruined Earth he's been dreaming of returning to. The city is full of laughter, and he watches children running and playing happily in the streets. Suddenly, a warm, incredibly familiar voice calls out his name from behind. He slowly turns around and his heart stops as he sees his long-lost parents standing under a soft glow of light. Chansu's eyes instantly fill with tears, his lips trembling as he whispers, "Mom, Dad?" He doesn't even think, his feet moving on their own as he sprints toward them. He throws himself into their arms, hugging them as tightly as he can, weeping like a child. He sobbed, asking where they have been all this time and crying that he missed them so much. He holds on, begging them to promise they will never leave him behind again. But his mother's hands gently slide away from his shoulders. Chansu looks up, his face covered in tears, asking where they are going. They turn around, walking slowly down a brilliant white path that leads into a blinding light. He reaches out his hand, begging them not to leave him alone in the dark again. In a sudden flash of light, Chansu snaps awake with a violent gasp, his eyes wide with raw panic. He takes deep, ragged breaths, realizing that the entire beautiful reunion was just a cruel trick caused by Soye's curse. Rohan's voice tells him to breathe and calm down. Chansu looks up, shivering, and realizes the swordmaster is standing right there, his hand resting on Chansu's shoulder, his massive aura acting as a natural shield to break the curse. Soye is kneeling on the grass, trembling violently, asking how on earth the swordmaster is even here. Chansu slowly stands up, his face completely cast in shadow, his eyes cold and deadly as he grips his rusty scythe. He is shaking, not from fear, but from absolute, pure rage that she dared use his parents' memories to mock him. Rohan looks at Chansu's trembling hand on the sickle, noting his intense hostility. Before Chansu can even take a step, Rohan blurs forward, his boots splashing into the green swamp water. Rohan executes a single, hyper-fast horizontal slash with his longsword, Soye's eyes widening in shock as she tries to scream. Chansu closes his eyes, turning his head away as the shockwave of the strike echoes through the trees. The Apostle of Negation is instantly deleted, her body dissolving into the dark swamp water without a trace. Rohan sheathes his weapon, looking at Chansu, calmly asking if he interfered unnecessarily in his battle. Chansu wipes his face, letting out a heavy breath, and tells him no. He thanks him sincerely. Rohan looks at the scattered bones around them, suggesting they should head back to the farm now that the immediate threat is cleared. Chansu looks up at the sky, his eyes sharp and focused. He states that he has officially made up his mind. He is going to build the strongest faction in the entire world. He turns to Rohan, asking for his continued assistance in conquering all the surrounding blocks. Rohan smiles slightly, stating he will gladly help as long as his bonus is paid in high-grade apples. Chansu grins, telling him he can have as many as he wants. Suddenly, a high-pitched, incredibly cute meow echoes through the quiet clearing. Chansu and Rohan look down. The little black cat is rolling on its back in the grass, purring happily. Chansu mutters that he almost forgot about the stray. He asks Rohan what kind of monster this cat actually is. Rohan deadpans, explaining that it is one of the legendary 7 great calamities known as the Territory Devourer. Chansu's hand instantly slips, his rusty scythe clattering onto the dirt. He stands there with a completely hollow, dead expression on his face. Meanwhile, back at the dark temple of the faction of negation, Patrick is sitting inside a cold iron cage, having successfully resurrected after his death in the swamp. The system panel in front of him is flashing blood red. The screen states that because the power difference between his party and Chansu's faction was so extreme, a massive surcharge penalty has been applied. Patrick must pay exactly 1 billion gold in war reparations. Patrick rattles the iron bars, screaming at the screen, asking how the gap could be that big when he only fought a kid with a sickle. The system chimes again, stating that because Patrick's account has insufficient funds, the massive 1 billion gold debt has been charged directly to the faction of denial itself. Patrick's face goes completely pale. He gasps, realization hitting him like a truck. He frantically waves his arms, screaming at the screen that he will pay it back himself, begging the system not to alert his guild leaders. Suddenly, heavy, rhythmic footsteps echo down the dark hallway. Patrick flinches as two towering armored skeleton knights with glowing red eyes stand outside his cell door. The gate is unlocked, and they effortlessly drag him screaming down the corridor. High heels click sharply against the stone floor. Patrick is thrown onto the cold ground, groveling, as a pair of slender legs and thigh-high stockings stops in front of him. He looks up, sweating profusely, asking why on earth she is here. Sitting on a high stone chair is Choi Dan-ha, the fourth-generation apostle of denial. She has sweeping pink hair, yellow eyes, and wears a gorgeous black lace gothic dress. Half the comments are going to call her a top-tier waifu, and the other half are going to be terrified of her. She smiles down at him, her voice sweet but laced with pure poison, warning him to explain exactly what happened if he doesn't want to experience a fate significantly worse than death. Patrick swallows hard, stammering that he found an actual Emperor Apple orchard. Dan-ha raises an eyebrow, asking if this is just a pathetic lie to save his skin. Patrick screams that it's the absolute truth, explaining that Rohan, the freakishly strong swordmaster, was actively guarding the block. He adds that the one who actually slaughtered their skeleton army was Rohan's young disciple, and that Kim Soye was there too. Dan-ha repeats the name Kim Soye with a sharp glint in her eyes. She stands up, walking slowly toward him, noting that Soye must have joined the raid as a mercenary or a guide. She giggles softly, covering her mouth, noting that it's a shame she can't hold Soye officially responsible, but she is highly pleased that Soye experienced the pain of death anyway. Typical sibling energy in a dark guild. She gently taps Patrick's chin with her finger, smiling as she says she just had a brilliant idea. A red system notification pops up. The faction of denial has officially requested negotiations with the abundance faction. Dan-ha commands Patrick to prepare his party to go back to Chansu's farm as forced laborers to work off their debt. The system confirms that the defeated party will be held as prisoners until negotiations conclude. Patrick looks horrified, asking how on earth they will let outsiders into their secret orchard. Dan-ha leans in close, her yellow eyes glowing in the dark. She asks him if there is really no way. She smiles, whispering if he isn't even a little bit curious about what actually happens when you turn a living human into an undead servant. She runs her sharp fingernail along his jawline, telling him that if he doesn't want to find out firsthand, he had better find a way to get inside that orchard, no matter what it takes. We slide back to the swamp block, where Chansu is still staring at the tiny black cat rolling in the dirt. Our guy is standing there like a statue, having just dropped his scythe, completely unable to process Rohan's explanation. He lets out a hollow, shaking laugh, asking if he heard that correctly. He grabs Rohan by the shoulders, screaming if they are actually going to be okay. Rohan calmly tells him to relax, pointing out that if the beast had any real hostility, they'd be dead already. Chansu gulps, asking what happens if the cat has bad intentions in the future. Rohan explains that it would simply devour all of Chansu's territorial rights, taking over his block ownership. Chansu screams, asking how on earth a cat can literally eat abstract legal ownership rights. Is that even a physically consumable item? He frantically opens his system panel, clicking on his security settings, sweating as he checks the status of his territorial rights. He sighs with relief, noting that the cat hasn't eaten his claims yet, but wonders why a legendary disaster-class beast came to his block in the first place. Rohan takes another bite of his apple, deadpanning that it obviously came here to eat the catnip Chansu planted. Chansu looks at the cat, laughing nervously, noting that it doesn't even look like a real monster. Suddenly, he blinks, realizing the cat's massive body has actually shrunk down to the size of a normal, chubby kitten. He slowly reaches his hand out. He channels his points, activating his Blessing of Abundance skill. A beautiful green light erupts from his palm, growing a fresh patch of white daisies and catnip. The black kitten let out a happy meow, its eyes sparkling like stars as it rolls in the fresh flowers. It runs over, happily rubbing its soft head against Chansu's boot. It rolls onto its back, emitting a tiny puff of dark purple fog, which Chansu translates as a demand for belly rubs. He slowly reaches down, gently patting its head. He notes that unlike his hamster Hamdall, the Calamity Cat feels incredibly big, heavy, and smooth, but he reminds himself not to let its cute chibi looks fool him. This is a legendary disaster-class beast that could ruin his entire farm in a single bite. He leans down, offering a deal. If the cat agrees to act as his official block guard, he will grow all the fresh catnip it wants. The kitten happily meows in agreement. Chansu stands up, thinking that since they are going to be living together, he should give it a proper name. He notes that territorial predator is way too long. He suggests shortening the Korean translation to Youngshik. The black cat instantly growls, its eyes flashing crimson as it emits a massive wave of dark, angry pressure. Chansu flinches, realizing it absolutely hates that name. He frantically waves his hands, suggesting night sky instead. The cat stops growling, tilting its head, staring up at him as if asking him to explain the meaning. Chansu smiles warmly, explaining that its deep black fur looks as beautiful as the starlit night sky, and its eyes remind him of the bright, full moon. The kitten is completely pacified, happily licking its paw with a cute meow. Chansu lets out a heavy sigh, noting that the crisis has been resolved successfully. Rohan stands in the background, muttering that Youngshik was actually a great name. Chansu glances at him, sweating, realizing the gloomy swordmaster actually meant that. Suddenly, a bright green system notification chimes in the air. The screen reads, "You have won the war! As a victory privilege, a compensation of 1 billion gold has been granted." Chansu's face completely lights up. He grabs Rohan by the sleeve, screaming that they just won a literal billion gold. He's rich. But another screen immediately pops up. The faction of Denial has requested negotiations. Until negotiations conclude, the loser will be retained as a prisoner. Chansu's face instantly twists into a look of absolute pure horror. His eyes are wide as he screams at the sky, asking what the system did with his billion gold. The legal department has frozen his payout. Later that night, back at the temple. The clearing is dark, the ancient tree glowing with a soft, warm green light. Chansu is sitting on the stone steps. He looks down at his sleeping retainers. Doji, Ari, and Hamdall are all huddled together on a white blanket, snoring softly. Chansu smiles warmly, whispering to the goddess. He admits that when he was first dispatched to this barren dimension, he was terrified and anxious about everything. He looks down, his voice getting softer, admitting that thanks to her, he has actually been enjoying his time here. He hesitates, then tells her that he actually saw his parents today. The ginseng goddess is awake, lying on her leaf pillow, listening quietly with tears in her eyes. Chansu tells her he knows it was just a fake illusion caused by Soye's curse, but it still made him incredibly happy to see them. He looks at the phantom image of his embrace, admitting he missed them much more than he realized. He clenches his fist on the stone steps, his face full of determination. He looks at his sleeping goddess, making a solemn vow. He is going to make the Abundance faction the absolute greatest power in this entire world. He smiles warmly, promising her that he will help her reclaim her original beautiful goddess form, no matter what it takes. The ginseng goddess can't contain her emotions, tears pouring down her face as she tightly hugs Chansu's sleeve. This is a genuinely sweet character moment that shows why our guy is grinding so hard. The next morning, Chansu is sitting at the wooden table outside his cabin, wearing his chef's apron, looking completely annoyed. He asks Rohan if he is seriously doing this again. He slams his hand on the table, a giant cartoon anger mark appearing on his head. He screams, asking how a grown man can live on nothing but raw apples. He points to the massive, delicious feast of potato pizza, french fries, and roasted potatoes he prepared. Chansu stands up, shouting about the importance of a balanced diet, protein, fats, and carbs. Rohan chibis, holding his apple protectively, muttering that he's not trying to steal Chansu's food. Chansu collapses back into his chair, sighing heavily. He looks at Doji, Hamdall, and Ari, who are all happily stuffing their faces with delicious roasted potatoes, looking like they are in food heaven. Even the goddess is happily chewing on a potato leaf in the corner. Chansu grinds his teeth, looking at Rohan, who is still happily chewing on his raw apple, completely ignoring the feast. Chansu rubs his temples, muttering that he is going to get a massive headache at this rate. He picks up a slice of sweet potato on a fork, holding it out toward the ginseng goddess. Rohan instantly chibis, holding up a single finger, demanding to have just one slice of the sweet potato. Chansu snaps, yelling that he's not giving it to him because he wants him to eat, but because Chansu is the one who cultivated it. Chansu turns away, huffing, muttering that he doesn't even know why he's worried about the diet of the world's strongest hunter anyway. Rohan will survive. He turns back to his small retainers, smiling, asking if they all enjoyed their delicious morning meal. Doji, Ari, and Hamdall are all lying on the dirt with massive, bloated bellies, looking completely knocked out from the food coma. Chansu kneels down, smiling, asking the ginseng goddess if she also had a great meal. Instantly, the goddess's face goes completely pale with horror, and the other animals jump in shock. Chansu sweats, realizing he spoke to her informally in front of Rohan. He thinks to himself that since Rohan doesn't know her true identity as a deity, maybe she'll forgive him for acting casual. Suddenly, Ari hops onto a stone monument, chest puffed out, screaming in chick speech, asking how dare a mere apostle speak informally to their sacred goddess. Ari keeps chirping angrily, yelling that just because Chansu has been earning a lot of system points lately, he thinks he can act like the boss. Chansu sweats, muttering that he'll have to explain the situation to them later. Meanwhile, Rohan is sitting in his chair, calmly sipping a glass of 100% pure Emperor apple juice, completely oblivious to the domestic dispute. Doji hops forward, tapping Ari on the shoulder, telling the angry chick to wait a second. Doji puts on a pair of cute, round black glasses, looking like a total 200 IQ intellectual piglet. This is pure meme material, guys. Doji explains to Ari that Rohan has no idea who the goddess actually is, so Chansu is acting casual on purpose to keep her secret safe. Doji smirks, pushing up his glasses, mocking Ari for being so simple-minded. Ari's face goes dark, a purple aura of pure rage surrounding him. He grabs Doji by the face, slamming him into the dirt, telling him to make that mocking voice one more time. Doji's glasses fly off. Doji instantly chibis, weeping, squealing that he just wanted to eat another apple. He grabs his glasses, crying, asking Ari to let him go so they can talk like gentlemen. He looks up with massive teary eyes, whimpering for fruit. Ari executes a brutal jump kick, crushing the glasses into pieces, showing zero mercy to the greedy piglet. Chansu stands up, adjusting his clothes, asking Rohan if they should get going to conquer the next block. The goddess watches him, looking worried. Chansu looks back, noting that Sujin will be arriving for her scheduled delivery soon. He tells the goddess to keep the log cabin safe while he is away. The goddess tears up, frantically waving her little root arms, looking like she wants to go with him. Chansu rubs his neck, smiling awkwardly. He admits he didn't tell her about the war because he was afraid she'd forbid him from leaving, but she apparently figured it out anyway. He kneels down, gently patting her head, telling her he'll be right back and asking her to wait for him. Rohan watches them from the forest path. Rohan turns his head, coughing slightly into his fist. He walks over to Chansu, stating he has something important to tell him before they head out. Chansu blinks, asking what it is as he walks over. Rohan looks up at the sky, explaining that the flow of time in each dimension is completely different. Even between Earth and these blocks, time passes at a different rate. He looks back at Chansu, advising him not to rush his journey too much. This is a massive piece of lore, guys. If time dilation is real, how long has actually passed on Earth since Chansu got dispatched? Chansu smiles warmly, thanking him sincerely. He asks if they should really head out now. Suddenly, a tiny rustling sound echoes from behind. He turns around. The goddess is waving a wet tissue, crying, while Doji is completely knocked out and Ari is riding on his back, and Hamdall is hopping around happily. Chansu laughs, asking Hamdall if he's coming along on this expedition. He rumbles through his spatial bag, stating he bought a special accessory just for this. He pulls out a sleek, white spherical device. Hamdall looks up at it with glittering, curious eyes. An advertisement screen pops up. Want to be with your pet hamster anytime, anywhere? With this hamster carrier, you can go anywhere together! Chansu straps the golden chain of the carrier ball across his shoulder. Hamdall is inside, dancing happily to a tiny imaginary beat. It is the cutest thing you will see today. They walk out of the temple clearing, heading deep into the forest to expand their territory. The narrator closes on an open loop, with a frozen 1 billion gold reward, a sadistic pink-haired apostle plotting her move, and the mystery of time dilation looming over him. Can Chansu find his parents before it's too late? Let me know your predictions in the comments, and I'll see you in the next batch. Alright, we are rolling out. Chansu looks down at Hammy, reminding him that he's officially on the guest list for this trip. He reaches into his inventory bag. He did not spend his hard-earned points on a high-tech accessory for nothing. Hammy looks up with those giant, sparkling anime eyes, letting out a tiny squeak of pure excitement. Enter the hamster carrier. It is a sleek, gold-trimmed spherical ball of pure convenience, designed so you can take your emotional support rodent anywhere. A heavy stone portal door slowly creaks open, revealing a swirling vortex of deep cosmic blue. Our guy steps through like he's walking onto a runway, casually carrying his high-tech hamster ball. He is feeling incredibly smug. With this door trick active, he doesn't need to burn expensive movement tickets or ask Rohan for a lift anymore. He turns his head, noticing someone is already waiting for him. It is Hei Sujin. She is kneeling on the ground, casually petting Night Sky, completely relieved to see Chansu returned in one piece. Chansu smiles, waving it off. He explains that Rohan helped him out, so dealing with the toxic negation raiders wasn't actually that difficult. Sujin's entire face freezes in absolute shock. Her eyes go wide and her hand halts on the cat's fur. She looks over and sees Rohan standing under a tree, casually crunching on a massive glowing emperor apple like a paid-by-the-hour security guard. Sujin slaps her hand to her forehead, letting out a massive sigh. She knew Chansu was a menace, but getting Earth's strongest hunter to be his roommate is next level. Night Sky purrs, rubbing against Sujin's legs like a completely normal, innocent household pet. She asks where he managed to find this cute little black cat. Chansu sweat drops, presenting Hammy running inside his spherical hamster ball. On the inside, Chansu is laughing. This cat isn't cute. It is a literal cosmic disaster that is only staying because it doesn't want to ruin its catnip supply. Sujin stands up, gesturing enthusiastically. She says a monster this rare and attractive would fetch an absolute fortune on the open market. Meanwhile, Hammy is speedrunning inside his plastic ball, rolling right past the giant black feline. The cat slowly opens one eye, staring at the running snack inside the plastic container with very clear intent. Chansu rests his hand on his chin, thinking. Sujin suggests that if finding monsters is too hard, he can just install a custom dungeon to farm them. Chansu explains that the cat actually crossed the spatial boundary on its own, so he doesn't even know which block it originally came from. Sujin tilts her head, genuinely confused. She asks if it's perhaps a human who got cursed and transformed into a cat. Chansu looks at her deadpan and drops the bomb. He explains that according to Rohan, the cat is actually a territory devourer. Hammy's face goes pale inside his carrier ball. He is realizing he's currently sharing a playpen with an apex predator. Sujin's brain completely stalls. She repeats the name, visualizing a giant drooling shadow beast devouring everything in its path. She laughs nervously, trying to convince herself that a world-ending calamity wouldn't just be sitting here purring. Then, reality hits her. She lunges forward, grabbing Chansu's arm with an iron grip, and she drags him away at Mach 5, screaming about why on earth one of the 7 great disasters is casually roaming his farm. The two of them blur through the forest, leaving a literal shockwave of wind behind them. She yells that there are historical records of this cat physically erasing entire dimensional blocks from existence. Chansu slowly gets up from the dirt, dusting himself off. He tries to explain that the cat is completely pacified by the premium catnip fields. Sujin stares at him like he's lost his mind. She asks how a world-ending entity could possibly be satisfied with basic gardening products. Chansu brings up his inner system UI to explain the basic microeconomics of this fantasy world. It costs 200,000 points to conquer a block. But cultivating a highly concentrated catnip field using the blessing of abundance costs less than 10,000 points. On the surface, that looks like a massive 20-fold difference in resource investment. But if the absorption efficiency is different depending on the form, the catnip is actually worth way more to the cat than eating the raw block. It is simple math. To the cat, eating the block yields a fraction of the raw mana compared to a fully buffed catnip harvest. Chansu shrugs, walking away. Besides, he didn't exactly have a choice in the matter. The cat chose him. Sujin watches him go, muttering that since cats are territorial, at least this disaster will act as the ultimate home security system. Suddenly, a high-pitched, desperate squeak echoes through the clearing. Chansu turns around, his eyes widening as he bolts toward the flower patch, screaming at the cat to stop. Night Sky has casually popped Hammy out of his plastic ball and is holding the screaming, vibrating hamster in its mouth like a toy. Chansu swipes down instantly, snatching his terrified hamster back before the feline can swallow. Chansu cradles the shaking rodent, lecturing the cat, who just sits there casually licking its paw like nothing happened. Chansu looks over at Rohan, completely exasperated. He asks why the strongest swordsman on Earth was just standing there watching his pet almost get eaten. Rohan turns around, chewing on his apple with a sparkly, handsome background. He says he was totally planning to step in if anything actually went wrong. Chansu pets the crying hamster, sighing. He realizes he's going to have to keep these two separated until they finish their diplomatic negotiations. Sujin's expression shifts. She straightens up, her voice dropping into a serious professional tone. She tells Chansu she has some bad news from Earth. She explains that a massive scammer has recently shown up in the trading hubs. Chansu smiles casually, thinking it's just some low-level fraud. There is always a scammer trying to make a quick buck off luxury crops. But Sujin shakes her head, her eyes sharp. She tells him that this isn't just a regular copycat. The scammer is actively claiming that since the Emperor Apples carry the blessing of abundance, they have the divine right of ownership as the official apostle of abundance. They even brought a physical apple to the high-tier markets to prove their claim, though it was a pathetic, low-quality imitation compared to Chansu's harvest. She explains that they've been forging contracts using a genuine abundance artifact, but now that she knows the truth, she can deny their claims. She looks up, but the words die in her throat as she sees Chansu's face. The light has completely left Chansu's eyes. His face is cast in deep dark shadow, and his expression is dead silent. His fist clenches so hard that his knuckles turn white, the leather of his gloves creaking under the pressure. He is thinking about his tiny, starving ginseng goddess, who was left to rot in the dirt while this fake running around Earth spent years exploiting her name for easy cash. Chansu looks up, his voice cold enough to freeze water. He tells Sujin they need to find this person immediately. Sujin swallows hard, taking a step back. She asks if he has some sort of history with this mysterious scammer. Chansu quietens, looking down at Hammy, who is staring up at him with concern. He looks Sujin dead in the eyes and drops his secret, "Because I am the actual apostle of abundance." Sujin's brain completely ruptures. She lets out a massive scream, her face twisted in pure, unadulterated shock. Chansu turns around, his dark aura flaring. He tells her that if money makes the world go round, they are going to speedrun capitalism. He wants a bounty. He reaches into his inventory and pulls out a massive, glowing red Emperor apple. He tells her to put out a global wanted notice. Anyone who brings the fake apostle in alive gets a reward of 100 Emperor apples. In the background, Rohan's head snaps around so fast he almost gets whiplash. The words 100 apples have triggered his ultimate mercenary instincts. Cut to the back alleys of the faction of negation. The streets are dark, gloomy, and filled with ruined stone arches. A hooded figure is walking through the mist, muttering to himself. It is the fake apostle. He is complaining that to deal with Rohan, he needs a massive army of undead. He pulls back his hood slightly, screaming in frustration. He says an apostle of negation without high-quality undead is like Korean food without the main seasoning. He rants that the low-tier cheap skeletons he bought keep crumbling and ruining his carefully planned operations. He pushes open a heavy wooden door, entering a dusty magic shop filled with glowing potions. An old, mustachioed merchant behind the counter chuckles, calling him our favorite broke customer. The fake apostle scowls, telling him to shut up and just show him the high-grade materials. He slides a paper contract across the counter, demanding a swap. He reluctantly pulls out a large, glowing black crystal. His hand is literally trembling because he doesn't want to part with such a valuable item. The old merchant sighs, telling him he has to actually let go of the crystal if he wants to make the trade. With a swift motion, the old man snatches the crystal right out of his hands, laughing at his dramatic clinging. The fake apostle slumps over the counter, begging the merchant to give him a decent exchange rate. He looks up, trying to play the pity card. He tells the old man this might be the last time they see each other, so he should throw in a little bonus. The merchant narrows his eyes, letting out a soft hum. He admits the kid has a talent for making people soft. The merchant leans in, asking if he went broke because of those absurd Emperor Apple rumors going around the networks. The merchant raises a finger, pointing out that the rumors aren't entirely baseless. Even the elite hunters on Earth are getting fooled. The fake apostle's brow veins pop. He tells the old man to hurry up and spit out whatever juicy information he just received. The old man smiles. He tells him there's a fresh bounty out. The target is the fake apostle, and the reward is a whopping 100 Emperor apples. The fake apostle's face goes completely pale. He sweats profusely, thanking the merchant for the warning before turning to bolt. Outside in the dark alleyways, rapid footsteps echo against the stone walls. A wild, greedy mercenary runs through the shadows with a crazed grin, screaming about securing his massive payday. Chapter 18. The old merchant waves casually as the hooded figure rushes out into the street. Heavy boots slam against the cobblestones as the pursuer closes the distance instantly. It is a hunter with his hair tied in a messy top knot, grinning like a madman as he spots his target. He screams about his ultimate proposal gift, lunging forward with open arms. Cut to Chansu's farm. The mercenary is literally sliding on his knees in front of Chansu, hands pressed together in a desperate prayer, pleading to be hired. Chansu looks at him with a completely deadpan, exhausted expression, wondering why his quiet farm keeps attracting weirdos. Chansu slowly turns his head to Rohan, who is still standing under the tree, calmly taking another bite of his apple. Chansu sighs, deciding it is better not to ask. He turns back to the kneeling hunter. The top-knot mercenary grins wildly, proudly shouting that he has captured the high-value target just like the bounty requested. Behind him, the fake apostle is bound tightly in heavy ropes, looking absolutely miserable as two skeletons hold him down. Chansu is genuinely stunned. Considering the physical distance and the system restrictions on movement tickets, this guy got caught in record time. He looks at Rohan, realizing that a bounty of 100 Emperor apples is basically the equivalent of cheat codes in this economy. The tied-up conman struggles against his ropes, screaming at his captors to let him go immediately. Chansu steps closer. As he approaches, a warm, bright green light begins to swirl in his eyes. He can physically feel it. The unmistakable, pure energy of abundance is radiating from the captive. But as Chansu looks at him, he is unimpressed. The guy looks completely average, like a low-tier mob who got lost on the way to a starting dungeon. The conman glares up at Chansu, shouting that treating a senior apostle like this is a severe violation of faction rules. In the background, Rohan is casually feeding a tiny piece of apple to Hammy, completely ignoring the screaming hostage. The fake apostle laughs hysterically, pointing out that because they share the same faction, Chansu's skills won't work on him due to system-friendly fire blocks. Chansu doesn't say a word. He slowly draws his rusty landscape scythe, the cold steel gleaming right in front of the conman's nose. Chansu's eyes glow with a chilling blue light. He whispers that even without skills, his sickle knows exactly where the cutting lines are. The conman's smug grin completely vanishes. He sweats bullets, screaming about illegal extortion as the sharp blade taps his neck. He instantly folds, pulling out a beautiful glowing white flower crown and presenting it with shaking hands. Chansu takes the crown, examining the delicate white petals and the soft green vines. He realizes the holy energy he felt wasn't coming from the conman at all. It was entirely radiating from this stolen artifact. The conman screams, demanding that Chansu return his property immediately. Chansu just lets out a heavy, disgusted sigh. Chansu clenches his fist around the scythe handle, his anger flaring. To think an absolute parasite like this was his predecessor. He places the flower crown on his head, staring down at the pathetic man. He asks how an apostle could abandon his own deity to go play celebrity on Earth. The conman sneers, yelling that he is a true apostle and had every right to enjoy the benefits of the title. Chansu asks him what rights he has when he didn't contribute a single drop of sweat to restore their goddess. The conman laughs, claiming Chansu only built this entire orchard on the foundation and soil that he left behind. Chansu's eyes go dark. His teeth clench hard enough to make a grinding sound. He thinks of his poor, dehydrated goddess who was left to wither away as a pathetic root because this man couldn't be bothered to help her. Chansu takes a deep breath, telling himself to stay calm. No matter how angry he is, this isn't something a single apostle should solve with raw violence. He leans in, his shadow completely covering the kneeling conman. He asks him who is actually pulling the strings. A useless coward like him couldn't have set up a fake apple operation alone. He points out that protecting the deity and expanding territory is the goal. Leaving her to die means he had a backup plan. The conman screams that there is no mastermind, crying that he was just a regular human trying to scrape by after being driven out. Chansu raises his scythe high, his voice echoing through the clearing as he tells him to go in peace. The conman closes his eyes, letting out a desperate shriek for him to wait. The blade stops a fraction of a millimeter from his forehead, the wind from the swing blowing his hair back. The conman weeps, crying that unlike Chansu, he was just a normal guy who had never once swung a sword in his entire life. Chansu looks at him deadpan, telling him to stop making excuses and just spit out who organized the scam. The conman swears he doesn't know. He claims some mysterious faction promised him enough gold to live comfortably on Earth, but they scammed him too. Chansu lowers his weapon, muttering that the guy is completely and utterly useless to him. The conman begs on his knees, tearfully promising he will never step foot near the farm again if Chansu spares his life. Chansu swings his arm in a swift blur. A loud physical impact echoes through the trees as the blunt wooden handle of the scythe connects with the conman's head. The fake apostle collapses face first into the dirt, completely knocked out cold with a massive bump forming on his skull. Chansu glares down at him. As much as he wants to erase this trash from existence, he has to keep his composure. He looks at the sky. Even if this is a game-like fantasy world, he cannot bring himself to cold-bloodedly murder another human being. Suddenly, a bright, ominous red crack splits the blue sky above them. A blood-red system notification box materializes in front of Chansu's face. The god of negation suggests you convert. The system text reads, "If you become my apostle, I can bypass the friendly fire rules and kill that annoying senior for you." Chansu is completely dumbfounded. Chansu's sweat drops, muttering about whether this rival god is some sort of obsessive stalker watching his every move. He turns to Rohan, asking what actually happens if someone kills a member of their own divine faction. Rohan shakes his head. Chansu sighs, realizing that Rohan isn't even an official apostle, so he wouldn't know the exact penalty. The top-knot mercenary chimes in, explaining that for standard factions, killing a teammate results in severe excommunication and massive stat penalties. Chansu looks down at the unconscious conman, realizing the god of negation was literally trying to use his anger to recruit him. Another red box pops up instantly, claiming Chansu is a rare talent who is destined to walk the path of death and decay. Chansu swerves his head, saying he's not interested. The window spams him again, promising infinite power beyond comparison if he just clicks the agree button. The prompt shifts, basically offering a Netflix-style 1-month free trial to test out the dark arts. Chansu screams at the screen to shut up. The top-knot mercenary and his skeletons watch in absolute terror as Chansu literally starts arguing with an invisible deity in the air. Chansu turns to the mercenary, pointing a finger at him. He asks if he was the one looking for a job. The mercenary nods frantically, sweating as he says he doesn't even need the 100 apples anymore, he just wants to stay alive. Chansu smiles, telling him his first official assignment is to act as a full-time babysitter for this trash senior, while red negation prompts keep spamming in the background. Cut back to the ancient temple sanctuary. The sun is shining warmly through the ruined marble arches. Baby chick Ari is sitting on the floor, looking up with a sleepy, confused chirp. Doji the piglet gasps, nudging the sleeping ginseng goddess as Chansu walks through the entrance. Chansu stands in the center of the temple, holding the recovered flower crown as a gentle green light illuminates his face. He kneels down in front of the tiny, shriveled root deity. He smiles gently, telling her he has returned what was originally hers. The ginseng goddess looks up, her tiny black eyes widening in surprise. She lets out a soft, emotional hum, staring at the beautiful white crown with pure joy. Chansu smiles, gently lifting the artifact. He tells her she doesn't need to thank him, he's just glad he could bring it back. He slowly places the flower crown on her head. Instantly, a massive, swirling pillar of emerald green light erupts from her body. A giant, flawless green gemstone materializes at the center of the crown, pulsing with pure, ancient divine power. The entire temple is flooded with brilliant green particles. Ari and Doji watch in absolute awe, their eyes shining with tears. Chansu covers his face, coughing as a sudden cloud of holy pollen and white flower petals fills the room. He slowly opens his eyes, squinting through the dense green mist. Through the haze, a small, elegant figure begins to emerge. Long, flowing green hair cascades down over a pristine white dress adorned with roses. Ari and Doji are jumping up and down, crying tears of pure, unadulterated joy because their goddess has finally regained her true form. The mist clears completely, revealing a gorgeous, cute, chibi-sized, green-haired goddess staring back at Chansu with sparkling gold eyes. Chansu is completely frozen in place, trying to process the absolute visual flashbang that just occurred in front of his eyes. And through the swirling green mist, there she is. The piglet and the baby chick are literally crying tears of joy because their goddess has finally returned to her default chibi settings. Chansu can't believe what he is looking at. The dry, dusty ginseng root he's been watering has officially evolved into a full-blown anime mascot. He slowly kneels down, holding her tiny hands to make sure he hasn't finally inhaled too many spatial portal fumes. He remembers her original withered form and lets out a sigh of relief. This is the ultimate payoff for all those manual grinding sessions. She gives him the sweetest smile, and the system UI immediately lights up to deliver some massive, game-changing news. Congratulations, you have been officially promoted to head apostle. He finally gets a dedicated management screen. He pulls up the faction roster and sees exactly what he expected. Just him and that absolute scammer senior who is currently marked as excommunicated. Chansu stares at the screen, thinking. Keeping a toxic, lazy player on the team roster is a massive security hazard. He hovers his finger over the screen, he hits the kick button, and the system immediately demotes him back to standard apostle because you can't be a head apostle without subordinates. The goddess is looking at him with this completely blank judging face. Like, did you seriously just ruin our administrative hierarchy in 5 seconds? Chansu sweat drops, scratching his neck. Now he actually feels a bit bad. She was probably trying to look cool, and he immediately broke the system. He leans down, explaining that he simply cannot allow a lazy traitor to remain on the payroll of Abundance. He flashes a confident smile, promising her that he will handle the expansion of their faction all by himself. This completely wins her over. Her eyes sparkle like a gacha player who just pulled an SSS rank unit on a single ticket. She floats into the air, offering him a choice of 2 brand new skills to celebrate their partnership. Chansu is slightly worried she's overexerting her newly recovered power, but he's not about to pass up a free system upgrade. The choices are healthy abundance or communication. The mascots are currently losing their minds in the background. They are begging him to choose communication so they can finally stop oinking and chirping. Naturally, Chansu chooses healthy abundance because he doesn't want his future potatoes crying when he boils them. He opens the skill window. Classic Manhwa system, absolutely zero instructions or tooltips on what the skill actually does. He figures it must be some kind of passive, like maybe eating his crops makes you ridiculously buff. He wonders if this is going to affect Rohan, considering the guy's entire diet consists of raw apples. Meanwhile, the baby chicken piglet are face-planting in pure despair. They are officially doomed to remain mute comic relief forever. Chansu turns back to his goddess, but then he notices her expression shifting. Her tiny legs are suddenly turning back into yellow root fibers. The divine transformation is already wearing off. With a sudden, comical puff of green smoke, she gets completely reset. And we are back to the legendary premium ginseng root. The epic glow-up lasted approximately 40 seconds. She looks up with this incredibly embarrassed, sweat-dropping smile. She really tried her best. Chansu just chuckles. Honestly, he spent so much time with the root form that the chibi goddess almost felt like a different character. He tells her to rest up, hoping this new passive is actually going to yield some real results. Cut to Earth. A delivery box gets casually dropped off at a standard apartment door. A mother brings the package inside and her son runs over, asking what kind of luxury goods she ordered this time. It's a single, massive emperor apple. The trading company sent it as a gift to make up for the recent copycat scam. The moment she opens the packaging, the fragrance literally takes over the entire apartment. The kid is jumping up and down like he's about to receive the ultimate sugar rush. She cuts a slice and hands it over, reminding him that apples are best eaten in the morning. The kid takes a bite, his cheeks puffing out as he chews. The fork literally slips from his hand and clangs against the floor. He lets out a massive scream, using language that is definitely not appropriate for a kid his age to describe how delicious it is. The mom is absolutely furious, grabbing him by the shoulders and lecturing him for using internet slang at the dinner table. She sighs, taking a slice for herself to see what could possibly justify that kind of dramatic reaction. She takes a bite. The room goes dead silent as she chews. Her eyes go wide, her cheeks flush, and she immediately pulls out her phone, muttering that she needs to brag about this online. A few days later, we see her furiously typing away on her laptop. She posts on a local community forum claiming the apple cured her morning fatigue and made her husband feel incredibly energetic. The comments section immediately goes wild, and just like that, the marketing takes a massive, hilarious detour. People are suddenly treating the Emperor Apple like a legendary stamina buffer. On the internet, rumors mutate faster than a high-tier dungeon boss. Netizens are literally claiming this is the secret behind Rohan's physical stats. This is the direct result of Chansu's new passive skill. Back on the farm, Chansu is sitting at his desk, completely oblivious to his new reputation as a cosmic wellness guru. He's reviewing his assets, thinking about how to expand the territory. Outside, the sky is clear, and the sanctuary trees are looking healthier than ever. The decoy base surrounding his temple is looking solid and secure. He's lying on his bed with his mascots reading through some faction documents. He notes that while building the temple was a hassle, things have finally stabilized. Even the eccentric alchemists on Earth are throwing money at him because of his high-purity ostrich herb sap. He closes the book. With Rohan acting as their permanent security system, nobody should be able to touch them. He walks out and sees Rohan sitting at the table, calmly crunching through his daily apple tax. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes through the cabin hallway. Hei Sujin runs in, looking completely out of breath. She didn't even wait for their scheduled meeting tomorrow. She screams that a massive new rumor about the Emperor Apples has completely taken over Earth's networks. Chansu is confused. It's already known as a high-tier recovery fruit, so what could possibly surprise him? She leans in with a smug, knowing grin. She tells him everyone is claiming it's the ultimate male stamina booster. Chansu's face goes completely blank. Even Hammy is looking up like he doesn't understand the adult vocabulary. In the background, Rohan is just staring at his apple, while the mascots are wondering if stamina is some kind of delicious snack. Sujin explains that on Earth, where vitality is running out, people were literally risking their lives eating toxic snake gallbladders for stamina. Chansu realizes this is a double-edged sword. If people buy his expensive apples and don't get the specific stamina results they want, they might riot. Sujin asks him if the apples actually have that kind of secret medical benefit. Rohan is still casually munching in the background, completely ignoring the intense corporate discussion. Chansu explains that his apples just boost general health and recovery. People are definitely misinterpreting the natural vitality boost. He looks at her and suggests a pivot. To avoid the backlash, why don't they just grow a crop that actually targets stamina? Sujin's eyes turn into literal gold coins. The marketing and demand are already established, they just need to supply the product. She asks him what kind of crop would actually fit the bill. Chansu isn't entirely sure. He starts listing off some standard healthy items: walnuts, carrots, asparagus, tomatoes, and Rohan suddenly chimes in from the corner, goji berries. Chansu is stunned. He thought the strongest swordmaster on earth only cared about raw apple cultivation. Chansu gives him this incredibly judging look, asking him why he knows so much about goji berries. Rohan crosses his arms, looking completely unbothered as the system displays the goji berry data screens. Chansu smiles, rubbing his hands together. If they are going to start a massive stamina supplement business, they are going to need some cheap labor. He heads over to the worker barracks. The former negation raiders bow instantly, begging him for some actual work. Chansu tells them he's planning to cultivate a new fruit that specializes in boosting stamina. The workers look at each other, and the lead raider immediately volunteers to be the lead test subject. Chansu tells him to calm down. He's not going to force anyone to eat untested materials. A massive buff worker steps forward, asking him exactly what crop he's planning to grow. Chansu answers, goji berries. The giant man freezes, his eyes widening in pure dramatic intensity before he slams his knees into the dirt. He weeps, crying that he absolutely must participate in this trial. Chansu is completely bewildered by the sheer level of desperation. Hashtag Chapter 20. The buff worker is still on his knees, staring up at Chansu like he's looking at a literal savior. He slams his forehead against the dirt, begging to be chosen for the agricultural trial. Chansu is completely taken aback. This man survived a war against spatial monsters, and he's currently crying over berries. He sweat drops, laughing nervously. He asks if there's anyone else in the yard who wants to join the cultivation team. Instantly, hands shoot up into the air in perfect synchronization. Every single male worker raises their hands, including a literal skeleton soldier who definitely does not even have the biological components for this to matter. Chansu stands there, completely silent. He is realizing that Earth's vitality crisis has left almost the entire male population dealing with some serious performance issues. Cut to the fields a few days later. The mascots are happily munching on sweet potatoes while Chansu and Sujin review the progress. He pulls out a basket of freshly harvested glowing red goji berries grown under the influence of healthy abundance. Sujin takes the basket, her eyes practically sparkling with greed as she visualizes the profit margins. Chansu holds up a refined herbal pill, explaining that this specific concentration triggers an extremely strong reaction within 30 minutes. Sujin is completely stunned by how fast he managed to create a working prototype. Chansu looks away, feeling slightly embarrassed. He explains they had some help from an absolute specialist among the workers. We see the buff worker flexing his muscles, screaming as the pure energy of the berry flows through him. The guy apparently kept a detailed research journal on Earth. Chansu laughs it off. Thanks to that guy's unusual obsession, finding the perfect recipe was incredibly easy. Sujin is practically breathing fire, screaming that she is going to turn all of these berries into pure mountain of gold. Chansu watches her run off, wondering what kind of crazy market feedback she's going to bring back this time. Cut to Earth's high-tech manufacturing lab. Sujin is overseeing the extraction process. She knows how the consumer brain works. Raw berries are a hassle to brew, and buying raw medicine makes people look insecure. But a sleek, bottled daily health drink? That is a massive commercial success waiting to happen. She holds up the prototype bottle, grinning like a cartoon villain. Processing it means they can easily mark up the price by 500%. She takes a massive gulp, and her senior manager, Ryu Wan, asks her how the flavor profile is. She licks her lips, saying it's savory and sweet, perfectly suitable to be drunk casually like mineral water. She hands the bottle to Ryu Wan, suggesting he should try some too. He panics, claiming he has absolutely no need for such supplements. Sujin literally forces the bottle down his throat, telling him it's just basic quality control research. He gulps it down, admitting the taste is actually decent while sweating profusely. Sujin grabs her bag and heads out, leaving him standing there looking slightly flustered. Ryu Wan scratches his neck, awkwardly asking her if he should tag along for the certification meeting. She laughs it off. She tells him to stay behind, since a regular corporate manager has no business in the place she's visiting. Usually, medical items are certified by the Alchemist faction, but for a premium adult drink, there is a far more appropriate certification body. She steps onto her flying high heels, launching herself into the air with a massive burst of energy. She blurs through the sky, leaving Earth's standard districts behind. Below her, a massive neon-lit cyberpunk city begins to appear. She lands gracefully on a rooftop. Welcome to the district controlled by the faction responsible for the world's nights. She looks down at the bustling streets, muttering that the atmosphere here never changes. It's a massive, golden-lit entertainment hub filled with skyscrapers and searchlights. This block is permanently set to be dark and dim, creating the perfect environment for couples and late-night markets. Sujin is literally drooling as she looks at all the potential customers walking around. The happier these couples are, the more money she and Chansu are going to make. She walks up to a massive, pristine marble cathedral. This is the official Temple of Chastity. She steps through the grand entrance, looking up at the high-arched white ceiling. A receptionist in a sleek business suit greets her, asking what brings her to the temple. Sujin introduces herself, explaining she's here to get a new stamina enhancer officially certified by their organization. She follows the receptionist down the long modern hallways, muttering that she can never get used to the vibe of this place. She gets seated in a luxurious reception room, waiting patiently. She explains the lore of this world. Usually, people assume the adult market would be dominated by lust or carnal desire. Cut back to Chansu's face, completely losing his mind as Sujin explains that the chastity faction runs the entire night market. Chansu asks if the definition of the word changed while he was asleep. Sujin tells him that's just how the system works. We see the priest of chastity greeting Sujin with a warm, gentle smile, saying they've successfully tested the goji berry sample. He slides the official verification document across the table. He admits the herbal pill Chansu sent was highly effective, but it still left a little to be desired in terms of complexity. He explains that while goji berries are an excellent foundation, they are meant to be combined with other materials to unlock their full potential. He suggests that if Chansu can cultivate and combine the right supplementary ingredients, the results would be legendary. He points out that if finding the perfect formula is too difficult, Chansu can just act as the raw ingredient supplier for their faction instead. Sujin reviews the contract, realizing that Chastity is trying to secure a monopoly on the manufacturing. She narrows her eyes, asking him if they aren't worried about Chansu becoming a powerful competitor if he refuses their offer. The priest just chuckles, shaking his head. He licks his lips, his expression turning slightly intense. He says the members of Chastity always desire the fresh and powerful stimulation. Since there aren't enough high-quality providers on Earth, they ended up manufacturing their own stamina boosters just to test their resistance. He smiles darkly, saying a capable producer who can push their limits is always welcome. Chansu is back at the farm, hugging himself in pure terror as he listens to this weird explanation. He asks how on Earth a group called Chastity ended up becoming stimulation junkies. Sujin explains the mechanics. Apostles of Chastity grow stronger by resisting worldly desires. So, to maximize their training gains, they actively seek out the strongest stimulants possible just so they can practice resisting them. It is literally training on hard mode. She points out that getting their official recognition or working together on manufacturing isn't a bad deal at all. She slides a document across the wooden table, showing him the list of recommended ingredients. Chansu reads through the list: black raspberries, dodder seeds, magnolia berries, conidium seeds. He's never even heard of most of these. Sujin is happily petting Hammy, confirming they will start by selling the basic goji berry tea to Chastity's hotels first. Chansu smiles, agreeing that they can take their time developing the more complex stamina medicine slowly. Suddenly, a lazy oink echoes from the grass. Doji and Ari are staring up, asking if the new berries are edible and if they can get a sample too. Chansu sighs, telling them to stop thinking about food the second they wake up. He figures they can proceed with leisure since they have their specialized worker helping them. Or so he thought. Enter a literal legend. A man who hasn't found relief once in over 40 years walks into Chansu's yard. It is the great wizard of chastity himself, Park Hang-yeol. Chansu is completely dumbfounded. He asks him if he's actually on the verge of losing his sexual function due to extreme non-use. The wizard nods solemnly, explaining that if his biology completely shuts down, he will be kicked out of the chastity faction for failing to resist a desire that no longer exists. Chansu sweat drops, asking what the chances of a medical recovery are. The legendary wizard looks down, a single tear of despair rolling down his face as he visualizes himself completely cooked. There are literally 0 chances of recovery unless Chansu's farming magic can pull off a miracle. To understand why this is happening, we need a quick history lesson on the Chastity faction. Originally, everyone thought they were just a bunch of pure, innocent monks, unstained, living healthy lives, completely transcending the secular world. But this is a territory-grabbing survival game. In a world built on war, the weak factions get absolutely stomped. To protect their purity, they needed raw power. And then, Park Hang-yeol realized something beautiful. Chastity isn't about avoiding temptation, it's about resisting it. By exposing himself to extreme stimulation and successfully resisting it, he generated half of the entire faction's points by himself in a single year. Chansu is literally covering Hammy's ears, trying to protect his innocent hamster from this unhinged lore. Hang-yeol explains that the conservative elders almost excommunicated him at first, but once the god of chastity saw the sheer amount of points flowing in, he personally sponsored the system. Chansu looks at him deadpan. This isn't holiness, this is just a highly organized, divine-sponsored addiction loop. Hangyul explains it like a classic handicap training system. The greater the temptation you endure, the stronger your spirit grows. But he trains so hard that his actual physical desires completely disappeared. And since the core of his skill requires actively suppressing an impulse, having zero impulses means he's about to lose his class qualifications. He grabs Chansu's hands, begging him to use his goji berries to jumpstart his biology so he can have something to resist again. Chansu's sweat drops, wondering how on earth his farming skills are supposed to cure a 30-year aesthetic block. Hangyul tells him not to panic. It's not an immediate emergency, so they have some time to run trials. He slides a heavy brown envelope across the wooden table. He says he will provide massive financial backing to support Chansu's research. The bag splits open, and a blinding golden light of high-tier points completely illuminates the room. Chansu swallows hard. This man is so dedicated to his aesthetic training that he is literally bribing a farmer with a small fortune. The cash injection is simply too massive to refuse. They shake on the deal immediately. Meanwhile, back at the majestic Temple of Chastity, things are not looking peaceful. The younger trainees are casually boasting about how many days they've successfully resisted temptation, treating it like a standard game lobby. A senior elder walks past them, listening to their conversation. He is a first-generation apostle of chastity, and his face is literally turning red with pure, unadulterated disgust. He marches down the dark stone hallways, heading toward a private meeting room. He takes off his hood, addressing the other conservative elders sitting around the long table. Another elder chimes in, declaring that they've finally managed to drive Hangyul out of the main temple. He states that true chastity is about total restraint, not playing dangerous mental gymnastics with modern stimulation. He slams his hands on the table, calling for a return to traditional values. The younger analyst slides a folder forward, suggesting they look at the recent market reports first. He displays the feedback screen for Chansu's goji berry tea. Netizens are already raving about the natural stamina benefits. The analyst warns them that if Abundance continues to refine this product, stronger versions will inevitably hit the market. Furthermore, the Alchemy Faction's food division is currently furious because the goji tea is completely eating into their luxury recovery drink sales. The elder narrows his eyes, noting that the Apostle of Abundance is rumored to be the disciple of the legendary Rohan. Another elder suggests they approach Chansu directly and offer him a highly lucrative position within their faction, but the analyst shakes his head. The moment they step onto Chansu's block, Hangyul will detect their presence and blow their operation wide open. The senior elder smiles, a dark shadow covering his face. He suggests they ally with the disgruntled alchemist to draw Chansu out of his protected block, and then deal with him once he's isolated. Cut back to the farm. Chansu suddenly lets out a massive sneeze, rubbing his nose. He mutters that someone must be talking crap about him behind his back, while his skeleton crew continues to harvest the crops. He walks over to Kim Yunyuk, who is diligently picking berries in the bushes. Chansu tells him there's something he needs to show him, gesturing for him to follow. They walk deep into the forest, passing by several resting skeleton soldiers. Yunyuk's eyes suddenly widen, tears welling up instantly. He lets out a loud sob, lunging forward to hug a massive headless zombie unit. He cries that he never expected to see Hercules again, asking Chansu if he actually managed to restore him. Chansu scratches his head, admitting that the giant zombie was on the verge of rotting, but his agricultural blessings pulled it back. Yunhyuk is literally rubbing his face against the cold flesh, completely overjoyed. Chansu realizes that raising the worker's affection level is key to maximizing efficiency. Yunhyuk points out that the head is still missing, but Chansu waves it off. He just needs a heavy labor machine, not a conversationalist. Yunhyuk proudly flexes his muscles, claiming that with Hercules back, his daily farming output is going to increase 17 times over. Chansu chuckles at the highly specific system-like estimate. He points out they also have several skeleton soldiers available. Yunyuk scowls, claiming the basic skeletons are far too stupid to handle complex tools and will likely just get in the way. Chansu smiles, saying they just need a little practice to get used to the labor. Yunyuk huffs, crossing his arms and claiming he'll personally send them back to the dirt if they slow him down. Chansu watches him walk away, muttering that the former raider leader is a textbook example of a tsundere. He turns back to Yunyuk, saying he looks forward to working with him. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream echoes through the trees. Chansu bolts toward the sound. It's Park Hangyul, who is currently cornering one of the male workers with an intense, unhinged look. The worker is running for his life, screaming that the wizard is trying to drag him into some weird training program. Hangyul is chasing him down, screaming that the worker has the perfect natural physical specs to become a legendary master of chastity. The worker weeps, shouting that he just wants to get married, build a normal house, and live a peaceful life on Earth. Chansu steps between them, holding the crying worker back and telling Hangyul to stop terrorizing his staff. He asks Hangyul why he doesn't just train himself. The wizard looks away, sighing deeply. Chansu watches the worker sprint into the distance, muttering that Hangyul is a massive waste of recruitment talent. To change the subject, Chansu pulls out a couple of newly refined goji berry pills, suggesting they start the testing phase. Hangyul pops the first one into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. He evaluates the reaction, rating it a decent 33 points. He tries the second one, rating it a 32. Chansu sighs, noting that their target is 90, so they have a long way to go. Hangyul tells him not to be discouraged. Any normal human would have turned into a wild beast after consuming those concentrations. The wizard's eyes turn sharp behind his glasses. He asks Chansu if he knows that the caster's mental state directly affects agricultural blessings. Chansu is confused. Hangyul explains that sometimes you need to feel the desired effect in your own mind before casting. He leans in, whispering that Chansu should visualize intense romantic scenarios while using Make Healthy Abundance in. Chansu's face instantly turns beet red. Hangyul blushes, opening a thick leather journal and offering to show him his private collection of reference materials. Chansu screams, slapping the book away. Chansu backs away in pure panic, wondering if this wizard is actually a complete lunatic. Hammy is flying through the air as Chansu runs, trying to keep the unhinged monk far away from him. Suddenly, Hei Sujin walks into the clearing, happily catching Hammy in her hands. She looks at Chansu's red, flustered face and the wizard standing in the corner, asking what on earth they were doing. Chansu laughs nervously, waving his hands to dismiss the awkward situation, and asks her what brings her to the farm. Sujin smiles brightly. Delivering some shocking news, the alchemy faction has officially requested Chansu to clear a dungeon. Chansu's jaw drops. His brain completely stalls as he processes the word dungeon. He visualizes a giant fire-breathing dragon screaming about why on earth anyone would send a combat request to a peaceful farmer.
Hashtag chapter 22.
Chansu is still waving his hands frantically, trying to pretend he wasn't just on the verge of looking at a monk's private collection. Sujin repeats the news with absolute enthusiasm, holding up the official system request document from Alchemy. Chansu's face is completely blank. He is a farmer. He does not do dungeon raids. He visualizes himself standing in front of a giant, terrifying monster with nothing but a basket of apples. He points out that his only attack skill is Dutch Decapitation Nth, which is designed for clearing weeds and pruning branches, not fighting mythical beasts. He notes that while the skill can easily slice a regular neck, it is completely useless against monsters that don't have standard physical anatomy. He looks at her, exasperated, asking if he looks like a frontline warrior to her. Sujin explains the details. It's technically listed as a subjugation, but it's actually a resource-gathering mission. Chansu looks at the blueprint on the screen, assuming the target must be some kind of rare plant monster. But Sujin shakes her head. The target is a high-grade water spirit. Ordinary spirits are easy, but high-grade ones absorb nearby mana and regenerate instantly unless sliced apart in a single blow. She points out that they need someone with massive, single-target physical output, like a master swordsman. Chansu slowly turns his head, looking over at Rohan, who is casually standing under a tree. He realizes the alchemists aren't stupid. They know Rohan is staying on Chansu's farm, so they are using Chansu as bait to get the swordmaster to carry the raid. Chansu looks down at his sleeping goddess and the mascots. He decides it is better to refuse. He can't leave his territory unprotected. But Sujin stops him, saying the rewards for completing the mission are ridiculously generous. She notes they will provide him with a customized high-tier weapon, though Chansu is highly skeptical about what a farmer's weapon looks like, and she drops the final reward, a living, high-grade water spirit. Chansu's eyes instantly lock onto her. He grabs her by the shoulders, his face inches from hers as he asks her to repeat that name. He visualizes a tiny, cute water spirit floating over his dry crops. To a farmer, a water spirit isn't a monster. It is a legendary, self-navigating mobile sprinkler system. His eyes turn into literal stars. He wants that sprinkler system more than anything in the world. Sujin also points out that rejecting the alchemist right now is a bad business move. His goji berry tea is currently destroying their recovery drink market, so tension is already running high. By accepting the request, they can clear up any misunderstandings and secure a powerful corporate ally. Chansu looks over at Rohan. He admits he's still worried about leaving his block vulnerable to outside raiders while he's gone. Sujin suggests they complete the construction of the temple first. Chansu is surprised to hear that temples have defensive capabilities. Rohan looks over, a split second of interest flashing in his golden eyes. Cut to a few days later. The massive white marble temple stands complete, glowing beautifully under the sunlight. The goddess looks exhausted, sitting on the floor with a tired sigh. She thinks about all the chaotic things that have happened since Chansu arrived, from fighting raiders to excommunicating seniors, and she is still getting spammed by the god of negation's relentless recruitment prompts. But she lets out a sigh of relief, happy that things have finally quieted down. The piglet and chick are whispering in the corner, wondering if Chansu is planning another ridiculous scheme. The goddess notes that if Chansu would just choose the etch communication end skill, they could finally coordinate properly. Suddenly, a bright blue notification box materializes in the air. Nike Last Bastion Nen has been activated. A massive crystalline blue hexagonal barrier erupts from the ground, sealing the entire temple. Rohan swings his massive sword, testing the barrier. The impact makes a deep humming sound, completely blocking the S-rank attack without a single scratch. The goddess and her mascots are shaking in pure terror in the corner, wondering what kind of war Chansu is preparing for. With the defenses active, Chansu and Rohan are ready to head out. Sujin offers to escort them to the alchemy block. Chansu snaps his fingers, realizing he forgot to tell the goddess he was leaving, but Sujin drags him along, saying they'll be back before sunset anyway, so it should be fine. They step through the spatial portal, arriving directly in front of the massive modern glass building of the alchemy headquarters. Sujin lets out a sigh of relief, thanking Rohan for the smooth transport. Chansu notes that installing a permanent gate on the farm was the best investment he's made so far, though buying additional territory points beyond the standard limit cost him an absolute fortune. Sujin waves goodbye, wishing them luck as she heads back to the corporate office. They enter the pristine lobby, where a polite receptionist in a business suit bows, saying they've been expecting them. She slides a heavy, leather-bound briefcase across the counter, asking if he's sure about his weapon choice. Chansu opens the case, a soft golden glow reflecting in his eyes. He smiles, saying it looks perfect. Rohan watches as Chansu hands him the heavy briefcase, trading it for a promise of 2 high-grade apples. Next, the receptionist presents a large glass flask filled with a glowing blue liquid, the taming potion. She explains that they usually provide a standard blessing, but using Chansu's own abundance magic carries a high risk of taming failure if the compatibility is off. Chansu holds the flask, asking her how compatible his Nundrage Blessing of Abundance Nundrage actually is. She bows apologetically, admitting they have 0 historical records of an abundance user trying to tame a spirit. Chansu shrugged, deciding to use his own magic anyway. She opens a heavy metal door, leading them down a flight of stairs toward the restricted dungeon entrance. Chansu and Rohan step into the massive underground facility, looking around. The room is lined with solid stone pillars and heavy metal gates. The lead researcher, wearing glasses and a lab coat, greets them with a professional smile. Chansu, holding the blue flask, greets her politely. She explains the rules. The dungeon is filled with low-grade water spirits that will swarm if they light a special incense, but to secure the high-grade spirit, they must defeat the boss located in the deeper chambers. She asks Chansu to cast his blessing on the taming potion before they begin. Chansu holds the flask high, activating Netch Blessing of Abundance in it. A brilliant green light swirls around the glass. He notices the system allows him to manually dump his accumulated point balance into the potion. He grins, deciding to go all out. The blue liquid inside the flask begins to rapidly bubble and transform, turning a vibrant, glowing green. The researcher's jaw drops. She looks at the glowing, radiating potion, asking if this is normal. Chansu smiles confidently, saying the potion is looking healthier than ever. The researcher sweat drops, pointing out that throwing more points into a potion doesn't actually make the taming process any easier, but Chansu is completely high on his point balance, dumping 500,000 points into the glass container until it looks like a miniature sun. Even Chansu's chibi avatar looks slightly concerned by the sheer amount of energy radiating from the flask. The researcher pushes up her glasses, saying she'll bring out a test subject to see how the spirit reacts. She runs back, holding a cute, squishy blue water spirit in her arms. She tosses the spirit into the testing pool, yelling at Chansu to throw the potion. Chansu steps up, holding the glowing green flask ready. He pours the overcharged green potion directly over the water spirit's head. He watches closely, waiting for the system notification to confirm the taming. The water spirit begins to shake violently, its face turning a deep, sickly shade of green. It lets out a pathetic, gurgling sound, looking like it's about to throw up from pure mana overload. Chansu panics, grabbing his head as he realizes the abundance compatibility was an absolute disaster. He wonders what he should do. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound echoes from the dark corridors. A massive, endless army of squishy blue water spirits comes charging out of the gates, eyes locked on the pool. The researcher's glasses literally slide down her nose as she screams that they haven't even lit the incense lure yet. She instantly whips out her clipboard, scribbling furiously while Chansu is completely frozen in shock. The tidal wave of water spirits floods the room, completely burying Chansu as the researcher continues to take notes. Our guy wanted a simple mobile sprinkler, and he just started a literal flood. We pick up right in the middle of the absolute chaos. A literal blue wave of low-grade water spirits is flooding the room. The researcher's glasses are practically slipping off her face. She hasn't even opened the official incense lure yet, and the dungeon is already breaking. But instead of trying to stop the stampede, she immediately whips out her clipboard to start taking scientific notes. Chansu is running for his life in the background, screaming about whether this is really the appropriate time to be writing a research paper. Suddenly, he points toward the center of the pool. The overcharged spirit he splashed earlier is literally vacuuming up all the incoming spawns. The researcher is staring unblinkingly, completely fascinated. Chansu yells at her to stop admiring the view and figure out a countermeasure. She pushes up her glasses, asking Chansu if he fed his crop some illegal performance-enhancing fertilizer back on the farm. Chansu looks at her with a completely dead, judging expression. He definitely didn't. This is just standard system scaling. She notes that Chansu's abundance blessing acted as a massive, hyper-concentrated lure. Meanwhile, Rohan is sitting in the corner, casually munching on an apple. Peak bodyguard behavior. Fortunately, the giant blob finally finishes vacuuming up the last of the regular spirits. The room goes quiet. Suddenly, a loud clatter echoes through the chamber. The researcher drops her pen, her face going completely pale. She looks up at the security cameras, screaming that dungeon bosses aren't supposed to react to standard lures. A giant glowing blue tail emerges from the heavy metal gate at the back of the room. Out steps the actual boss of the dungeon, a massive, high-grade water spirit looking like a majestic mermaid made of pure, high-density mana. The boss lets out a silent, terrifying scream as it charges toward the pool. Chansu braces himself, preparing to dodge the boss's physical impact. But before the mermaid can even launch an attack, the overcharged giant blob opens its mouth wide. A massive, comical gulping sound echoes through the stone chamber, and the blob literally swallows the high-grade boss spirit in a single unholy bite, swelling up to the size of a 3-story house. The researcher is on her knees, completely traumatized. Chansu looks over, asking if they just witnessed a friendly fire incident of cosmic proportions. The giant, overcharged spirit lets out a pathetic hiccup, its eyes turning into dizzy spirals from extreme mana indigestion. Chansu grabs his head. He just wanted a simple mobile sprinkler, and now he has a bloated water balloon that's about to pop. The giant spirit lets a massive, high-pressure fountain of water vomit, completely drenching the entire testing room. Rohan is still munching, completely dry. Chansu lets out a heavy sigh, walking over to the shaking, traumatized blob. He reminds himself that this technically isn't the spirit's fault. He gently places his hand against the cold, jelly-like surface. He pats the spirit, telling it to just let it all out. If you've ever had to take care of a friend who went too hard at the buffet, you know exactly where Chansu is right now. A soft green light begins to radiate from his palm as he activates Blessing of Abundance. He decides to use his residual points to manually stabilize the rampaging mana inside the spirit's stomach. The giant blob flashes with a bright white light, rapidly shrinking down until it's the size of a small water droplet. Chansu leans in, checking if the tiny spirit is actually going to survive the chemical reset. He mutters that it looks kind of cute, but the spirit immediately responds by shooting a high-pressure stream of water directly into his face. The tiny spirit jumps into the air, its physical body completely dissolving into a swirl of pure blue particles, and it condenses into a pristine glowing blue marble. Chansu catches it, wondering if it just turned into a collectible gacha toy. The researcher slowly gets up, clapping her hands. She congratulates him on successfully taming the spirit. But then, her voice drops. She points out that since the boss was consumed instead of harvested, Chansu technically failed the official quest requirements, which is a breach of contract. Chansu's face falls, but she leans in, whispering a sneaky legal loophole. She tells him if anyone tries to sue, just mention 2 things. First, the potion that caused the explosion was provided directly by Alchemy's own inventory department, and second, the puddle of water vomit on the floor is actually highly concentrated mana that can be used to harvest rare materials. Chansu is disgusted, but a win is a win. She flashes a cute peace sign asking him to make sure he leaves a 5-star satisfaction rating on the system portal. This field trip was wild. She explains the spirit bead will wake up once it recovers its strength, though it might look slightly different from standard water spirits. Suddenly, the heavy metal doors of the chamber are slammed open. A smug middle manager from Alchemy's food department storms in, pointing a finger and loudly declaring that Chansu has failed the mission. Chansu tries to explain the potion glitch, but the manager screams, claiming Chansu simply didn't know how to use high-grade materials. He smirks, declaring they are going to confiscate the spirit bead and the high-grade scythe weapon they provided. Behind him, a dark shadow looms. Rohan slowly draws his massive longsword, his golden eyes completely cold. Rohan flings the massive blade through the air in a lightning-fast blur. The sword crashes directly into the concrete wall a fraction of an inch from the manager's face, shattering the plaster and leaving a massive crack. Rohan steps forward, casually resting his hand on Chansu's shoulder, muttering about how unpleasant corporate middle managers are. Before the manager can wet his pants, another figure steps through the doorway. It is Hong Unsu, the Grand Alchemist. Unsu smiles, asking the manager if he thinks a violent greeting like that is appropriate for their most valuable agricultural partner. The manager sweats profusely, trying to claim this sector has nothing to do with Unsu's division. Unsu leans in, his glasses gleaming with a terrifying purple light. He warns the manager that if he tries to steal Chansu's assets, he will personally bury him in lawsuits. Unsu's smile doesn't reach his eyes. He tells the manager to get lost before he gets stripped of his dispatcher qualifications permanently. The manager bows frantically, apologizing at mock speed. He sprints out of the room while the female researcher waves cheerfully, reminding him to leave a 5-star review. Unsu turns to Chansu, introducing himself with a warm, friendly smile and apologizing for the corporate drama. He suggests they wrap up their actual business first. He tells Chansu not to worry about the failed raid report. He walks over to the giant puddle of water vomit, looking at it like a child looking at a playground. He explains that water capable of attracting a dungeon boss is an incredibly rare research material. Since Chansu has no use for a giant puddle of mana vomit, Yunsu offers to buy the rights to the liquid directly from him. Chansu's face twists into a mixture of shock and disgust. He can't believe this guy is offering to pay a small fortune for literal water spirit throw-up. Unsu adds that if Chansu sells, they will officially record the dungeon request as a flawless success. Chansu agrees instantly. Unsu smiles, walking away to draft the transfer. He asks Chansu what kind of payment he would prefer. Unsu suggests some high-grade pharmaceutical processing equipment. He explains these machines are modified so they can be operated without having the actual Lick's alchemy and active skill, which is a massive game-changer for a farmer. Chansu is hesitant, worried that manufacturing medicine might trigger another corporate conflict of interest. Unsu chuckles, his glasses gleaming. He tells Chansu he is underestimating the raw market power of. He says he has absolutely nothing to lose and always welcomes highly competent business partners. They walk out of the facility together, the massive glass headquarters shining in the background. Unsu looks down at Chansu's feet, casually asking if the rumors are true and if he's actually Rohan's student. Chansu sweat drops, waving his hands to deny it, while Rohan follows them with a blank expression. Chansu points out that Rohan literally threw a sword at Unsu earlier because of him, so there's definitely no standard teacher-student dynamic there. Unsu laughs it off, saying he made the atmosphere tense on purpose to terrify the middle manager, so it's totally fine. He looks over at Rohan, who is currently sipping a giant cup of apple juice through a straw, completely ignoring them. Chansu grabs Yunsu's arm, begging him for some medical advice. He explains that Rohan literally eats nothing but raw apples every single day. He rants that he's tried cooking apple pies, apple tarts, and honey-glazed apples, but the guy refuses to touch any other food group. Rohan tells him to give up, saying it's much easier to just accept the apple diet. Chansu screams at him to eat a balanced meal. Suddenly, a sleek black luxury limousine pulls up to the curb with a sharp screech of the tires. The driver rolls down the window, calling Chansu's name. The driver opens the rear door, telling Chansu to get inside immediately. Chansu points to himself, completely confused by this sudden VIP treatment. In the background, Rohan is looking incredibly jealous, muttering about why Chansu gets to call Unsu Hyung, but just calls Rohan by his raw name.
Chapter 24.
Chansu is still standing on the sidewalk, trying to process why a luxury sedan just pulled up to draft him. The driver in sunglasses repeats his demand, stating they are here to escort him to an official meeting. Chansu sweat drops, pointing to himself while Rohan and Unsu watch him with identical confused expressions. Cut to the limousine speeding down the neon-lit streets of the night district. Chansu is sitting in the back seat, staring out the window with a highly skeptical expression. He realizes the summons is coming directly from the leadership of the Chastity faction. He reminds himself that since Chastity is the exclusive distributor of his goji berry stamina tea, keeping them happy is key to his profit margins. But he looks outside, noticing that despite it being mid-afternoon, the entire district is cast in permanent gloomy darkness. It's exactly as Sujin described, a block designed to remain dim 24/7 to encourage late-night commercial activities. The limousine pulls up to the grand entrance of a massive white marble cathedral. Chansu steps out of the car, looking up at the towering pillars of the official Temple of Chastity. Rohan follows him, both of them walking under the massive arched entrance. They follow the silent security guards down the polished marble hallways. The atmosphere inside is cold, quiet, and carries an intense, heavy weight. The doors to the main conference room slide open, revealing the conservative elders waiting inside. The lead elder slowly pulls back his hood, welcoming Chansu to the temple. He is the first apostle of chastity, looking like a traditional, strict monk with a gray mustache. Chansu bows politely, introducing himself and gesturing for them to begin the discussion. The receptionist pours them some hot red tea from a porcelain teapot. The elder takes a sip, casually asking how Park Hang-yeol's physical recovery is progressing. Chansu looks down, deciding it's better to be honest than to give them false hope. He admits there hasn't been any notable improvement. The veiled female elder asks him about the status of the goji berry stamina medicine development. Chansu explains that the progress is slow, but they are refining the formula little by little. Suddenly, the lead elder slams his teacup onto the table. He looks Chansu dead in the eyes, telling him to stop. He demands that Chansu completely halt the development of the stamina cure. Chansu's jaw drops. Rohan looks over, his hand resting on his sword hilt. The elder explains, very calmly, that they want Chansu to intentionally drag out the research and buy as much time as possible. Chansu is completely baffled. He asks why they would want to keep their own top-tier wizard incapacitated. The elder narrows his eyes behind his glasses, suggesting that if the cure is delayed, it would be highly beneficial for Chansu to align with their faction instead. He promises that if Chansu cooperates, they will double whatever financial rewards Hang-yeol originally promised him. Chansu looks down at his teacup, his inner monologue screaming. This is classic faction politics, and he just walked right into a civil war. He flashes a fake polite smile, saying he's going to pretend he didn't hear their proposal. He has zero interest in helping traders. He stands up, telling Rohan it's time to head back to the farm. The elder explodes in rage, slamming his fist onto the table and shouting at Chansu to look around him. He screams that their block is trapped in darkness 24 hours a day, and the younger apostles are getting completely corrupted by the degenerate atmosphere. He rants that the modern training methods have gone too far, while the other elders try to calm him down. Chansu turns his head, dropping a heavy truth bomb. He asks if the constant darkness isn't also the divine will of their god. If it's a trial, they are supposed to endure it, not whine about it. The elder's face turns red with fury. He barks that a mere farmer has absolutely no right to lecture the leadership of chastity. He stands up, threatening to cancel the official market certification for Chansu's goji berry stamina tea. Chansu is completely disgusted. This is the exact type of corporate abuse of power he was trying to avoid. Rohan gently grabs Chansu's shoulder, telling him there's no point in arguing with people whose greedy intentions are this obvious. They walk out of the temple, while Hammy pops out of Chansu's shirt collar, letting out a soft squeak of relief. Back in the conference room, the veiled female elder sighs, noting that their third attempt to stop the cure has officially failed. The lead elder's expression turns cold. He declares they have no choice but to activate their fourth plan. He asks if anyone is opposed to the strategy. The other elders shake their heads, agreeing they must secure their political control. The elder explains that to stop Chansu from completing the stamina tonic, they need to make him waste his time on other urgent matters. He smiles darkly, declaring that from this moment on, they are going to turn the Apostle of Abundance into a famous public hero. Cut back to Chansu's sanctuary. The sun is setting beautifully behind the grand white pillars of the temple. Chansu walks into the courtyard, gently holding his sleeping ginseng goddess in his arms. He drops her off, and her tiny root feet immediately touch the stone tiles. She runs forward, her tiny leaves vibrating as she spots Chansu. Hang-yeol is standing near the entrance, adjusting his glasses and noting that Chansu always returns like a ghost. The goddess is literally sprinting across the courtyard at Mach speed. She lunges into the air, her tiny arms outstretched toward Chansu. She crashes directly into Chansu's chest, hugging his face and sobbing comically because she was so worried about him. The baby chick and piglet run over, chirping and oinking about how they need to unlock each communication 9 immediately so they can stop crying in silence. Hang-yeol walks over, asking Chansu if his trip to the night district was successful. Chansu lies on the ground, petting his crying goddess and thanking Hang-yeol for keeping the block secure while he was gone. He looks up at the sunset, his voice turning serious. He tells Hang-yeol they have some major issues to discuss. He explains that the conservative elders of chastity are actively trying to betray him and stop the development of his stamina cure. Hang-yeol's face literally turns into a blank, shocked statue. He lets out a heavy sigh, adjusting his glasses and apologizing to Chansu for the political drama of his faction. He offers to return to the temple and personally resolve the issue so Chansu doesn't face any backlash, but Chansu shakes his head, recalling how Rohan handled the situation. He explains the elders are clearly trying to delay the tonic to maintain their monopoly. Hangyul nods, admitting that Chansu's analysis makes perfect sense. He tells Chansu not to worry about the threat of canceling their tea certification. He explains the elders are incredibly protective of their own reputation and health, so they won't dare to do anything genuinely dangerous. In fact, once the Goji tea starts making massive profits, they will likely call to apologize to protect their share of the income. Chansu grins, a dark, chaotic energy flaring around him. He declares that the best revenge is to manufacture the ultimate stamina tonic as fast as possible. Hangyul looks up, asking him what his immediate plans are. Chansu flexes his fist, shouting that they are going to speedrun the stamina tonic and break Chastity's monopoly. Hangyul looks at him with tears of absolute admiration in his eyes, completely moved by his dedication. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupts directly from Chansu's front pocket. Hangyul grabs his hands, screaming in excitement, asking if Chansu just mastered the ultimate talent of chastity. Chansu yells at him to shut up. Chansu pulls out the glowing blue marble. The water spirit bead is officially waking up from its deep sleep. The goddess, chick, and piglet crowd around, their eyes wide as the marble begins to float. The light grows intensely bright, illuminating the entire courtyard. Rohan and Hangyul shield their eyes as the mana begins to swirl in a mini cyclone. With a sudden, comical popping sound, a massive splash of pure water erupts from the bead. Chansu wipes the water from his face, looking down at the ground. In the middle of the puddle, a tiny, squishy blue droplet begins to wiggle. Out pops a perfectly cute, jelly-like blue water spirit with a massive smile, letting out a happy squeak. Chansu's jaw drops. Meanwhile, back at the temple, the senior elder is pointing at a whiteboard detailing their plans: conciliate, threaten, stall, and hero-making, telling his staff to memorize them well. This is the end of chapter 24. We start with a sunset view over our guy's farm, where a wild, squishy blue jelly appears. And by wild, I mean it literally just launched itself into the air like a launched water balloon. Chansu is just standing there questioning his entire life. The system promised him a legendary, high-tier water spirit, and instead, he got a budget Dragon Quest mascot. He asks Park Hangyul if all water spirits look like a liquid stress ball, but even the expert on chastity looks completely lost. Chansu decides to give it the classic poke test. He gently taps its head, and the little blue blob responds with a face that could instantly cure clinical depression. And then, out of absolutely nowhere, tiny, stubby hands pop out. Our guy and Hamdall are both physically traumatized by how cute this is. Chansu asks if this thing can actually talk, crouching down to negotiate with the liquid marble. The slime just wiggles its body in response, radiating pure head-empty energy. Hangyul congratulates him anyway because taming spirits is supposed to be hard, but Chansu knows he just hit the ultimate jackpot for his crop irrigation. Suddenly, the local poultry and pork department arrives to inspect the new hire. Ari wants to know who the new guy is, while Doji demand they greet the goddess first. Chansu smiles, realizing his bizarre collection of farm animals is growing by the day. He officially introduces the water spirit to the group, and the wiggling blue blob just stares back at the tiny chicken piglet. Chansu realizes he hasn't even named his new mobile sprinkler yet. While he is pondering, a very familiar heavy black boot steps into the frame. Rohan, who has been lurking in the trees like a maroon-haired sleep demon, suggests naming it Squishrit. The collective silence in the room is deafening. Even the baby pig looks disappointed by Rohan's lack of naming skills. Chansu clears his throat and suggests Spring instead, which Hangyul thinks is incredibly poetic and deep. Our guy just rolls with it, claiming it represents the season of blooming, even though his actual thought process was just shortening the word sprinkler. He tells Spring to take care of them while Rohan stands in the background looking slightly offended that his terrible name got rejected. But before they can test Spring's actual hydropowers, a very distinct structural rumble echoes through the air. Yep, the collective stomachs of the entire farm mascot army are currently playing a symphony of starvation. Chansu looks at Hangyul and offers to cook up a massive dinner since it is already sunset. He tells everyone to get ready because the chef of abundance is about to go to work. He ties on his dark protective apron and fires up the portable stove with a massive blaze. Then, he starts kneading a giant chunk of dough on the prep table like a seasoned professional. He gets a pot of high-purity water boiling, preparing to make some fresh, handmade noodles. Hangyul peers over, highly intrigued by the culinary prep, while Chansu keeps the final menu a secret. And now, it is time to bring out the premium kitchen equipment. Our guy grabs an Emperor apple and tosses it directly at Earth's strongest S-rank hunter. Rohan catches the apple with one hand while Chansu launches the massive sheet of dough right into the air. Rohan draws his legendary longsword and unleashes a flurry of high-speed sword slashes that literally cuts the dough into perfect uniform noodle strands mid-air. Chansu catches the freshly cut noodles on a plate, casually thanking his billion-one-a-month tenant and promising him 2 apples next time. Hangyul's jaw has completely detached from his skull. He cannot comprehend using a world-class swordmaster as a pasta maker. Our guy just whistles, tossing the noodles into the pan with a massive flash of blue fire because utility is utility, no matter the S-rank rating. A few minutes later, the main course is served under a canopy of glowing golden manna light. The table is an absolute feast of potato noodle pasta, potato pancakes, candied sweet potatoes, braised tofu, and a giant apple pie. Hangyul takes one bite and looks like he is about to convert his entire faith to the religion of potato pasta. He regrets every single meal he ever missed on this farm, while Chansu tells him to take his time since there is plenty of food. Meanwhile, the animal table is absolute chaos. Doji and the goddess are inhaling their food with zero table manners. Our guy notices Rohan sitting in the corner, happily munching on a pastry that is basically 98% pure emperor apple content. Chansu looks down at Spring and decides to feed it the classic way, channeling a stream of pure, glowing green abundance blessings. But Spring just wiggles backwards, completely ignoring the divine power-up. It starts jumping up and down next to the dinner table like a toddler begging for a snack. Chansu realizes this weird water spirit actually prefers solid high-calorie carbs over abstract holy energy. He pulls out a fresh, glittering red emperor apple and places it on the ground. Spring immediately glides over, placing its squishy body on top of the giant fruit. And then, it literally begins to absorb the apple, turning slightly reddish as the high-purity mana dissolves inside its body. A massive burst of magical pink fireworks erupts from the slime. Chansu is stunned that a single piece of fruit caused a literal cosmetic evolution. He laughs, telling Spring they have warehouses full of these, so it can eat as much as its liquid stomach can handle. Spring jumps into the air, wiggling its body until it literally reshapes itself into a glowing blue star. A quiet, peaceful night passes over the farm, but on a farm like this, peace usually lasts about 12 seconds. The next morning, Chansu is walking through his territory when he notices something off about the terrain. A perfectly cleared, clean dirt path has suddenly appeared in the middle of the dense forest. Kim Yunyuk runs out of the bushes with a massive, sparkling smile, proudly announcing they cleared a road for the boss's convenience. Behind him, the entire labor force of skeletons and zombie giants are working like high-efficiency construction workers under the morning sun. Chansu sweat drops, realizing his prisoners of war are currently showing more corporate enthusiasm than most actual employees on Earth. Yunyuk spots the wiggling blue blob in Chansu's hands and asks if this is a new farm helper. The skeleton workers and human laborers gather around, instantly falling in love with how incredibly cute the new water spirit is. Yunyuk immediately snaps back into manager mode, screaming at the skeletons to get back to work while Night Sky rolls around in the grass nearby. Chansu sits down, deciding this is the perfect open area to finally test Spring's actual irrigation capabilities. He places Spring on the ground and asks it to show them what kind of water manipulation it can do. Spring wiggles over to a nearby green water channel, preparing to draw from the local supply. With a tiny squeak, it launches a beautiful, clean geyser of water into the air, creating a flawless rainbow over the clearing. The entire crowd of skeletons and workers erupts into enthusiastic applause. Spring is wiggling its little body with absolute pride. But then, Spring gets a little too enthusiastic. It draws a massive, towering tidal wave of water that could easily swamp a small village. Chansu realizes the water volume is way too big and tries to stop it, pointing toward the edge of the clearing. But it's too late. The massive wall of water is directed straight toward the quiet corner where Night Sky is peacefully licking her paws. The cat's eyes go instantly sharp. If there is one thing a world-ending calamity monster hates more than anything, it is getting wet. With a single, lightning-fast swipe of her claws, Night Sky releases a dark slash that literally splits the entire tidal wave cleanly in half. The water splashes harmlessly around her, while Chansu and Spring stand there, absolutely frozen in pure terror. Night Sky lands gracefully on the ground, radiating an aura of cold, black menace. She steps slowly towards Spring, and the poor little slime is currently crying, wiggling, and begging for its liquid life. Chansu scoops up the trembling slime, reminding it that while the cat is usually gentle, she is a literal disaster-class beast when angry. He looks back and sees Night Sky sitting in the shadow of the trees, her eyes glowing with absolute fury. Our guy immediately dismisses the entire work crew, running away with the cat in one hand and the terrified slime on his head. To appease the angry feline, Chansu takes her to his premium, point-boosted natural catnip field, and just like that, the world-ending threat is completely pacified. Night Sky is rolling on her back, high on premium agriculture. Chansu collapses on the ground, letting out a massive sigh of relief that he managed to prevent a domestic animal war. He asks Spring to make him some simple drinking water to cool down after all that stress. Spring happily obliges, but as Chansu is about to drink, a sudden piercing system warning echoes in his mind. The system windows start glittering glitching out violently, flashing corrupted red warnings about losing ownership of his coordinate blocks. Chansu is completely stunned. The system is breaking down, and before he can process it, Night Sky suddenly leaps right at him. She grabs onto his shirt, her claws digging in as she stares up at him with wild, frantic eyes. She lets out a loud, aggressive roar, baring her sharp fangs directly at his face. And then, she literally bites down on his arm, her teeth sinking into his flesh as Chansu lets out a muffled cry of pain and confusion. In that exact moment, the glitching system screen turns blood red. A massive wave of critical warnings floods his vision, announcing the permanent loss of ownership of multiple vital blocks. The entrances to those blocks are being sealed shut. Chansu looks down at the black cat in his arms, his mind racing with a terrifying thought. Did this cat just betray him after all the unlimited premium catnip he cultivated for her? He remembers her walking into his territory, a dangerous creature he welcomed with open arms and fed every single day. He looks toward the massive, beautiful catnip garden he built specifically to keep her happy and safe. Tears stream down his face as he holds the cat, completely heartbroken that his ultimate defense system just turned on him. But Night Sky just closes her eyes, letting out a soft, pleased purr as if she didn't just trigger a massive territorial crisis. Hashtag Chapter 26. We open with our guy staring at his beautiful, empty catnip world, his heart completely shattered into tiny pieces. He is crying real tears, holding Night Sky up and screaming about betrayal after all the time and resources he spent on her. The cat just wiggles her tongue, looking incredibly smug and completely unbothered by his dramatic breakdown. She hops out of his arms, landing gracefully on the dirt road and walking away with a very casual meow. She does a lazy stretch in the grass, while Chansu stands there with his hands shaking, trying to process the absolute audacity of this feline. He takes a deep breath, telling himself to calm down because there has to be a logical reason behind her weird behavior. He knows Night Sky is highly intelligent, so she wouldn't just randomly trigger a territorial glitch without cause. He opens his system window and notices that while he did lose ownership of those specific blocks, the chaotic glitching has finally stopped. Suddenly, Park Hang-yeol walks up, noticing the incredibly gloomy, dark aura radiating from our guy's back. He nervously asks if something is wrong, and Chansu turns around looking like a hollow soul who has seen the absolute end of the world. Hang-yeol explains that the surrounding blocks are currently experiencing a highly dangerous phenomenon. Apparently, further down the path, the skeleton workers and zombie giants were suddenly attacked by an unseen, terrifying force. Hang-yeol's eyes widen as he mentions a specific name, the occupancy parasite. Chansu has never heard of this before, and Hang-yeol reveals it is actually one of the 7 great calamities operating on the exact same danger level as Night Sky. Hang-yeol is shocked that Chansu doesn't know about this, asking if he has been living under a literal rock his entire life. He pulls up a magical diagram to explain how this viral disaster actually works. If a single coordinate block is infected by the parasite, any player who purchases the occupancy rights for that block is instantly infected as well. And the moment that infected player touches another block, the parasite spreads to that territory, creating an infinite loop of systemic decay. Spring and Hamdall peek out from the side, highly invested in the presentation, while Hang-yeol explains that the virus remains completely hidden from standard detection. By the time a player actually notices something is wrong, their entire territory is already compromised, just like what almost happened to Chansu. Chansu asks what actually happens to a coordinate block once it gets fully eaten by the parasite. Hang-yeol's expression goes dead serious. The block completely loses all its functions, all buffs and debuffs are deleted, and the spatial entrances are permanently sealed. Even blocks that were previously owned will become instant infection zones the moment a registered player steps foot inside them. Chansu looks at his system screen, realizing that out of his 100 blocks, only those specific 10 near the border were lost. He looks down at Spring and Hamdall, a sudden realization hitting him like a freight train. Night Sky didn't betray him. She saw the parasite spreading and literally ate the infected block rights to amputate the disease before it could reach the main farm. He runs over to the cat, immediately showering her with a massive burst of green abundance blessings to show his gratitude. But then, the emotional weight of losing 10 prime coordinate blocks hits him, and he starts crying over the massive waste of resources. He remembers that those specific blocks were right adjacent to the bustling city center, where other major factions were already setting up camp. Chansu asks if there is a way to cure this virus, like a cosmic dewormer, but Hang-yeol just stares at him like he's crazy. Hang-yeol admits there might be historical records of dealing with it, but nothing is currently known for certain in this era. He warns that movement between different territories is going to become heavily restricted from now on. Suddenly, Hamdall starts pulling violently on Chansu's shirt collar, squeaking in absolute panic. The little hamster has a terrified expression, wiggling his paws toward the main temple coordinates. Chansu's eyes go completely wide as a cold dread washes over him. He realizes that if the parasite is active at the borders, his main base where the goddess and the other mascots are resting might be in immediate danger. Meanwhile, back at the beautiful white columns of the main temple, a warm sun is shining over the courtyard. The ginseng goddess is sitting on a blanket, quietly wondering if her hardworking apostle is doing well. Doji and Ari are resting next to her. But Ari is currently in a terrible mood, complaining that instead of focusing on his divine duties, the MC is off raising some random black cat in the next block. The little chick's eyes glow with fiery rage as he vows to give Chansu a massive piece of his mind the moment he returns. Suddenly, a massive deafening crack echoes from the sky above the courtyard. The mascots freeze. The space above them is literally splintering like fragile glass, revealing a dark, swirling purple void. Ari's tiny face goes completely pale as he stares up at the dimensional rupture. A thick, dark purple cloud of mana pours out of the crack, and a voice from the void whispers about a delicious smell nearby. Doji's eyes light up with food emojis, but Ari aggressively slaps him, screaming that the creepy monster is talking about eating them. A dark, fiery red portal entity starts pushing its way through the rift, laughing menacingly at the helpless prey below. But our divine poultry and pork department are not about to back down. They step forward, shouting threats at the intruding calamity. The goddess tries to scream at them to run because this thing is way beyond their current power level, but a massive roaring column of bright yellow fire suddenly erupts from the ground. Doji's cute pink body begins to warp, transforming into a massive, terrifying shadow with giant tusks and red eyes. In a flash of blinding light, Doji morphs into a monstrous ancient war boar, while Ari ascends as a majestic, flaming golden phoenix. They launch themselves directly at the spatial crack, determined to protect their home base and the helpless goddess. But before they can even make impact, the dark purple void monster unleashes a massive, crushing shockwave of raw gravity. Ari tries to execute a legendary fire tornado kick, but the sheer power of the parasite's domain is too overwhelming. A massive purple explosion tears through the sky, completely shattering their divine forms in a single strike. The giant boar and majestic phoenix are instantly reverted back into a chubby pink piglet and a fluffy baby chick, face planting hard into the dirt. The goddess runs over in a panic, her tiny wooden hands shaking as she checks on her defeated retainers. The dark purple spatial rifts start expanding rapidly, surrounding them on all sides. The spatial boundaries are shattering like glass, and the parasite is about to consume the entire temple courtyard. The goddess closes her eyes, realizing she has no choice. She decides to sacrifice all of Chansu's hard-earned farm points to summon emergency divine aid. But before she can press the button, a massive, familiar dark figure leaps right past her at blinding speed. It is Rohan. He slides low to the ground, his longsword already drawn and radiating a massive, brilliant white aura. The goddess's jaw drops as she is blown back by the sheer wind pressure of his entrance. With a cold, indifferent expression, Rohan leaps high into the air, executing a flawless vertical sword slash that cleanly cuts the dimensional rift in half. The entire parasite portal erupts in a massive, blinding white explosion, completely neutralizing the spatial threat. The corrupted purple mana dissipates into harmless green particles, scattering over the lush green trees. The sky above the temple clears up instantly, returning to a beautiful, crisp blue. The goddess slowly opens her eyes, looking up at the maroon-haired warrior in absolute awe. Rohan sheathes his massive sword with a sharp click, standing tall against the bright morning sky. The goddess realizes this legendary human swordsman just saved their entire faction from being permanently sealed away. Rohan turns around and walks toward them, executing a very formal, respectful bow directly to the tiny ginseng root. The goddess is completely confused as Rohan quietly sits down on the ground, reaching into his pocket. He pulls out a fresh, giant red emperor apple and places it right in front of the hungry mascots. Doji immediately wakes up from his coma, drooling over the delicious smell, while Ari tries to maintain his pride and warn them about the monster. But the piglet is already happily munching on apple slices, completely forgetting that he was almost a menu item for a dimensional parasite. The goddess smiles, telling Ari that since this powerful swordsman is a friend of Chansu, he must be an incredibly good person. Suddenly, a massive cloud of dust kicks up from the distance as a very frantic figure comes sprint charging into the courtyard. Chansu runs in, gasping for air and desperately screaming to see if everyone is okay. Ari immediately hops up, shouting that they are definitely not okay and calling Chansu an evil, neglectful jerk for leaving them. The baby chick continues to stomp on Chansu's shoe while Doji is in the background, completely comatose in food bliss with his stomach full of premium apple. Chansu looks over at Rohan. a soft, genuine smile appearing on his face as he realizes what happened. He bows deeply, thanking Rohan from the bottom of his heart for protecting his family. Rohan casually takes a massive bite out of his own apple, claiming the dimensional rift was just in his way, so he decided to cut it down. Chansu sighs with relief, glad that the immediate threat is gone and the block is safe, but Rohan stops chewing. He looks down at Chansu with a cold, piercing gaze, asking him if he actually thinks this is over. Rohan's eyes narrow as he delivers a chilling warning. The occupancy parasite has officially marked this territory, and much larger swarms will continue to invade from now on. So Rohan just dropped a massive reality check on our guy. Slicing through a rift doesn't mean the crisis is over. He explains that he only severed a tiny branch of a much larger, uglier root, and behind the portal he saw an endless nest of creeping bugs. He calls it the Mother, essentially a queen ant controlling the entire parasite swarm from the shadows. Hangyul chimes in, explaining that since these parasites don't just self-replicate out of thin air, there has to be a central coordinate entity managing the hive mind. But the real question is why they targeted this specific block. It is because Chansu built a holy temple here, making it a high-value coordinate the hive wants to swallow whole. Our guy pulls up his green system screen, confirming that his core ownership rights are still intact, but he knows he is basically living on a ticking time bomb. Rohan looks at him and asks what the plan is, because as strong as his sword is, he can't fight a microscopic virus with raw physical slashes. Behind them, the entire cute mascot defense squad is crying and hugging each other in pure terror. Chansu looks at his trembling ginseng root and his tiny animals, his expression instantly hardening. He declares that they are going to protect this place, which is a great main character moment, until Hangyul asks the awkward question of how they actually plan to do that. Our guy doesn't even flinch. He casually tells them that if the system doesn't sell a dewormer, he'll just brew one himself. Hangyul looks completely bewildered, but Chansu reminds him that he is the literal apostle of abundance. He has spent weeks manipulating plant biology, compounding nutrients, and boosting the base properties of his crops to create world-class stamina drinks. He knows there are natural anti-parasitic wild plants growing in the West Block, and he can use his compounding skills to refine them into a high-potency cure. Rohan just stands there, silently eating his apple, completely letting Chansu cook up this insane chemistry plan. A few days later, we cut to a dense, quiet forest coordinate on the edge of the territory. Hangyul is nervously following Chansu, questioning if they really needed to hike all the way out to an active infection zone. Our guy explains that if things go south, he doesn't want the side effects ruining his temple, plus an active infection zone is the perfect live testing ground for his prototype. He swings his dark backpack around to pull out his experimental gear. Hangyul asks if he actually brought the completed dewormer medicine with him. Chansu says yes and unzips the bag, only for Hamdal to pop his cute little head out with a happy squeak. Our guy sighs, lecturing the tiny hamster for sneaking into a highly dangerous biological hazard zone. Hamdal just lets out a tiny sneeze, and Chansu immediately melts, telling him to at least stick close to his shoulder so he doesn't get trampled. Fortunately, the actual medicine is safely packed inside a small glass vial filled with tiny brown pills. To start the experiment, Chansu pulls up his system screen to buy back the ownership rights of the infected block. He completes the purchase, immediately feeling the corruptive, static pressure of the parasite trying to take hold of his status. He notes that on paper, everything looks normal, meaning the parasite operates like an asymptomatic biological weapon that only shows its face when it's too late. Our guy looks at Hangyul, joking that the bugs wouldn't have just packed up and moved to another coordinate, right? To trigger the test, he pours 2 of the prototype dewormer pills into his hand. He swallows them, and immediately his status bar flashes with a chaotic green static as the abundance energy collides with the infection. He smiles, letting out a breath as the static settles, confirming that the initial biological reaction was a success. Now, it is time for the environmental test. He pulls out a set of wooden incense stakes and drives them into the dirt. He lights them up with a lighter, and Hangyul nervously asks if he is burning a bit too much of that highly concentrated herbal smoke. Chansu tells him that if they are going to do pest control, they need to be absolute perfectionists, letting the thick white smoke blanket the entire clearing. As they wait, Hangyul's eyes drift down to Chansu's waist, noticing a strange metallic hilt he has never seen before. Our guy proudly draws the weapon, revealing a flexible whip-like steel blade he received as a custom reward from the alchemy faction. It is a shape-shifting sword that allows him to twist its trajectory in real time. The durability is absolute garbage, but for Chansu, it's a perfect fit. Since his signature combat skill Nudge Behead N cleanly severs the neck anyway, a flexible, curved blade makes hitting charging targets incredibly easy. Suddenly, a massive, swirling purple rift cracks open right in front of them, reacting violently to the burning herbal smoke. the space splinters, and Chansu grips his flexible blade, preparing for the first wave of parasite monsters to pour out. A tiny, round, fluffy ball with stubby legs pops out of the portal. It lands on the ground with a soft thud, letting out a confused little squeak. Chansu lowers his sword, completely dumbfounded by this tiny, cute hairball that looks like a budget anime mascot. He asks Hangyul if calamities are supposed to look like fluffy lint balls, but even the seasoned priest has no idea what is going on. But the cuteness ends instantly as a massive, overflowing avalanche of the fluffy bugs begins to pour out of the portal. Our guy panics, realizing these round things don't have distinct necks or heads, meaning his Dudget Behead Eye target lock is completely useless against them. Hangyul's expression goes dead serious as he senses the massive accumulation of dark mana. He steps forward, unleashing a massive wave of golden holy light and telling Chansu to stand back. But before the light can hit them, the tiny fluff balls begin to fuse together, their bodies shifting into a massive segmented shell. A horrifying giant insect monster with rows of razor-sharp teeth and a long, wet tongue roars into the clearing. The giant beast charges straight at Chansu, and Hangyul screams at him to get out of the way. Our guy doesn't even blink. He raises his flexible sword, and the green system text flashes, activating his signature Nubble Behead 9 skill. The white holographic target line locks cleanly onto the giant insect's segmented neck. With a single, fluid strike, Chansu whips the flexible blade through the air, cleanly slicing the giant monster's head off. He doesn't even stop to watch it fall, immediately sprinting into the dense forest as more mutated bugs pour out of the trees. His eyes go cold, calculating the path of every single target in real time. He whips his flexible sword in a massive sweeping crescent arc, turning the entire swarm into clean slices of bug meat. He lands gracefully, noting that since his fight with the immortal boss, his raw muscle memory has grown incredibly sharp. Hangyul is standing in the background, completely sweating at the sheer, terrifying speed of this farmer. Suddenly, Hangyul gasps, pointing toward the fallen remains of the swarm. A stray fluffball leaps out of the bushes, splatting directly onto Hangyul's face like a wet piece of dough. Chansu turns around, casually telling the priest to protect Hamdal while noting that the bugs have suddenly grown distinct heads. He activates Chance Moss Beheading with a massive grin, and Hangyul cradles Hamdal, praying that Chansu never decides to turn his terrifying blade on humanity. The green crescent wind slices through the remaining monsters, turning the entire swarm into dissolving black ash. Chansu collapses onto the grass, letting out a massive, exhausted sigh as the adrenaline finally fades. Hangyul approaches him, offering a shaky compliment for his absurd combat performance. They watch as the purple portal slowly shrinks and disappears, but Chansu's expression isn't happy. The queen entity didn't show her face, meaning his prototype dewormer smoke wasn't potent enough to drag her out of the rift. Hangyul walks over to a nearby rock, demonstrating a minor blast of holy energy and comparing Chansu's medicine to his own chastity training. It's functional, but it doesn't completely cure the root of the issue. Chansu hangs his head, disappointed that his first attempt at a perfect cure failed. Hangyul kneels down, placing Hamdal gently on the grass and telling Chansu not to be so hard on himself. He pats the exhausted farmer's head, pointing out that forcing a calamity rift to reveal its physical form is already an unprecedented scientific achievement. He tells Chansu to have a bit more confidence, especially since he already ordered a batch of stronger anti-parasitic plants from Earth. Our guy sits up, checking his watch and wondering why Hei Sujin is taking so long to deliver the new plant shipment. Right on cue, a very familiar, energetic voice echoes through the dense forest. Sujin comes running through the trees, waving her arms and apologizing for being late due to a massive backup at the coordinate transit gate. She greets Hangyul, while Chansu notices a quiet figure walking right behind her in the shadows. A neat dark shoe steps out of the brush, and Chansu tilts his head, asking who she brought along to the farm. The figure steps into the warm morning light, raising a hand with a very polite, familiar smile. It is a young researcher in a clean white lab coat and round glasses. She introduces herself as Edwin Paracel, and Hangyul's jaw completely drops as he mutters something about Chansu having a very weird family tree. Hashtag chapter 28. So we pick up right where we left off, with this eccentric researcher offering a very polite handshake. Edwin Paracel stands there looking like a model citizen of the scientific community. But Chansu's memory instantly flashes back to the water dungeon, remembering this exact person as the absolute lunatic who was running around trying to capture water spirits for corporate research. Our guy reluctantly shakes her hand, introduced as the Apostle of Abundance, while keeping his guard completely up. He asks what on earth brought an elite alchemy division employee all the way out to his coordinate block with Sujin. Sujin immediately raises her hands in a panic, claiming they just randomly ran into each other at the transit gate, and she has no idea what Edwin's actual motives are. Chansu narrows his eyes, sending a heavy, dark pressure toward the researcher, demanding to know her real business. Edwin doesn't even flinch under his gaze, proudly announcing that she came here to get hired by Abundance. Chansu is completely stunned, asking why an elite alchemist would abandon a massive corporate salary to work as a farmhand, and Edwin reveals she wants to study his unique water spirit slime. Our guy sweat drops, remembering that her academic zeal is bordering on actual psychological obsession. Edwin quickly tells him not to worry, showing off a heavy black briefcase containing the high-end pharmaceutical equipment he requested from her faction. Her face goes completely red as she starts panting, screaming that she couldn't bear to miss a single second of the legendary water spirit growing up. She mutters to herself about wanting to follow him the very first day, and Chansu notes that her responsibility rating just went up by exactly 1 point, mostly out of pity. But before he agrees to anything, Chansu asks a very serious question, wanting to make sure she isn't planning to inject his cute water spirit with weird experimental drugs. Hamdal is clinging to Chansu's neck, trembling in absolute horror as Chansu asks if she is going to dissect his precious slime. Edwin frantically denies it, promising that her research is strictly observational and ecological, and Chansu agrees to allow it as long as the slime itself is okay with it. Edwin's eyes literally turn into raging flames of excitement as she asks about the pay, shouting that she is willing to work entirely for simple room and board. Our guy looks at her suspiciously, wondering if anyone who offers to work for free in this capitalist economy has a massive, hidden ulterior motive, but he looks over at his backpack, realizing he has no choice but to take the risk. Developing a highly potent dewormer to clear the parasite is his absolute top priority right now, and having an elite alchemist on the payroll is too good to pass up. He tells her they will discuss the final details once they confirm the results of the research. Chansu turns to Sujin, asking if she brought the specific earth materials he requested for the compound. Sujin proudly pulls out a massive heavy gray sack, announcing she brought garlic, mugwort, and cloves. Chansu holds the smelly bag, and Hangul stands in the background wondering if their next opponent is a parasite or a literal vampire from earth folklore. Edwin asks what he plans to do with these smelly spices, and Chansu explains they are the base ingredients for his new ownership parasite dewormer. Edwin's jaw drops as she realizes they are actively trying to cure one of the 7 great calamities. Chansu asks if the research is going to be too difficult for her, and Edwin immediately pumps her fist, shouting that she is more than ready for the challenge. She brags about her analysis skills, while Sujin awkwardly steps forward, tapping Chansu's shoulder with a nervous expression. She pulls up a holographic screen, revealing an official invitation from the Temple of Chastity, claiming they want to formally apologize and cancel their certification revocation. Chansu asks if he can even enter the human realm right now, considering the parasite lockdown, and Sujin explains the official chastity invitation acts as a bypass pass. But when Chansu asks about the return trip, Sujin clenches her hands, admitting that getting back to the farm would be extremely difficult. Hangul flinches as she mentions sending an official return request to his faction. Our guy lets out a massive sigh, noting that the chastity elders are being unbelievably shameless by acting reasonable on the surface. He knows they are just trying to drag him into the human realm to delay his progress on the vitality tonic. Sujin looks down, her face filled with worry, thinking she brought him bad news. Chansu steps closer, telling her not to make that sad face, asking if she managed to gather any other rumors from Earth. Sujin blushes, letting out a soft, beautiful smile as she thanks him for his kindness. She reveals that rumors are spreading on Earth, claiming that owning or eating items from outside the human realm causes the parasite infection. Hangul guesses this smear campaign is the work of Chastity, but Sujin notes there are plenty of other corporate factions who want to crush Circulation's monopoly on Emperor Apples. Chansu says they need to move quickly before the public panic on Earth grows any larger. He tells Sujin he is going to bring Spring along, arranging to meet her at the West Block coordinates. He looks back with a sharp, determined glare, declaring that it is officially time for some serious pest control. We cut to the labor camp, where a skeleton worker's head literally flies off in shock. Edwin is standing there with a clipboard, screaming in scientific disbelief at what she is seeing. Chansu is holding our cute squishy blue slime, and Edwin notes that she has never seen a water spirit take a non-humanoid form. She rants about water spirits supposed to be elegant and human-like, while in the background, Yunyuk is violently shaking a lazy skeleton worker. Chansu asks if there are any scientific advantages to spring slime form, and Edwin pushes her glasses up as a complex mathematical formula appears behind her. She looks dead serious, declaring that the primary scientific advantage is that it is incredibly cute. Chansu sweat drops, presenting the wiggling slime to her and asking if it is okay with being observed. The slime lets out a happy squeak, and Edwin's face completely melts as she celebrates her official research approval. Chansu smiles, asking if they should discuss her actual employment contract now. He rejects her work-for-free offer, proudly declaring that as a fair boss, he is going to pay her minimum wage, which is exactly 1 Emperor Apple per day. Edwin stands there frozen. One emperor apple is worth 200,000 gold, meaning her minimum wage on this farm is higher than most corporate executive salaries on Earth. Chansu points toward the edge of the forest, telling her that since temple entry is forbidden, she will be staying near the labor camp. Edwin and Sujin look over, instantly screaming and hugging each other in terror as they spot a group of grinning skeleton workers holding baskets. The skeletons are actually very polite, whispering among themselves about the new human being a complete pushover who is easily surprised. Yunyuk raises a fist in the background, screaming at the lazy bones to get back to harvesting the crops. Edwin is trembling, crying about having to live in a literal graveyard of injustice. She begs Chansu to reconsider, claiming she is going to have nightmares every single night. Our guy just laughs, telling her she doesn't need to worry because every single undead worker here is officially hired and contracted by Abundance. He points toward the clearing, where Yunyuk is casually chatting with a muscular human farmhand under a beautiful rainbow, proving his staff are actually very friendly. Edwin sighs, realizing she has no choice but to accept her creepy accommodations when a soft rustle echoes in the grass behind her. She turns around, her eyes widening as she spots a very cute, chubby black cat walking toward her. She squeals with delight, kneeling down to pet the cute little friend to comfort her soul. Chansu and Sujin's faces go completely pale. They scream at her to wait, their bodies physically shaking with terror. Edwin looks back, confused, as a thick, dark purple static begins to rise from the cat's fur. Night Sky's eyes glow with a blinding white light as she lets out a terrifying echoing roar, her shadow expanding into a monstrous predator form. Edwin lets out a blood-curdling scream, running for her life as she realizes she just tried to cuddle one of the 7 great calamities. Chansu just smiles innocently, claiming the cat is actually very gentle as long as you don't touch her first, completely ignoring the fact that Edwin already touched her. Edwin collapses on the grass, crying and questioning what kind of absolute monster territory she just walked into. Night Sky sits in the background, casually licking her paw as a dark, menacing aura surrounds her. We cut to 15 days later, under a bright, blazing afternoon sun. A heavy boot lands on a branch, and Chansu draws his flexible whip-like sword in front of a swarm of creeping bugs. With a massive leap, he launches himself high into the sky, his flexible blade twisting into a perfect spiral trajectory. He tells Hamdall to hold on tight as he swoops down like a hawk. He spins midair, a bright flash of light reflecting off his curved steel blade. His eyes lock onto the swarm, his expression completely calm and focused. With a single massive sweep, he slices through the entire front line of the bug wave, turning them into dissolving black vapor. He lands smoothly on the grass, sheathing his sword with a sharp click. He notes that the West Block clearing is finally complete, and his status bar flashes with a green notification. The system announces that Block 35N 8E is now officially 100% owned by the faction of Abundance. We see a quick flashback of Edwin in her lab, ecstatically mixing bubbling green chemicals, declaring this dewormer is the masterpiece of her lifetime. Chansu stands in the clearing, preparing to activate the final block dewormer to secure the borders. But suddenly, a massive, deafening crack splits the air, and Chansu's eyes go wide. A giant, bleeding purple rift tears open in the sky, much larger than any portal they have seen before. A set of massive, segmented white insect legs push through the rift, tearing the spatial boundary apart with brute physical force. Chansu grips his shape-shifting sword, a cold, dangerous grin spreading across his face. He looks up as a giant, red-eyed, spider-like monstrosity crawls out of the void, and the system text flashes with a critical red warning. Queen Entity. A massive crimson rift tears open in the sky, revealing a cluster of terrifying stony white claws. Our guy stands directly beneath the tear, a confident, slightly unhinged grin spreading across his face as he welcomes his new target. A colossal, hairy, multi-legged nightmare with glowing crimson eyes crawls out of the void. The system screen confirms it is the Queen Specimen, a massive maternal entity capable of tearing through spatial barriers. Chansu analyzes her fuzzy exterior, realizing her thick hair is actively spitting out those tiny fluffy larvae. With a terrifying screech, the queen launches herself downward, bearing rows of jagged teeth. She hits the ground with an impact that literally shakes the entire forest clearing. She stands tall, towering over Chansu like a giant, hairy, multi-legged tank. Chansu leaps high into the air, aiming his flexible steel blade directly at her head. The green system screen flashes, activating his high-speed signature skill, Beleller's Mass Beheading N. He unleashes a massive, crescent-shaped wave of wind mana, aiming to slice the beast in half. But the queen twists her segmented body mid-air, dodging the lethal trajectory by a hair's breadth. Chansu's eyes go wide as he realizes a simple bug just outmaneuvered his zero-waste combat skill. The queen retaliates, slamming her heavy claws down and kicking up a massive cloud of dirt. Chansu slides under the shockwave, landing gracefully but realizing this disaster-class beast lives up to its title. He reaches into his shirt, pulling out a trembling, teary-eyed Hamdall. He tucks the tiny hamster safely into his pocket, telling him to rest while the adults handle the pest control. Hamdall squeaks, shaking like a leaf inside the fabric. The queen lunges again, her sharp claws splitting the air with terrifying speed. Chansu dodges, realizing Nunja's behead Nin is useless unless he can get a clean, direct line of sight on her actual neck. He grips his shape-shifting blade, deciding a head-on collision is the only way to break her guard. He sprints forward as the giant spider beast leaps into the air. The queen screeches, opening her massive maw to reveal a new trick. She spits out a massive barrage of fluffy larvae mid-air like a living artillery cannon. Our guy complains that calling a swarm of children to a 1v1 duel is absolute cheating. But then, he lets out a cold, calm smile. He sweeps his flexible sword in a massive spiraling circle, the blade twisting to cleanly slice through every single falling larva. The cut pieces dissolve into black ash, and Chansu keeps his momentum, charging right through the smoke. The queen senses the danger, her crimson eyes flickering as she tries to back away. She scrambles backward, attempting to escape through the closing purple rift. Chansu leaps high, declaring that it is way too late for her to turn tail and run. He brings his sword down with absolute force, the green target line locking onto her center. With a single thunderous slice, he splits the queen cleanly in two. The massive beast crashes to the ground, disintegrating into harmless gray dust as Chansu lands. He stands in the quiet forest, sheathing his flexible blade. He pulls open his pocket, happily telling Hamdall that the danger is officially over. Hamdall pops his head out, his eyes spinning in a complete daze from the high-speed pocket ride. Suddenly, a bright green system window pops up with an alert, "Unidentified points detected." Chansu stares at the screen, his expression going completely blank as the numbers start rolling. The queen dropped more points than even the legendary Oni boss, and Chansu immediately grabs Hamdall, shaking him to make sure he isn't dreaming. He pinches his own cheek, realizing this massive point payout is absolute reality. The inner capitalist in his brain immediately starts plotting to build a literal parasite farm to harvest infinite points. But then, he gets a sudden reality check, remembering that farming a calamity is a terrible idea because insects adapt and evolve incredibly fast. He imagines a future where the parasites develop complete immunity to his dewormer, turning his peaceful farming life into a post-apocalyptic web novel. He shakes his head, deciding to stay cautious when a familiar voice calls out to him. Sujin comes running through the bushes, panting heavily as she delivers some urgent news from Earth. She asks if it's true that he has successfully developed a complete, functional cure for the parasites. Chansu is immediately suspicious, wondering who leaked his top-secret herbal research, and Sujin suspects the Temple of Chastity is behind the leak. Chansu shrugs, admitting he did just finish compounding both the edible and the smokable dewormer. Sujin pulls up a holographic coordinate map of the surrounding blocks, showing a massive cluster of glowing red infected territories. Our guy's sweat drops at the sheer amount of red, asking if someone deliberately spread the infection. Sujin looks surprised, asking how he managed to figure out the corporate conspiracy so quickly. She explains that whenever a great summoning expansion event is announced, greedy land speculators from Earth rush to grab blocks. Some idiots tried to use the parasite infection to silently sabotage and bury their competition, but the virus mutated and backfired on them hard. She notes there is also a wild conspiracy theory floating around claiming the faction who developed the cure released the virus on purpose to sell the medicine. Chansu sweats, realizing that since his business strategy involves buying up and clearing infected blocks, he fits the description of the corporate villain perfectly. Sujin advises him that the best way to clear his name and make a massive profit is to just sell the dewormer to the public. Chansu agrees, sighing as he tells Hamdall that he should at least clear the coordinates within his own personal reach. We cut to a harsh, sandy desert coordinate block where a heavy metal helmet falls onto the dunes. A rugged, silver-haired knight clad in full-plate armor is gasping for air under the scorching sun. The system screen introduces him as the third-term apostle of violence, looking completely exhausted. His squad of armored soldiers are collapsed on the sand behind him, muttering about the absolute nightmare they just went through. The knight complains that the parasites looked incredibly cute when they were just tiny fluff balls. A female soldier with a shield remembers how they suddenly morphed into hideous, mouth-gaping insect monsters. The Apostle of Violence kicks a pile of bug shells, admitting they only survived because they smashed them before they could fully fuse. A soldier on the ground mentions a rumor that the creator of the herbal dewormer is actually Rohan's personal disciple. The knight grinds his teeth in fury, assuming this disciple balanced the difficulty of the bugs to suit S-rank combat standards. He opens his system shop screen, his fingers shaking as he prepares to write a review. He screams into the air, vowing to show the developer the absolute wrath of an angry, unsatisfied customer. Meanwhile, back at Chansu's peaceful forest farm, a skeleton worker is carrying a basket of giant garlic. Chansu is sitting in the shade, gently petting night sky, when a green notification chime rings. He smiles, noting that since they uploaded the dewormer to the online circulation shop, it's interesting to see customer reviews. He taps the screen to open the review board, while Doji and Spring watch from the side. Hamdall hops around happily, enjoying the peaceful farm vibe. Chansu reads through the feedback, confirming that the edible dewormer is getting great reviews for effectiveness. But then, his expression goes slightly stiff as he scrolls down to the reviews for the smokable incense version. The first 5-star review asks if this is hell mode for real. The second one simply states, "I almost died." The third reviewer claims the incense is a cheap trick to remove competitors. And then, he sees a review from a user named Quit Smoking Success titled, "Let's Succeed by Quitting Smoking." The review has 5 stars with the single comment, "Surprisingly tasty." Chansu's eyes go completely wide in pure, unadulterated confusion. He turns his head toward night sky, screaming to know why on earth humans are trying to eat a burning pesticide.
Chapter 30.
We open on a sandy beach coordinate, where waves are washing over a quiet shoreline. A mutated parasite insect suddenly leaps out of the bushes, charging at a lone knight. The Apostle of Violence swings a massive battle axe, cleanly splitting the monster in half. He collapses onto one knee, gasping for breath as the bug carcass dissolves into gray ash. He curses, looking completely drained of all physical energy. He stares at his shaking hands, realizing the issue isn't his stamina, but the severe withdrawal symptoms. He imagines a cool, sunglasses-wearing version of himself with a cigarette, sighing about why a legendary Apostle of Violence has to suffer like this. He pulls a crumpled pack from his chest pocket, telling himself he absolutely needs to quit. He drops the empty paper onto the sand, wondering if he should have saved at least one cigarette for the stress. He immediately snaps out of it, stomping the ground and shouting that his willpower is not that weak. He reaches into his leather pouch, pulling out one of Chansu's woody dewormer incense sticks. Out of pure spite and stress, he shoves the woody stick into his mouth and starts chewing, only to freeze as a pungent, tingly, nutty flavor explodes on his tongue. His eyes light up as he stares at the half-chewed wooden stick, wondering how much a single box of these cost. We cut back to Chansu's screen, where reviews from Quit Smoking Success and GoGo Quit Smoking are scrolling. Both users are praising the dewormer stick as an absolute god-tier aid for quitting tobacco, and Chansu is literally clutching his head, screaming about how a pesticide became a wellness product. Sujin comes flying through the forest portal, waving her hands and shouting Chansu's name. She asks if he saw the online reviews, ecstatically announcing that the dewormer is showing signs of becoming a massive global hit. She scoops up Night Sky, excitedly explaining that the sticks are currently trending on Earth not just for quitting tobacco, but as a culinary food spice. Chansu looks completely lost, arguing that while the ingredients are edible, nobody is supposed to eat burning incense. Sujin tells him he doesn't understand the market, pulling a fresh wooden stick from her pouch and telling him to just try one. Chansu reluctantly bites into the stick, chewing on the raw bark and realizing it actually tastes surprisingly good. A brilliant green aura of abundance surrounds him, confirming the double healthy abundance 9 passive is active, meaning the wood has 0 negative health effects. Sujin smiles, explaining that the tingly, pungent flavor perfectly satisfies the biological craving of tobacco smokers who are now chewing them like gum. Chansu sweat drops, pointing out that using a highly concentrated pesticide as a casual snack is still a massive safety hazard. Sujin gestures with her finger, asking him if he knows the basic demographic breakdown of the world's population. She explains that the original citizens of this dimension are called believers, who serve and worship the local gods. Apostles are humans dispatched from Earth, and regular citizens are the ones who got caught up in the recent parasite panic. When the corporate rumors spread, regular citizens panicked and bought massive crates of Chansu's dewormer to protect themselves. But since they didn't have active infections, they ended up with warehouses full of useless wood, so they decided to start burning it or chewing it for fun. Chansu asks if he can just enter the human realm to manage the distribution, but Sujin reminds him that the coordinate gates are still locked due to the quarantine. She admits that if he leaves the farm now, returning to his territory would be nearly impossible. Chansu clutches his face in absolute frustration, wondering why humans are so determined to ingest his pest control chemicals. Sujin adds that people on Earth are already processing the dewormer into chocolate bars and custom ice cream flavors. She shows him a sleek metal case filled with neatly cut thin wooden sticks designed for casual chewing. Chansu opens the case, realizing these mini sticks are way too small to attract or kill a real parasite. He asks how many of these tiny portions a person needs to burn to clear a block, and Sujin admits they only burn one at a time. Chansu's expression goes dead serious as he realizes the massive danger. If people burn weak, micro-dose portions of the dewormer, they will slowly expose the parasites without killing them, giving the bugs evolutionary immunity. Sujin smiles sheepishly, admitting that while the business is booming, they need to find a way to manage the consumption. Chansu sighs, looking down at Night Sky, Spring, and Hamdal, admitting he can't control how consumers use the product. He decides to split the product line, creating a separate, safe edible spice product for the food market, and he'll measure out the actual burning dewormer into smaller preset portions so people don't cut them down manually. He tells Sujin to strongly advise her retail partners not to alter the dosage of the burning incense. Sujin looks at him, asking if he is seriously worried about giant mutated bugs developing resistance to herbal wood. Chansu looks over at the clearing, where Edwin is running around in the background trying to catch Night Sky. He reminds her that these parasites are one of the 7 great calamities, and underestimating insect biology is how apocalypses start. He looks down, wondering if he is just being overly paranoid and negative about the situation. He's shuddering, wondering if his paranoia is the reason why the god of injustice is constantly stalking his status screen with recruitment spam. He looks over at his farmhands, where a skeleton is happily carrying a head-sized garlic bulb and a parasol-sized mugwort leaf. Yunyuk is struggling to lift a massive, log-sized clove of garlic, screaming in agony under the weight. Chansu notes that because he only focused on scaling up the chemical efficacy of the crops, his vegetables have mutated into grotesque giant monsters. He shudders at the sight of the giant crops, praying he never unlocks a Dudgic communication in skill because he doesn't want his vegetables calling him Big Brother like some anime tragedy. A dramatic, dark screen transitions with a single ominous thought, "I didn't know back then that my anxiety would be half right." A few days later, back in the sunny temple courtyard, Doji and Ari are watching Rohan train in the background. The ginseng goddess is running through the grass, happily calculating the massive point earnings from Chansu's recent dewormer sales. She stops, blushing as she tells herself she shouldn't think too highly of her greedy apostle. She worries that because Chansu is making so much money from combat, he is taking dangerous risks and fighting life-or-death battles. She watches him walk into the courtyard looking perfectly healthy and waving to her with a bright smile. She notes that he isn't neglecting the farming duties either, as the emperor apple trees are blooming beautifully. She decides his high efficiency is proof that she needs to grant him a new skill, while Ari and Doji try to sneak away. She calls out to them, and the tiny chicken piglet immediately frees, saluting her with absolute obedience. She announces she is going to grant Chansu a new skill choice, and Ari's eyes light up, hoping it is finally the translation skill. The goddess is nervous, worried that if a combat skill like Nudge Pest Control Nen appears, Chansu will abandon the farm to become a full-time slayer. Doji and Ari argue that Chansu is doing perfectly fine without combat skills, and he will definitely pick the utility option. The goddess smiles, agreeing that her wise apostle always makes the right choice for the farm. She tells them Chansu should be arriving soon, and they walk out together to greet him. They find Rohan standing in the forest path, looking back as Chansu approaches. Chansu walks in with Spring on his shoulder, waving happily and apologizing for being late due to clearing a distant coordinate block. He spots Rohan's serious expression and asks if something happened while he was gone. The goddess, Doji, and Ari run up to him, their eyes sparkling with absolute excitement. A green system window floats into the air, announcing that the skill pool is ready for selection. A massive pillar of emerald green light erupts from the goddess, projecting the choice menu in front of Chansu. The goddess prays for a peaceful, non-combat skill, and the screen reveals 2 options: Sextet Abundant Earth N and Sextet Communication N. She celebrates internally, noting that Sextet Abundant Earth N is a massive crop scaling skill Chansu has 0 practical use for right now. This means he has absolutely no choice but to pick Dejish Communication N, which will finally let them talk to each other. The goddess folds her wooden hands, looking up at him with absolute trust, while Chansu stands there with a very sweat-dropped, hesitant expression. Chansu stands in front of his system selection screen, debating his next major skill upgrade. Behind him, the ginseng goddess is holding her wooden hands together, praying to the heavens that her apostle finally picks Seksh Communication N. The screen presents 2 options: Seksh Abundant Earth and Jeksh Communication N. Chansu stares at the prompt, feeling like the system is desperately trying to force him to be friendly, while Rohan stands nearby munching on an apple. Our guy imagines a tragic future where an angry nature elf yells at him for mutating his crops into giant grotesque monsters if he gains the ability to speak with them. He decides he already has way too many things to worry about on this chaotic farm. He looks down at his mascots, assuming Doji is just begging for food and Ari is just nagging the piglet like always. He looks at Spring wiggling at his feet, assuming she is just wiggling for attention. And he assumes the ginseng goddess is just cheering him on to pick the agricultural buff. He notes that Hamdal probably agrees with his pure, logic-driven farming lifestyle anyway. So, with a giant, cheerful smile, our guy taps the screen. The system chimes, confirming he has officially acquired less abundant Earth N, and the goddess, Doji, and Ari instantly faceplant in absolute despair. Chansu completely ignores their dramatic collapse, turning to his squishy blue slime to offer her a fresh glass of water. Spring wiggles happily, launching a massive, playful geyser of water straight out of her mouth. The water hits the goddess directly in the face, leaving her and Ari completely soaked and traumatized. The wet ginseng root trembles in pure, unadulterated defeat, realizing they are officially doomed to a silent communication barrier forever. Chansu hands her a towel, casually wondering why his mythical servant beasts are growing up so slowly. He points out that it has been 3 months, and Ari is still a tiny, fluffy yellow chick. Doji is still a tiny pink piglet, and Chansu asks Rohan if servant beasts are just permanently locked in their baby forms. Rohan shrugs, having zero interest in animal biology, so Chansu decides to just test out his brand new skill. The green system window explains that Second's abundant Earth Min allows him to cast his divine blessings over long distances. He raises his hand, channeling a massive, swirling green stream of abundance magic. He shoots the energy toward a distant crop field, instantly fertilizing the soil. It works perfectly, but Rohan immediately steps in, demanding Chansu use that long-range magic to buff his personal apple tree next. Our guy's sweat drops, wondering how much bigger Rohan wants these already giant S-rank boosting apples to get. In the corner, the wet goddess is still crying, cursing her idiot apostle for picking a farming buff over her feelings. The next day, Chansu and Hangyul walk through the West Block coordinate, checking on their progress. Hangyul is deep in thought, while Chansu notes that the long-range fertilization skill is functional but slightly underwhelming. He was hoping for a skill that directly increases the germination rate of his rare seeds. In the background, the goddess's shadow looms, her eyes glowing with absolute fury. She screeches into the sky, calling him a complete brain-dead farming idiot. Unaware of her rage, Chansu stands with Hangyul near a giant tree, holding a small box of ingredients. He sighs, admitting that growing crops is easy, but achieving a perfect blend for his next major tonic is proving to be a massive headache. Hangyul explains that while his research score has been rising, he has officially hit another major wall. He pulls up a cute chart, showing that in academic terms, they are currently stuck at a grade C and need a massive breakthrough to reach a B. Chansu groans, realizing he is actually relying on literal botany wordplay to solve his complex chemical formulas. Hangyul's glasses gleam, and his expression suddenly goes incredibly unhinged. He asks Chansu if he has finally thought about utilizing the legendary Bei model from his adult magazines. He rants about her most impressive, highly artistic scene while a skeleton worker walks past holding a basket of garlic, looking deeply confused. Our guy's face turns bright red as he screams at the priest to use a filter when the innocent animal mascots are in the room. He crouches down, gently placing Hamdal on top of Spring's squishy head to block out the adult conversation. He notes that their current priority is avoiding any negative backlash from his high-tier status skills. They have made massive progress thanks to Edwin's research, but Chansu knows they need a new angle to perfect the virility potion. Hangyul asks if the other apostles of chastity are doing fine with the current medicine batch. But before Chansu can answer, his system screen flashes with a sudden, red-bordered coordinate alert. Chansu's face goes completely stiff, and Hangyul nervously asks why he suddenly has a long, terrified face. The system screen announces that Emus, the Apostle of Violence, is requesting immediate entry into Block 35N, 9E. A heavy, athletic shoe steps out of the forest path with a loud crunch. A colossal, muscular giant in a tight tank top and beanie walks into the clearing, towering over Chansu. The giant slowly reaches up, pulling his beanie off. He reveals an incredibly shiny, dazzlingly bald scalp with a fringe of orange-brown hair on the sides, introduced as Lee Minsu, fourth-term Apostle of Violence. He stares down at Chansu, asking if it's true that the Apostle of Abundance can make hair grow back. We cut to a quick flashback at the Snowy Branch Office of Violence, where Sujin is delivering crates of farm supplies. Minsu is laughing boisterously, thanking her for the high-quality deliveries, while Sujin tries not to laugh at his bald head. Minsu stops, looking closely at Sujin's face. He points out that her hair is looking incredibly glossy, thick, and luxurious lately. He asks if she has been eating some secret high-end beauty food, and Sujin nervously denies it. Minsu gets closer, telling her not to be so cold and hide things from a long-term business partner. He laughs loudly, reminding her of their exclusive, lucrative supply contracts. Sujin blushes, touching her hair and remembering that her friends on Earth said the exact same thing about her glowing skin. She recalls her friends teasing her about dating because she looks like she is taking such good care of her appearance, and in that exact moment, the inner merchant in Sujin's brain activates with massive dollar signs in her eyes. She realizes the beauty market has insane profit margins, so she leans in and whispers to Minsu that she has been eating Chansu's organic black beans. She remembers Chansu's other crops, the high-caffeine apples, the hangover tea, the dewormer spice. Every single thing this farmer grows has a dramatic god-tier effect. Minsu's expression goes completely dark as he realizes the Apostle of Abundance is a literal agricultural genius. He puts his hands on his hips, telling Sujin that if this farmer can solve his faction's long-standing curse, they are practically brothers. He admits that originally his faction planned to launch a massive coordinate invasion against Abundance for surrounding their territory. But now, he officially withdraws the war plans, declaring that an attack on Abundance is now an attack on the entire faction of Violence. However, his face goes dark as he clenches his fist, whispering that if Chansu's hair cure turns out to be a lie, he will personally pluck Chansu's head off. Sujin sweats, letting out a terrified laugh as she realizes she might have just sent a giant, violent army to Chansu's front door. We cut back to the present, where Minsu is standing in front of Chansu, clenching his fist. Chansu is screaming internally, remembering Sujin's cryptic, terrified apology text from earlier. He groans, realizing the rumors on Earth get blown out of proportion so fast that he can't even manage his own corporate public relations anymore. Minsu stares at him, asking if Chansu occupied all the surrounding blocks to slowly swallow up his faction's territory. Chansu raised his hands, arguing that he didn't even know their snowy village existed, but Minsu tells him it doesn't matter anymore. He declares that for the faction of Violence, the farmer who can cure their baldness is a literal savior. In the background, Hangyul is sitting on a log happily petting Hamdal while noting that the entire violent army was completely charmed by organic black beans. Spring and Hamdal watch from the side, wiggling in confusion at the dramatic muscle giant. Minsu leans down, his shadow completely covering Chansu as he delivers one final bone-chilling warning. He whispers that if this hair cure turns out to be a lie, Chansu will learn the true, painful meaning of violence. Our guy clutches his hair in absolute frustration, wondering why every single visitor to his farm is a complete, demanding lunatic. The screen transitions with a massive dramatic text, "I'm a farmer, not a doctor." We cut to a cute, chibi-sized Sujin standing in front of a white coordinate map with a pointer stick. She explains that the green blocks belong to Chansu, the red belongs to Violence, and the orange is still being occupied. She waves cheerfully, telling the viewers they will be back next week with more updates on Chansu's accidental turf war. Hashtag chapter 32. We pick up right where we left off, with Minsu looming over Chansu, delivering his dark hair-related threat. His golden eyes glow with pure S-rank fury as he warns Chansu about the consequences of lying. Night Sky sits in the grass nearby, completely unbothered while Chansu holds his head in absolute agony. The screen transitions back to the tragic history of Earth's collapse, when the human realm was ruined by dimensional portals. Desperate and driven to despair, many negative people were drafted into different divine factions, with compatibility being highly important. Those who harbored intense, burning rage within their hearts were drafted by the God of Fury. A brilliant, dazzlingly bright fate awaited these chosen warriors. We see a young rookie draftee with a full head of spiky hair screaming at his senior officer in absolute disbelief, because the dazzlingly bright fate literally meant their heads were fated to shine like a light bulb. The young rookie tears his hair out, crying that if he knew this, he would have picked the God of Injustice instead of being tempted by Fury's S-rank stats. A senior bald muscle giant pat his shoulder, advising him not to wear hats because the heat needs to escape. The rookie screams, shouting that looking pathetic is worse than death and he'd rather just shave his entire head. The senior officer pulls his cap down, looking stoic and dramatic. He reveals his completely bald, shiny head, explaining that using their rage-filled powers emits so much internal heat that their hair follicles are literally incinerated. Every single warrior of Fury went bald, proving that to become a true powerhouse, one must sacrifice their hair. It is a tragic, eternal crossroad. Do you protect your hair and remain a lower-tier apostle, or do you sacrifice your scalp to become a god of war? The snowy branch of Fury was a place where only the strongest, baldest warriors were drafted. Back in the present, Minsu puts his arm around Chansu, claiming they are practically brothers now, hoping Chansu has a solution. Chansu looks at him, sweating internally, having absolutely no clue how to cure cosmic, god-tier male pattern baldness. He notes that Minsu's sides and back survived, but the top of his head is a literal reflective mirror. He asks if Minsu tried visiting the faction since they are the premier experts in reviving dead things, but Minsu says they tried everything. Chansu lets out a nervous apology, feeling the dark, murderous aura of violence rising behind him. In the background, Hangyul is sitting on a log with Hamdal and Spring, wearing 3D glasses and eating popcorn like he is watching a movie. Chansu looks at his hand, wondering if his agricultural abundance blessings can actually work on a human scalp. He decides to test it on himself first, casting Munjmis Blessing of Abundance Minis directly onto his own head. A massive burst of green magic erupts, and Chansu's hair instantly grows into a long, luxurious, S-rank-worthy mane. Our guy is stunned that it actually worked, thinking this long hair might be useful when he wants to change his style. But as he runs his fingers through the long locks, he realizes this direct method is terrible. It costs a massive amount of valuable system points to cast directly on humans, making it highly inefficient for a mass scale. He turns back to Minsu, announcing he wants to try a different, more sustainable agricultural experiment. He lets out a polite, helpful smile, asking if Minsu is willing to be his next major test subject. Minsu immediately shoves his head into Chansu's face, telling him to do whatever he wants, while Chansu tells him to back off. Chansu raises his hand, channeling a soft, controlled glow of green abundance magic onto Minsu's shiny scalp. Minsu's face goes red as he shouts that his head is feeling incredibly hot, asking if the hair is sprouting. Chansu stops the magic, and Minsu touches his head, only to find it is still completely bald, smooth, and shiny. Chansu asks if his combat skills emit heat, and Minsu confirms the baldness is due to the extreme heat generated by his active powers. Our guy analyzes the problem, realizing that since Minsu's baldness is a side effect of a divine skill, it is biologically similar to Hangyul's chastity shutdown. Minsu looks at him, asking if Chansu can just plant hair like he plants rice seedlings, and Chansu snaps, telling him to go find a real doctor if he's going to talk nonsense. Chansu looks up at the sky, deciding to just do what he can with his current crop inventory. He realizes that if he can solve this baldness issue, it might lead to the ultimate breakthrough for his high-tier virility potion. We cut to Edwin in her lab, letting out a tired sigh as she writes on her digital tablet. She is doodling cute hearts and pictures of Spring's slime form, completely neglecting her actual scientific work. Chansu bursts into the lab with Spring on his head, screaming her name and startling the slacking researcher. Edwin quickly hides her tablet, turning around with a polite smile, while Chansu asks her for a massive scientific favor. He presents a bowl filled with organic walnuts and black beans, asking her to compound a mixture effective for hair loss. Edwin's eyes go sharp, her scientific passion activating as she aggressively tosses the ingredients into a pot, creating a massive puff of cooking smoke. A few minutes later, Chansu asks Spring to add a splash of high-purity water to the mixture. He sits on the grass, kneading the magical paste while Edwin watches with absolute anticipation. He rolls the paste, presenting a single glowing golden nutrient pill to Minsu. Minsu immediately snatches the pill, tossing it into his mouth and swallowing it in one gulp. He freezes, his face going pale as he screams that his head is tickling and he can feel the hair sprouting. He shakes his head in panic, and Chansu notes that while there is no visible hair yet, a massive cloud of steam is literally rising from his scalp. Chansu tells him they need to observe the progress over the next few days while he gathers stronger botanical ingredients. 2 days later, the forest clearing is filled with a loud, heavy, rhythmic stomping sound. Yunyuk is working in the bushes, freezing in absolute terror as he spots a massive army of muscle giants marching toward the farm. A group of heavily scarred, intensely muscular bald men step into the sunlight, their heads reflecting the noon sun like a row of S-rank high beams. The entire army drops to their knees, bowing before Chansu and screaming, "Please save us!" The sheer collective glare from their shiny bald heads is so blinding that Chansu has to block his eyes, shouting that it is way too bright. The Apostles of Fury shout that they have finally found the savior who can pioneer their harsh, hairless fate. Chansu sweat drops, telling them that even if they march here like this, his ordered earth plants haven't even arrived yet. But Minsu steps forward, proudly announcing that they already brought their own high-quality raw ingredients. He lists their local supply, organic brown rice, black sesame, green tea, and even premium mechaboo seaweed. He smiles confidently, while his bald lieutenant nods in agreement behind him. Chansu sighs, telling them to bring the ingredients over, and the entire army of muscle giants erupts in cheers, saluting their new boss. Chansu raises his hand, warning them that he can't promise a 100% cure, and he knows they wouldn't believe him anyway. But he promises to show them hope with his absolute best farming effort. The bald draftees are so deeply moved that they blush, shouting they are willing to do any manual labor for Apostle Chansu. Chansu lets out a cold, highly satisfied merchant grin, realizing he just secured a massive S-rank workforce of free manual labor. A few hours later, Chansu is wearing his dark apron, serving a massive feast to the muscular army under the evening sun. The table is filled with a custom point-boosted meal of black bean rice, seaweed soup, and roasted tofu blocks. Minsu takes a bite of the seaweed soup, completely stunned that Chansu managed to grow and harvest these crops in such a short time. In the background, Hangyol is happily eating, noting that this specific organic combination is also incredible for overall physical stamina. The muscle giants are stuffing their faces, crying over how incredibly delicious the abundance buffed food is. Chansu looks at them, sweat dropping as he realizes their steaming bald heads look exactly like a nest of ostrich eggs steaming while eating rice. Suddenly, a young soldier in the back freezes, a look of absolute horror crossing his face as he whispers that he is about to die. Chansu claps his hands, cheerfully telling them that if anyone wants second helpings, they should speak up comfortably. He smiles, thinking he needs to take good care of his new, highly efficient S-rank manual labor force. Suddenly, Minsu's eyes go completely wide. A literal shockwave of static electricity flashes through his brain. He grabs his head with both hands, his massive muscles trembling as he lets out a loud, emotional gasp. The other soldiers stop eating, staring at him in confusion, while Minsu starts crying real tears. He raises his hands to the sky, tears streaming down his face as he screams into the heavens that hair has officially sprouted on his shiny bald head. So, Minsu stands up, and the look on his face is pure, unadulterated shock. Our guy Chansu is just standing there wondering what could possibly go wrong now. The rest of the Gym Bro squad drops their spoons. They are looking at him like they just saw a ghost, or worse, a functional hairline. And then Minsu clutches his head, literally crying tears of absolute joy. The black bean diet actually worked, and tiny baby hairs have officially sprouted. The entire squad starts weeping. It is like a miracle occurred, and every single one of them suddenly has actual fuzz on their heads. Minsu grabs Chansu's hands, declaring that from this moment on, the factions of Abundance and Wrath are officially joined at the hip. Our guy is just trying to survive the sheer grip strength of a grateful musclehead. He is crying so hard his back is shaking, while Chansu stands there with his signature customer service smile. Realizing a home-cooked meal did what years of expensive clinical treatments couldn't do. But Chansu tells them to calm down because it is way too early to celebrate. Minsu looks up, utterly confused by why they should stop cheering. Chansu explains that the real issue is their skills. Every time they activate their wrath powers, the extreme body heat is just going to incinerate those poor hair roots all over again. To prove it, he tells them to spar right now. Minsu starts charging up his physical energy, and his head immediately starts glowing like a literal radiator. He swings, and the shockwave alone forces Chansu to guard his face. Even with the hair issue, these guys are absolute powerhouses in combat. Meanwhile, Park Hangyol is just chilling in the background, reminiscing about the days when he had that much energy. All while Chansu's skeleton crew is working hard on construction behind him. Chansu calls an end to the spar. Minsu is panting, desperately asking if his newly grown hair survived the heat. Chansu pulls out a hand mirror. Surprisingly, the fuzz is still holding on, but it was a close call. Chansu tells him to feel it for himself. Minsu looks absolutely terrified of touching his own head, like he might accidentally rub it off. Chansu asks him if he wants his head looking like a wildcat egg covered in black moss. Minsu looks like he just took emotional damage from that comparison. He slowly reaches up and touches his scalp, feeling the prickle of actual real hair. The realization hits him so hard he screams to the heavens, asking why the gods have tested him with such a cruel fate. Chansu thinks his dramatic reaction is a bit much. Our guy deadpans. While Minsu is crying on his knees, another muscle bro slowly approaches Chansu, asking if he can get a turn to touch the legendary hair. Chansu touches Minsu's head, but steam is literally rising off it. It is so hot, he immediately pulls his hand back. Chansu is shaking his hand, saying his scalp is so hot you could literally fry an egg on it. And yes, the author literally draws a chibi frying an egg on his head. He tells Minsu that growing hair in a volcanic zone like his head is a biological impossibility. Then, Chansu asks a very dangerous question. Does it actually have to be real human hair? He suggests using artificial hair, animal fur, or even plants that can survive high temperatures. Minsu immediately shuts down the idea with a flat, soul-crushing no. Minsu begs him, saying he wants to save his own actual hair no matter what. Chansu realizes he has no choice but to find a way to cool down their heads. Looking at the empty plates, Chansu tells them to keep eating the black beans to strengthen the roots. But first, he needs a volunteer for an experiment. Minsu asks what kind of experiment. Chansu explains they need to see if the hair holds up if they stop eating his special meals. The muscle guys immediately look away, whistling and dodging eye contact like students when the teacher asks for volunteers. Chansu smiles and says they can all just try the experiment together. The entire squad screams in sheer terror. They immediately form a circle to play rock, paper, scissors because nobody wants to lose their precious hair roots. They throw their hands down, yelling hair instead of shoot because the stakes have never been higher. One poor guy loses and drops to his knees, crying to the heavens. The sad truth is revealed. Without Chansu's abundant meals, the roots immediately lose their strength and die. So, Chansu is back to serving bowls of hair growth meals. They realize they have to constantly eat these specific crops, and Chansu keeps tweaking the recipe. But Chansu notices something interesting. Every time the hair grows back, it actually comes in thicker than before. Minsu's eyes light up. Though Chansu adds that when their heat spikes, it still pops off like popcorn. Minsu's hope is immediately deflated. Chansu walks away, muttering to himself that if they can grow it just a bit longer, some kind of cooling hair gel might actually solve the problem. Minsu looks at him with giant, sparkling chibi eyes, deeply touched that Chansu is taking their hair loss so seriously. To show his gratitude, Minsu invites Chansu to come check out their faction's block. Chansu, with Hamdal sitting on his shoulder, starts thinking about the business opportunities. Chansu asks if it's really okay for an outsider to visit. Hamdal just makes a happy little squeak. Minsu smiles, saying they are practically brothers now, and they will set up a portal entrance immediately. And just like that, we transition to the Wrath block. It is a freezing, snow-covered mountain range, and Chansu steps through the portal. Chansu, with Hamdal wearing a tiny winter hat, comments that the base isn't as massive as he expected. Minsu explains that only elite warriors can enter this specific branch. Looking at the massive icy peaks, Chansu guesses they use this block to mine rare resources. Minsu nods, saying the cold environment helps them train their skills much faster. Chansu wonders if they are using the freezing cold to offset the heat in their heads, but then he notices every single muscle head is wearing a thick beanie. They are clutching their hats tightly, looking cold but sweating at the same time. The natural cold is definitely not solving their hair issue. Minsu warns Chansu not to stare too much because they are highly sensitive about their beanies. Chansu quickly apologizes. Our guy realizes there are zero exceptions to the baldness curse in this faction. He needs to finish his cooling medicine as fast as possible. To change the subject, Chansu asks what actually grows on these frozen mountains. Minsu mentions a rare plant called snow ice grass, which possesses intense cold energy. Chansu's business brain immediately starts cooking. An herb with natural cold energy is exactly what he needs for his hair gel. Minsu, running through the snow, mentions that while it sells for a high price, it's useless to them. When they eat it, it actually weakens their skills, likely because the cold suppresses their wrath energy. We see the snow ice grass, and it is a beautiful glowing white flower blooming in the snow. Chansu asks to clarify if it is an actual plant and not some monster with a weird name. Minsu confirms it is just a plant. Our guy gets his signature greedy grin. Since it's a plant, his abundance skills can easily cultivate and maximize its power. He immediately starts planning to grow it on his farm, sell it for a premium, and use it as the main ingredient for the cooling gel. Hamdal is literally holding a money bag in Chansu's imagination. A few days later, we are back at the sunny Abundance Temple. Ari is screaming in confusion, wondering what the apostle is doing now. Doji is trying to hold Ari back, telling him to calm down, while the ginseng goddess looks on in her root form. We see Chansu working at a lab table with Edwin Paracel. Ari is losing his mind because Chansu brought yet another outsider into their sacred temple. Edwin looks over, asking why the chick is yelling. Chansu tells her the chick is named Ari and is just shy around new people. Chansu thinks to himself that Edwin is completely harmless since she only cares about studying spring. He just hopes Ari doesn't attack her. Ari is complaining that Chansu always does whatever he wants, but Chansu casually holds out a handful of black beans. And just like that, the prideful chicken and the piglet sprint toward him at Mach speed for the food. Edwin thanks Chansu for inviting her to the temple. Chansu says it's fine since they need to collaborate on this project anyway. She says they should hurry and finish the formula. Chansu starts squeezing out pure aloe gel into a beaker. Next, they add spring spirit water, peppermint, and a precise amount of eucalyptus before bringing the mixture to a boil. Finally, Chansu holds up the snow ice grass flower and adds it to the concoction. The beaker erupts in a bright glowing green light. The cooling hair gel is officially complete. Chansu thanks Edwin for her hard work. She tells him not to worry about it since researching rare plants is her literal dream job. Chansu praises Spring, the cute blue slime, for providing the high-quality spirit water. Spring makes an adorable happy face. Hamdal rubs against Chansu's face, demanding head pats too. Chansu chuckles and praises him as well. Rohan and Park Hang-yeol walk up to the table, noticing the finished green coolant. The ginseng goddess watches from behind a tree. Chansu hopes the gel actually works this time. Doji and Ari are sweating, wondering if the goddess is mad because only they got to eat the black beans earlier. Chansu says they should head over to the wrath block to test its effectiveness, but suddenly the goddess starts running toward him, crying out for her apostle. She literally chomps onto his shoe, weeping and asking where he is always running off to. Chansu looks down, completely shocked by her sudden outburst. He realizes she is genuinely worried and lonely because they haven't spent any quality time together lately. Chansu immediately scoops her up, telling the others to give him just a second. He holds the root goddess gently, looking at her with soft eyes. He leans down and starts whispering sweet, reassuring words directly to her. The goddess's cheeks flush bright pink. Chansu waves to her happily as he walks away, holding Hamdal and Spring, telling her he will be back soon. Rohan is casually eating an apple in the background, while Doji and Ari wonder why the goddess is suddenly acting so happy. The goddess waves goodbye energetically. She is completely in her own world because of what Chansu whispered to her. She is imagining Chansu saying she will always be his #1 goddess, surrounded by hearts and flowers. Our guy really knows how to manage his deity.
Chapter 30.
Meanwhile, back in the freezing wrath block, a whole line of muscle dudes and girls are meditating in the snow wearing nothing but tank tops. Chansu waves to them, announcing his arrival, and Minsu welcomes him back. Hamdal is sparkling on Chansu's shoulder, wearing his tiny red scarf. Chansu points out that their hair has actually grown quite a bit since his last visit. Minsu blushes, saying it is all thanks to Chansu's incredible meals. He eagerly asks if the cooling agent is ready. Chansu presents the green jar, asking if he wants to try the newly formulated hair gel. The surrounding muscleheads immediately turn around, their eyes glowing with intense, desperate energy. They can't believe they actually get to use hair gel like normal people. Chansu scoops some out and hands it over. Minsu carefully rubs the cool, smooth gel into his short spikes, and just like that, he styles his hair perfectly. He looks like a legitimate anime protagonist. He strikes a fabulous pose while the others cheer, calling him incredibly stylish. Chansu is just sweating in the background. To test the product, Minsu decides to activate his combat skills right now. His body heats up, and steam starts rising from his scalp as the wrath energy surges. Chansu quickly holds up his hand, telling him to stop right there before he goes too far. Chansu warns him that this hair gel is only a temporary stopgap, not a permanent solution. He explains that while his hair survived the heat, the gel itself completely evaporated. Chansu proposes a different approach. He suggests slathering the gel inside a beanie or bucket hat and wearing it during combat. Minsu thinks it's a brilliant idea and wants to test it in a spar immediately. We see the flashing effects of a high-speed spar. Chansu stands there looking incredibly deadpan, wondering if this ridiculous hat method is actually making a difference. But then, two muscle guys start literally wrestling over the gel-filled hat. One guy refuses to take it off out of fear, while the other yells at him to share the hair-protecting glory. The hat is violently ripped off his head. Chansu inspects his head, noting that his hair actually looks perfectly fine. Minsu sighs in massive relief, but then Chansu looks inside the bucket hat and points out a few loose hairs stuck to the gel. Minsu instantly slumps into a dark pit of absolute despair. Chansu tells him that if they are always holding back in fights out of fear of going bald, they will never survive a real battle. He says they need to find a way to literally grow the cold snow ice grass directly on their heads. Minsu screams that he absolutely refuses to walk around with grass growing out of his scalp. Chansu sighs, explaining that he obviously doesn't mean planting it into their actual skin. He suggests planting the grass onto their hats instead, showing off designs like a floral sun hat or a feather headdress. Minsu looks highly skeptical. Chansu even suggests a Roman helmet styled with cold grass, calling it the peak of ancient manly fashion. Minsu is not convinced. Minsu asks if they can even keep the snow ice grass alive on a hat when their body heat is so high. Chansu agrees that they need a way to protect the grass from the heat first. Another S-rank muscle bro steps up, mentioning a legendary plant called endothermic grass. We see a comparison. While snow ice grass emits cold, endothermic grass actually grows by actively absorbing surrounding heat. It only grows in incredibly dangerous high-temperature volcanic zones. The bro mentions that gathering it is nearly impossible right now because everyone is too busy dealing with the parasite outbreak. Chansu sweats, realizing his plan to sell dewormers actually diverted the entire local workforce. Chansu asks if he is absolutely sure this endothermic grass is a harvestable plant. The guy stammers a yes. Chansu gets a look of pure capitalistic determination. He yells that they are heading out on an expedition immediately. We transition back to the peaceful Abundance Temple under a beautiful clear sky. Hamdal is sitting in the corner, surrounded by dark lines of pure, adorable depression. Doji and Ari watch him. Ari asks what Hammy is doing there, while Doji wonders why Chansu left his favorite hamster behind with the goddess. Doji bumps Ari, suggesting that maybe Chansu and the goddess are secretly eating something delicious without them. Ari kicks him, calling him a greedy idiot. Ari runs over to the root goddess, asking if she is okay. She gently assures them she is fine. But she looks over at the depressed Hamdal, wondering just how dangerous Chansu's destination must be if he decided to leave his precious support pet behind for safety. She worries that her own anxiety is rubbing off on the little animals. She stands on a hill, reminding herself that Chansu's actions are all meant to restore the abundance faction, and she shouldn't have foolish doubts. She walks over to the sad hamster, calling his name. Hamdal looks up with teary eyes. She smiles warmly, telling him that the apostle will definitely bring him along on his next journey, so he shouldn't be sad. Hamdal immediately brightens up, squeaking happily. Ari and Doji watch from afar, glad the issue is resolved. Though Doji immediately ruins the moment by saying he wants to eat another apple. Meanwhile, we arrive at Block 42N, 8E. It is a literal volcanic wasteland with rivers of flowing lava. Chansu, Rohan, and the Muscle Bros look at the massive volcanic peak. Chansu smiles, saying he is glad they arrived without any major issues. Rohan and the Muscle Bros are whispering behind him. Chansu looks back, feeling a bit awkward. The bros are whispering about Rohan's legendary strength, but then they turn their eyes to Chansu. We see a quick flashback of Chansu cleanly slicing two massive lava snakes in half with his whip sword in a single, effortless motion. The muscle bros sweat, realizing they would have been absolutely obliterated if they had actually declared war on him. Chansu asks what they are talking about. They immediately wave their hands, shouting that it's nothing. Minsu mentions a rumor that the entire ecosystem of these blocks was altered by the seventh disaster, the typhoon. Chansu looks shocked to hear about such world-altering disasters. Minsu urges them to hurry before the actual typhoon winds pick up. Chansu notices Minsu is running while he is riding on something very unusual. Chansu is literally riding a mechanical spider-leg carriage created by his shape-shifting sword. Minsu asks in horror what that thing is. Chansu casually explains he was inspired by the Parasite Queen's movement style. Minsu sweats, saying he never imagined a legendary weapon could be used as a literal multi-legged wheelchair. Chansu tells him he simply lacks imagination as he zooms past them on his steel spider legs. Minsu yells that this has nothing to do with imagination. Suddenly, the volcanic ground shakes. Minsu warns everyone to prepare for an ambush. A shadow falls over them. Chansu looks up, spotting a massive bird. It is a giant, golden-eyed, predatory eagle swooping down. Chansu deadpans, noting that the eagles in this block are literally bald too. Chansu asks Minsu if he feels bad fighting his bald brothers. Minsu dumps a massive tub of hair gel onto his head, shouting that with his gel active, he has zero reason to avoid a fight. The giant eagle swoops down with sharp talons. Minsu leaps incredibly high into the air, landing directly on the eagle's back. He winds up a massive glowing fist of wrath energy. He slams his fist down, cratering the giant eagle straight into the solid rock with an explosive impact. The resulting wind blast is so strong, Chansu has to shield his eyes. Chansu walks over, thanking Minsu for handling the threat. But then he notices Minsu is carrying the dead eagle by its legs like a giant turkey and asks why he is bringing it along. Minsu explains that according to a legendary cookbook called Janjun's Culinary Secrets, these volcanic eagles are an absolute delicacy. Chansu is stunned to hear that name. As they walk, Minsu explains that the cookbook was left behind by a legendary gourmet and it actually contained the environmental details of this volcanic block. Rohan finds the concept of a legendary culinary guide fascinating. They reach the crest of the hill, and Rohan announces that they have officially arrived. Chansu and Minsu look ahead, their eyes widening. A massive field of glowing red spider lilies is blooming across the volcanic soil. This is the endothermic grass. Minsu comments that despite being next to a volcano, the air here is surprisingly cool. Chansu explains that the red grass is actively sucking all the heat out of the surrounding environment. Chansu rolls up his sleeves, saying they should harvest it quickly and head back to the lab to test the final design. We see a single beautiful red spider lily. The subsequent tests confirmed that while the endothermic grass absorbs massive amounts of heat, it doesn't provide any cooling by itself. We see the white snow ice grass, followed by 3 beautifully crafted headpieces, a laurel wreath, a flower crown, and a feather headdress. To cure the wrath curse, Chansu combined the heat-absorbing red grass with the cold-emitting white grass to create a revolutionary protective crown. Chansu carefully places a classic green laurel wreath onto Minsu's head. Chansu smiles, saying it looks incredibly fitting. Minsu looks highly unsure of his new look. Minsu complains that the leaf wreath looks a bit flimsy. Chansu's face immediately goes pitch black. Our guy gets right in his face, unleashing a massive, highly detailed rant about how the adhesive gel keeps the wreath perfectly secured, while the red leaves absorb his body heat, convert it into energy, and power the white leaves to emit a constant shield of freezing cold air. He asks how he could possibly call this peak engineering flimsy. Chansu aggressively flings a white and pink flower crown at him, telling him to wear this one instead if he is so unsatisfied. Minsu puts on the cute flower crown, and it literally starts sparkling. He happily cheers that this one is way better. Chansu looks incredibly annoyed, telling him to suit himself if he wants to fight with flowers on his head. Minsu turns to his squad, telling one of the muscle dudes to activate his full power to test the prototype. The guy screams, powering up his wrath energy to the absolute maximum. We get an extreme close-up of the flower crown. As his head heats up, the red flowers absorb the thermal energy, and the white flowers instantly freeze over, releasing a thick, protective mist of cold air over his scalp. The guy gasps, clutching his head in sheer disbelief. He bursts into tears of pure, overwhelming joy, screaming that his hair didn't fall out. The hair growth meta has officially been solved, and Chansu just secured a permanent, loyal army of muscleheads. So, the newly engineered cooling flower crown officially flares to life, and the sheer frost magic immediately hits our guy Minsu right in the scalp. This man lets out a scream of pure, unadulterated joy because his newly grown hair actually survived the elemental feedback of his own wrath powers. He places his hand over his heart with the dramatic intensity of a theater kid who just landed the lead role, swearing that the faction of Wrath will never forget this life-saving hair grace. Our guy Chansu is just standing there with a face that says, "I really just wanted a stable labor force, please stop looking at me like I am your personal god." The entire squad of muscleheads drops to their knees in the snow, pledging to act as Chansu's personal shield and crush any enemy that dares step onto his lawn. Minsu is literally tearing up with gratitude, while Chansu rubs his neck and offers a very strained, customer service-approved congratulations. He is screaming internally because having an army of giant gym bros pledge their eternal loyalty over a hair care product feels slightly hasty. Minsu straight up asks if he can call him elder brother, which Chansu immediately tries to dodge, though he has to admit that having this much muscle on his payroll is a massive win. He starts imagining a whole line of custom headwear designs, from leaf beanies to a full Native American headdress, because his capitalistic brain never stops cooking. But then the system's strict lore rules ruin his plans for a fashion empire. These cooling hats are classified as sacred items permitted only to the elite warriors of the faction. So instead, Chansu pivots his business strategy to mass producing the cooling gel, hairsprays, and hairpins for the casual market. Our guy walks through his orchard with a very smug, punchable grin while Hamdall squeaks happily on his shoulder. The profit margins are looking absolutely beautiful. And thanks to his new alliance, he has a massive free labor force of muscle bros and skeleton workers carrying giant aloe leaves and digging his fields under his direct supervision. All Chansu has to do is stand there and activate his abundance blessings to instantly grow the crops, while Minsu watches in absolute awe at the raw point cost of it all. Chansu explains that because his crops are so vital, the system gives him a massive point-back reward for making things abundant. Minsu asks if he literally gets points just for growing hair. Minsu notes that Chansu still spends points like a madman. Suddenly, Chansu's eyes sharpen as he senses something entering his block. Minsu asks if the deliveries are here, and Chansu confirms it. We see Hei Soo-jin rolling a massive cart of packages, keeping the entire logistics chain of the farm running flawlessly. And our resident monk, Park Han-gyeol, is sitting nearby, generating massive passive points for the farm just by keeping watch. But Chansu reminds us how the Abundance faction actually collects its real wealth. They take monster heads. Because in this world, farming is a high-speed contact sport. He pulls his shape-shifting sword, calculating the exact trajectory down to the millisecond to execute a clean, multi-target harvest. The green magic flares as his signature skill is activated, turning his blade into a glowing crescent of death. He takes one step forward, kicking off the dirt. A massive, clean green arc of wind energy slices through the entire pack of wraiths in a single frame. The dark sky is completely cleared of monsters while Minsu stands in the background, literally shaking with pure terror at Chansu's raw speed. Chansu casually walks back, saying he finished welcoming their guests. Minsu is traumatized, muttering that he will never get used to seeing a farmer move like an S-rank assassin. Minsu asks how he can be so completely unaffected by the combat. Chansu looks at him like he just asked the stupidest question on earth. Minsu points out that undying wraiths are famous for leaving horrific curses on whoever kills them. Chansu's solution is simple. Just cut them down before they can finish casting. Chibi Chansu smugly explains that if you kill them in a single frame, the system doesn't have time to register the curse. Minsu tells him that is like saying if you just don't get hit, you won't take damage. When he asks how many Chansu killed, Chansu casually says it was exactly 443. Minsu stares at the sunset, slowly realizing that this mild-mannered farmer is secretly the most dangerous entity on the server. Night falls over the quiet mountain. Minsu sits by the campfire in his tank top, looking deeply contemplative as the flames crackle. Another muscle bro walks up, asking why he has such a depressed look on his face now that his hair is saved. Minsu asks him if he could casually hunt 400 undying wraiths every single day. The bro admits it would be a massive, life-threatening hassle. The bro looks him dead in the eye and tells him he simply needs to build more muscle, truly the peak of brainless physical logic. Minsu yells that Chansu isn't even built like a tank, yet he is running around pulling off god-tier speedruns. The bro slaps his shoulder, telling him he is a fool. Abundance uses their own path, but the Wrath faction is built strictly on raw muscle power. He tells him they must stick to what they do best. We see the rest of the squad grinding out heavy reps in the freezing snow, hands gripping the cold steel bar. A buff female warrior lifts a massive barbell over her head with absolute intensity. Minsu watches them, wondering why everyone is suddenly so obsessed with working out compared to before. The bro explains that in the past, they had to restrain their training because heavy exertion would overheat their heads and burn their hair off. But now, thanks to Chansu's hair-saving meals, they can pack on muscle in no time without any fear of going bald. He tells Minsu they must use this new power to conquer dungeons. Minsu is caught completely off guard by the sudden dungeon talk. The bro explains that because of the massive parasite outbreak, there are tons of abandoned dungeons full of unharvested loot and coins. He tells Minsu they need to raid these dungeons to gather wealth and repay the incredible grace Chansu has shown them. Minsu's eyes widen as he realizes how loyal his squad is. A massive determined grain of salt spreads across Minsu's face. He charges over to a guy bench pressing, demanding to join the set immediately. The guy is screaming at him to back off. Minsu grabs the bar anyway, shouting that he is going to assist. The poor guy underneath is crying because Minsu's raw strength is ruining his form. Chibi Minsu calls the heavy muscle burn delicious, while the guy underneath is just trying not to get crushed by his overenthusiastic leader. A few days later, we are back at the sunny farm. Doji is napping peacefully in the dirt next to Spring. Ari cuddles up next to them, noting how peaceful things have been lately because Chansu has been spending so much time at home with the goddess. Doji is just happy about the constant supply of food. Chansu is happily dicing onions at his outdoor table, with the golden root goddess and Hamdal watching him like adorable little food critics. The goddess is absolutely glowing with happiness while Hangil reads his book in the background. She looks at Chansu with pure affection, feeling completely safe and happy. She wishes every day could be exactly like this. But of course, the universe can't let our guy rest for more than 5 minutes, and someone screams his name. Rohan is casually eating an apple while Chansu opens a steaming pot of stew, welcoming the visitor. Sujin walks up looking extremely nervous. Chansu immediately sweat drops, sensing that a major corporate crisis is about to land on his lap. She tries to play it down, saying it is nothing too serious, and then she drops the bomb. A mutant, drug-resistant strain of the parasite has officially appeared. Chansu's face completely warps in classic comedic shock. The root goddess immediately starts sweating and backs away behind a pot. Sujin explains that the new parasite is now spawning independently in the wild. Chansu, clutching Hamdal, asks how a drug-resistant strain could possibly evolve so quickly. Sujin explains the political drama. As the Wrath faction started actively clearing dungeons, the other jealous factions panicked, fearing their territory would be taken, so they pulled back their hunting forces. The small animals are slowly creeping away in guilt. Sujin notes that despite having less firepower, they kept burning Chansu's dewormer incense anyway. This weak, constant exposure allowed the surviving parasites to easily evolve a chemical resistance. Chansu remembers Minsu bragging about going to dungeons. He clutches his head, realizing that his own hair-saving gel indirectly caused a global biological disaster. Talk about a butterfly effect. Sujin pulls out a heavy official scroll. She explains that the public is furious, and the entire blame is being dumped on the faction of for failing the initial containment. To save their public reputation, the faction of has sent Chansu a formal, incredibly polite request for assistance. Hangil notes that they are finally admitting their fault. Chansu is highly suspicious, wondering how polite a bunch of military powerhouses can actually be. He opens the letter. It is filled with elaborate, humble language begging the Apostle of Abundance for forgiveness and aid. Sujin notes that for one of the 10 great elite factions to lower their heads this low, they must be completely out of options. Chansu looks at the scroll, worried that creating a dewormer strong enough to bypass this new resistance might actually be impossible. But then Chansu's capitalistic instincts kick in. He notes there is zero mention of financial payment in the letter and asks if they offered anything else. Sujin mentions they hinted at providing a legendary artifact. Chansu's eyes instantly glow with greed, hoping it's a lost relic of his own abundance faction. But he sweat drops, remembering that artifacts need high elemental compatibility to be useful. He asks if it's a artifact. Sujin's face goes dark. She reveals the shocking truth. The payment is a relic from the fallen, vanished faction of. She looks him dead in the eye, confirming that the artifact possesses the literal power of itself. 36. Chansu is sweating, reminding her that artifacts need matching elemental affinities to even function. He is worried they are trying to scam him with a useless relic. Sujin confirms it is definitely not a standard military artifact. We see the Dark Gothic castle again. The artifact belongs to the legendary lost faction of. She tells him that if his affinity is compatible, they are willing to let him keep the relic permanently. Doji, Ari, and the Golden Root Goddess are peeking from behind a tree, looking absolutely terrified of the word. Sujin says it is officially a loan, but they have no use for it anyway. Chansu wonders if a dark necrotic element could possibly match his bright abundance magic. He asks what kind of group actually was. Sujin explains that the faction of was the sworn, ancient enemy of the necromancy faction. We see dark skeletons rising. The faction utilizes skills that deny natural death and force the undead to serve them, which completely violated the natural laws of. So a brutal war broke out, completely wiped out, absorbing their territories and erasing them from the world. But because necromancers have terrible elemental affinity with the natural laws of transition, the sacred artifacts have rejected them and slipped from their grasp. Chansu realizes this is actually a massive advantage. Since the faction is completely dead, there is zero risk of some angry high-level apostle showing up at his farm to demand his artifact back. Hangyeol asks what kind of magical effect the relic has, but Sujin admits even her high-tier corporate database has zero records on its functions. She asks what they should reply to the official letter. Chansu smiles confidently, with Hamdal posing happily on his shoulder. An artifact is a literal vessel of divine power, and he is way too greedy to pass up a legendary item. He tells her to accept the request. We see a cat's tail twitching playfully. Night Sky, our tamed calamity cat, is looking up with giant, adorable eyes at a feather toy. Chansu is sitting on the grass, teasing the giant black cat with the toy. Even a world-ending beast is completely helpless against a feather stick. He mutters to himself that the representatives from the faction are running incredibly late despite having high-speed portal travel. Suddenly, a bright green system alert flashes. Lee Kang-hae of is requesting direct entry to his block coordinates. Chansu deadpans that they always show up the exact second he starts talking to himself. Sky leaps after the toy as Chansu gets up to welcome the guest. A crisp, white military boot steps through the spatial portal. A stunning silver-haired female officer wearing a white dress coat with gold epaulets and a peaked cap steps through, saluting politely. She introduces herself as Lee Kang-hae. Chansu bows politely, introducing himself as the Apostle of Abundance, while Hamdal watches from his shoulder. She presents a sleek black box, confirming they will provide full financial and military backing, starting with the legendary artifact of. She opens the case to reveal a dark, metal-jawed wristband set with a glowing red gem emitting black smoke. Chansu thinks the dark, edgy design looks like something a dramatic middle schooler would draw in their notebook. He asks what it actually does. She explains its combat functions. If you wound an enemy, it infects their flesh with a rotting curse. And if you secure a kill, it temporarily boosts your physical attributes. Chansu notes that the physical boost mechanism is identical to how the Undying Wraiths operate. He asks if there are any dangerous side effects. She calmly explains that if the wearer's elemental affinity is poor, the necrotic energy backfires and curses the wearer's own mind. Chansu stares at her with massive question marks popping up over his head. Chansu goes completely pale as Hamdal literally falls off his shoulder in shock. He realizes the side effect is literally just going completely insane. She reassures him that they don't want him to use it in active combat, they just want him to use its dark energy to craft a curse-infused dewormer to bypass the parasite's chemical resistance. Chansu asks if the artifact can even transfer curses into physical objects. She sweat drops, admitting she has no idea if that is actually possible. Chansu wonders why she is asking him for the technical details of her own relic. He takes the box, saying he needs to examine its magical flow first. He hovers his hand over the red gem, channeling his green abundance magic. Surprisingly, the light flares brightly, indicating a highly compatible affinity. He resolves to put it on. He knows that even if the curse triggers, he has high-tier backup nearby. He looks back at Rohan, who is casually munching on an S-rank apple, ready to slice up any magical threat. And he has Han Gyul, whose high-tier chastity magic makes him completely immune to spiritual curses. Chansu asks how to wear the relic. She tells him to simply place his wrist over it, and the bracket will self-attach. He slowly lowers his hand over the dark metal band. The metal jaws of the bracelet violently snap shut around his arm, glowing with a bright purple light as dark smoke hands wrap around his wrist. Chansu clutches his arm as a massive surge of necrotic energy erupts, binding the red gem tightly to his pulse. He makes a funny face, complaining that the fit is a bit too tight. She sweat drops, telling him that if he wants to remove it, it will slide off on its own. Chansu sighs in relief. He takes some simple wooden pegs to test the magical conversion. He drives the pegs into the soil. He channels his green abundance magic, but the dark purple energy of the bracelet instantly taints the spell, turning the light into a corrupt, static-filled purple spark. The wood instantly rots into black, decaying sludge. Chansu looks down, disgusted by how wretched the result of his dewormer attempt is. He tells her that while his mind feels completely fine, adapting this corrupt energy into a stable agricultural formula is going to take a lot of time. She blushes slightly and tells him they will set up a camp nearby and wait patiently for him to finish his research. Chansu asks if she is really going to camp right here on the farm. He sweat drops, wondering if she can actually survive the highly unusual environment of his backyard. Right on cue, a skeleton walks past carrying a massive radish, while Rohan and the muscle squad stroll through the background. She can only stare in mute shock at the sheer absurdity of his farmhands. We cut to the night. Inside Chansu's cabin, he lets out a scream of pure frustration as another batch of herbs turns to black rot. He walks away from a completely decaying apple, deciding to get some sleep and try again tomorrow. He looks out his window, planning to rest, but notices a massive swarm of glowing eyes gathered in the dark forest outside his defensive barrier. He decides to clear them out quickly so he can get some sleep. He reaches for his wrist, planning to remove the dangerous bracelet before engaging in combat to avoid any risk of the madness curse. He sprints outside, desperately trying to yank the metal band off, but the red gem flares brightly, locking onto his arm as the undead wraiths charge at him. Realizing he can't remove it, he readies his stance, resolving to finish the fight quickly even if he has to tank the spiritual feedback. He swings his sword, but instead of his usual green wind slash, a massive vortex of black necrotic energy erupts from his wrist. A colossal explosion of dark gravity magic sweeps across the entire battlefield. Chansu stands there in absolute shock, staring at the pulsing crimson gem on his wrist. The entire field of monsters is completely empty. He realizes the artifact literally absorbed the souls of all 443 undying wraiths. He quickly opens his status window, but his face goes pale as he realizes the system awarded him 0 points for the kills. Our guy completely loses his composure, shaking his arm violently and crying comedic anime tears, demanding that the greedy artifact spit his precious points back out. Suddenly, a massive pillar of dark, corrupt smoke erupts from the red gem behind him. The smoke condenses into a colossal, multi-eyed giant wraith monster. The souls of the 443 wraiths have literally merged into a single boss-tier entity. The giant monster roars, activating a high-speed diving claw attack. The massive claws smash into the ground, obliterating the solid rock. Chansu notes that the boss can regenerate its severed limbs at high speed. A wild grin spreads across his face as he readies his sword, excited for a real challenge. A massive dust cloud erupts as steel meets shadow. The giant wraith dissolves into ash. Chansu comments that hunting a merged boss is way more efficient than chasing down 400 separate small targets. He opens his system screen to check the final point payout. His eyes literally pop out of his head. The status screen flashes, giant undying wraith defeated, rewarding him with a massive, mind-boggling 10 million points. Our guy immediately hugs his arm with a manic, blushy face of pure greed. He has officially fallen in love with this beautiful, point-generating artifact of. He sprints back to his lab with absolute hype, shouting that he is going to craft the most perfect curse dewormer the faction has ever seen. But before that, he collapses face first onto his soft couch, instantly falling asleep. The piglet, the chick, and Hamdall are sleeping in a cute pile on the floor while Chansu yawns, waking up from his power nap. Suddenly, the golden root goddess flies out of nowhere and faceplants straight onto his face with a loud, hilarious smack. Chansu pulls her off, asking why she is awake. She sits on his chest, gently patting his cheek with her tiny root hands to comfort him. Chansu's eyes soften, and he asks if her hands hurt from hitting his face. The goddess instantly bursts into dramatic waterfall tears, hugging his face and crying out for her precious apostle. It is a sweet, chaotic end to a very long night. Chansu finally wakes up from his power nap, only to find his clingy root deity face-planting directly onto his mouth. She is tapping his face with her tiny root limbs like a broken keyboard, and Chansu is genuinely concerned about whether she is hurting herself. Suddenly, she bursts into absolute waterfall tears, screaming that her precious apostle is being corrupted by dark magic, and we officially jump into chapter 37. The goddess is currently sitting in a corner radiating a dark, gloomy aura that looks like a moody anime teenager's bedroom. She yells that if he wanted a legendary artifact so badly, he should have just asked her instead of running off to play with necrotic dark magic. She points her stubby little arm at him dramatically, while Doji, Ari, and Spring look on in complete confusion. Chansu is just sweat-dropping, wishing he had a mute button for his deity. The goddess remembers the dark necrotic energy from last night, recalling the creepy, distorted voices whispering about perishing. She claims that with her power alone, she can easily help Chansu defeat their enemies, but Chansu just tells her to keep it down. And then the author hits us with a retro-pixelated RPG screen where the goddess uses tap on the cursed bracelet, resulting in absolutely zero damage. Chansu gently scoops her up, telling her to stop before she ends up spraining her tiny root hands on the solid metal. The goddess looks down, blushing with a mixture of anger and sheer determination. She decides this absolute disrespect cannot stand. She declares that she is going to personally craft an artifact of abundance that will put this sketchy death bracelet to shame. Doji sweat drops, wondering if their root goddess is taking this elemental rivalry a bit too far. Ari yells from Doji's back, acting as her ultimate hype man and threatening anyone who dares contradict her divine decree. Chansu holds his arm up, watching the dark necrotic smoke swirl around his wrist. He realizes that a rotting curse is actually the ultimate tool for agricultural landscaping. He notes that after the curse rots the organic material, it triggers a massive fermentation process, which means he can probably use it to make high-end soy sauce or chili paste. And since Earth is currently running a strict prohibition law on premium alcohol, his capitalistic brain immediately starts calculating how much high-purity homebrew he can sell for. The goddess looks at him with a smug, superior expression, claiming her abundance magic can easily do all of that anyway. But we get a transition screen reminding us that the cursed bracelet possesses far more terrifying combat abilities, like literally summoning a shadowy, multi-eyed shard of an ancient deity to fight by his side. Not to mention boosting Chansu's physical stats to allow him to execute lightning-fast, zero-waste decaps on massive crowds of monsters. The raw necrotic pressure is so intense that even the local forest animals are running for their lives. The farm mascots are shaking in pure, synchronized terror at the sheer presence of the dark energy. The root goddess looks at the cursed wristband in complete disbelief, wondering how a fallen faction's relic can possess this much power. And she is especially annoyed by how naturally good Chansu is at utilizing its dark, sketchy abilities. Chansu is happily clapping his hands, praising the artifact for being way more useful than he expected. The bracelet's red gem glows, declaring him its true apostle. The goddess goes absolutely wild, screaming that Chansu is her exclusive apostle and ordering him to take revenge on the necromancer faction immediately. She bursts into literal dramatic flames of jealousy, and Chansu is genuinely shocked that a plant is currently producing real fire. He yells for Spring to step in and handle the situation. The cute blue slime instantly shoots a massive jet of spirit water, dousing the screaming root deity. The goddess is left dripping wet under a tiny pathetic rainbow, while Doji and Ari sweat drop at her complete defeat. She narrows her eyes, resolving that if she can't craft a physical artifact right now, she will at least grant Chansu a broken combat skill to outshine the bracelet. Chansu kneels down, asking if she is feeling any better, while the red gem on his wrist keeps whispering dark claims over him. The goddess turns away dramatically. She wants to give him a helpful skill, but she decides to put off unlocking their mutual communication path for now. She looks down with sad, giant eyes, desperately hoping Chansu won't abandon her for the dark side. Chansu gently pats her leafy head, muttering that he should probably cook her a nice high-purity nutritional tonic to help her recover from her tantrum. The goddess resolves to prepare an incredibly appealing skill for him. A few days later, we see the skeletons and gym bros carrying massive logs across the farm. Chansu checks his wrist, noting his compatibility with the dark metal is getting better. Chibi Hangil checks his pulse, noting he actually looks healthier. Chansu wonders why his farming class is so insanely compatible with a sinister necrotic faction. He guesses it has something to do with his diving skills. Edwin Paracel suddenly speaks up, noting that the taste of the mixture has deepened beautifully. Chansu turns around, confused. He finds Edwin happily chewing on a rotten dewormer stick like it's a piece of jerky, and asks why on earth she is eating a toxic pesticide. Edwin smiles, saying that sketchy things are always the tastiest, before leaning down to cuddle the squishy blue slime. Chansu looks at the wooden dewormer pegs in his pocket, hoping the improved curse-infused formula is actually strong enough to bypass the parasite resistance. Edwin explains that since the mutated parasites have developed immunity to standard physical attacks as well, she can't guarantee a simple chemical will work. Chansu realizes the situation is exactly as he feared. Hamdol looks up from his shoulder, sensing his master's battle instincts kicking in. Chansu smirks, clenching his fist and showing off the dark bracelet. He decides they have no choice but to enter the infected block and test it themselves. Hamdal cheers happily, ready for another high-speed run. We cut to Chansu and Rohan walking through the dry, cracked canyons of the infected block. Rohan immediately demands his payment of a giant red emperor apple. A sudden sand splash cuts through the air. Chansu's expression goes cold as he looks at the ruined landscape. A mutated brown bug-like parasite with glowing red eyes leaps out of the sand, launching a surprise attack the moment they arrive. Chansu gracefully spins under its guard, drawing his shape-shifting whipsword. The green system light flashes as Mun Beheading In is activated, slicing the bug cleanly in half mid-air. A massive swarm of mutated parasites descends from the sky, and Hamdal screams in terror on Chansu's shoulder. Chansu's eye narrows as the system screen flashes, 6 Mass Beheading N activated. He unleashes a massive flowing arc of wind slashes, cutting through the entire airborne swarm in a single frame. Another mutated bug is pinned to the ground and cleanly harvested. Chansu stands over the remains, wondering why the creatures are still charging at them despite the massive losses. But suddenly, Rohan points out that the bugs on his side are actually turning around and running away. Chansu is confused. The reports said these parasites were highly aggressive and resistant, yet they are actively fleeing from Chansu's presence. He kneels down to place one of his curse-infused dewormer pegs in the dirt near a swirling dark portal. A tiny, fluffy, mutated parasite slowly creeps out of the portal and literally starts licking the wooden peg like a popsicle. Chansu can only stare in complete disbelief. The bug finishes its taste test and happily scampers back into the rift. Chansu screams in comedic frustration, wondering what kind of calamity just runs away after a snack. Rohan notes that at this rate, the parasites are just going to keep building evolutionary resistance to his formula forever. Chansu thinks about alternative methods, wondering if they can use something other than standard medicine to wipe them out. Rohan suggests laying a direct curse through a blessing. The red gem on Chansu's wrist flares, begging his master to utilize its dark power. Chansu sweat drops, noting that the bracelet's raw rot magic is way too destructive to use with surgical precision. He needs to stick to his familiar abundance magic. And then, Chansu's brain officially clicks. He realizes a blessing is the key. He wonders why he didn't think of it sooner. A divine blessing can be manipulated in countless ways depending on how you interpret the laws. He picks up a handful of dry, brittle soil. He notes that by definition, fertile land is land where crops grow well and are safe from any external damage. He sits in the ruined, barren wasteland, which means that preventing blight, diseases, and pests is a fundamental condition for a block to achieve true abundance. System gears start turning in his mind. By combining Shirk Fertile Land with Shirk Healthy Abundance in it and Shirk Promise of Abundance in it, he can amplify his blessing into a massive block-wide anti-pest barrier. He places his hand over his chest as glowing green particles rise, solemnly vowing that his block will overcome all pests and become abundant. He extends his hand, unleashing his massive area of effect spell, Sex Blessing OF Abundancine. The entire ground trembles violently. Rohan looks back, gripped by the sudden surge of massive mana. The sky above them literally starts cracking open. A colossal glowing red spatial rift tears open across the heavens. Thousands of mutated parasites with glowing red eyes crowd the edges of the rift, ready to rain down on them. Rohan watches calmly, while Chansu sweat drops. The sky literally rains bugs. Chansu deadpans that this is a rather large welcoming committee, and we jump straight into chapter 38 with the massive swarm of mutated parasites crowding the massive sky rift. They rain down like a biblical plague of locusts, and Chansu admits that this is a bit much, even for his standards. He swings his shape-shifting whipsword to warm up, while Hamdal squeaks in fear on his shoulder. A thick, swirling aura of dark purple smoke wraps around his blade as he channels the necrotic power of. A wild, manic grin spreads across his face. With this much power active, he doesn't see himself losing this fight. He charges straight into the falling swarm, throwing Hamdal over to Rohan for safety. Rohan easily catches the tiny hamster on his shoulder. The cursed bracelet's red gem pulses with dark delight, screaming for a complete massacre as Chansu cleanly slices a parasite. The voice demands more blood, and Chansu realizes that the more lives he harvests, the more dark energy accumulates in the bracelet, boosting his stats in real time. He performs a massive, continuous spin slash, realizing he can easily clear the entire swarm without needing Rohan to draw his sword. Rohan watches him from the sidelines, noting that while Chansu's raw swordsmanship is completely unrefined, his harvesting efficiency is terrifyingly perfect. The sky is completely cleared of parasites. Rohan dryly notes there is really no reason to teach a farmer proper martial arts when he already kills this efficiently. He gloomily adds that one master swordsman is more than enough for this farm anyway, and that is him. Rohan sits down on the dirt, casually eating a giant red emperor apple while Hamdal sits next to him, trembling in absolute awe. Chansu walks back, sweating. He notes they came here to test a dewormer, but ended up completely wiping out the entire ecosystem instead. Rohan calmly asks how many points they collected. Hamdal is shaking on Rohan's shoulder, too terrified to look at Chansu. Chansu smiles, noting that the points are substantial because the parasites were so well fed. He extends his hand telling Hamdal to come back, but the hamster refuses, clinging tightly to Rohan's dark trench coat. Rohan looks down, asking if a parasite managed to get onto his little fur, but we see Chansu standing in a literal vortex of thick, menacing purple smoke. It is the raw necrotic energy of that is completely terrifying the small animal. Chansu looks at his hands, admitting the dark pressure is a bit overwhelming, and wonders if the bracelet comes with an on-off switch. We see our silver-haired military commander Li Kangye standing under the forest trees. She notes that the energy of is a primal force that cannot be adjusted. Chansu scratches his head, admitting he expected as much. Then he asks if she knows what specific food or scent these parasites are attracted to. Hamdal and Spring are cuddling Chansu's shoe for safety. Chansu notes that the bugs only took a quick lick of his dewormer before fleeing, so he wants to make a custom lure. Kangye admits she doesn't know, but suddenly Edwin Paracel zooms into the frame with glowing glasses, mentioning she knows an extremely potent insect lure. Chansu's eyes light up, excited to hear about a powerful lure. Edwin blushes, looking incredibly excited, but instead of answering, she suddenly grabs Spring and hugs the blue slime tightly. She rubs her face against the squishy slime, saying it's an ingredient Chansu is already very familiar with. Chansu can only sweat drop. We see a mutated plant. Edwin is talking about the head sap of the ostrich tail plant, which is different from the standard trunk sap the alchemy faction usually harvests. Chansu notes that harvesting the head sap without his jade decapitation nin skill is extremely dangerous. So, they turn to their favorite musclehead. Minsu is carrying a massive sack of the plants, grinning happily and shouting that they should leave all the physical labor to him. Chansu stirs a giant bubbling cauldron, combining the harvested sap with sweet ingredients and a heavy dose of his corrupted abundance blessing to craft the ultimate lure. The fumes drift across the block, and we see dozens of mutated bugs immediately crawling out of the ground, completely hypnotized by the scent. Chansu tells Kangye the lure is a complete success, and they can easily wipe out the remaining swarms whilst Curse sows confusion among them. Kangye clutches her hands, blushing, and asks if she can make a forward request. She asks if Chansu and Rohan would be willing to join the active hunt. Chansu's eyes instantly turn into dollar signs, realizing this is his ultimate chance to secure the artifact. He plays hard to get, scratching his head and claiming his farming schedule is currently swamped with work. Kangye looks extremely stressed, sweating and worrying that hiring an S-rank swordmaster and an elite apostle is going to cost her faction a fortune in labor fees. She bows dramatically, promising to hand over the artifact of permanently. Chansu instantly bows back with a manic, welcoming smile, calling her his most valued client. Fog rolls over the barren forest. With the war faction officially paying their fees, Chansu and Rohan clear out the remaining coordinates without holding back. But then, things take a sudden turn. Chansu's shoe steps into the quiet undergrowth. Chansu and Rohan look around, noting that this coordinate block is completely empty of parasites. Rohan notes that every single bug has suddenly vanished into thin air. Chansu is suspicious, knowing a calamity-level swarm wouldn't just retreat without a major reason. Suddenly, a barrage of red system alerts flashes in their eyes. The entire sky is filled with red warning screens. The system flashes, warning. The Wormoff Greed is invading. Brace for a full-scale parasite assault. Chansu sweats, wondering if the Worm of Greed is the actual terrifying name of this calamity. The hexagonal map displays over 300 infected blocks, and every single one of them has coordinated their movement to launch a massive, simultaneous attack on Chansu's farm. Chansu smirks, sweating as Hamdal trembles on his shoulder. He realizes he must have really pissed off the hive mind. Back at the temple, Hangul slams his hands on the table, yelling that this situation is completely insane. The entire team is gathered around the tactical map. Hangul yells that a calamity-class force specifically targeting a single farming apostle is completely unheard of. Chansu laughs sheepishly, scratching his head and admitting he probably got on their nerves by wiping out their scouts. Hangul looks extremely serious, asking what Chansu's plan of defense is. Chansu's expression goes cold and sharp. He declares that since they have decided to bring the fight to his doorstep, he is simply going to take all of their heads. The captured raider from the Negation faction sweats in terror, clutching a small doll and praying that Chansu stays on their side. Chansu sweat drops, asking if everyone can lend a hand since defending 300 blocks alone is physically impossible. Minsu and his buff squad flex their massive biceps, shouting that they have been training non-stop precisely for a battle of this scale. Rohan readies his massive sword, telling them to leave the heavy lifting to him while Hangul nods in agreement. The captured Negation Raider and the Muscle Bros eagerly volunteer to help, while Edwin admits her research class makes her useless in direct physical combat. Edwin smiles, saying she will set up a medical triage station at the base and tells anyone who gets injured to report directly to her for treatment. Chansu is relieved, knowing that having a dedicated healer means they don't have to worry about casualties. He looks at the Negation Raiders, knowing they are useless in a direct frontline clash. He orders the Negation Raiders to act as Edwin's personal guards and support staff. Chansu points to the massive holographic map, laying out the tactical plan. Since their numbers are limited, they are going to abandon the outer blocks and strictly defend the coordinates surrounding the temple and the Violence Village. He divides the map. Minsu's Wrath Force will cover the southern blocks, Hangul will hold the eastern line, Rohan will guard the northern entry, and Chansu will handle his own sector. Hangul points to the map, noting there is still one critical block left completely unguarded. Chansu gets a smug, confident grin, saying he has already assigned their strongest guardian to that sector. Sky, our tamed calamity cat, rubs against Chansu's shoe. Chansu pats her, telling her he is counting on her to handle the eastern border. Hangul looks completely traumatized, wondering how Chansu can casually deploy a literal world-ending calamity as a backyard guard dog. Chansu smiles, promising to brew a massive batch of high-end liquor for a victory feast once this is over. Chansu holds up the cute black cat happily, rallying his team for the coming war. The sky turns a deep, bloody red as the system screams. The warm off-greed's invasion begins. Inside the temple, the goddess, Doji, Ari, and Hami huddle together as the defensive shield flares to life. Last Bastion Function activated. The goddess admits this is a proper defensive spell for war. She looks out with giant, worried eyes, praying that everyone returns to the temple safely. Back on the front line, a mutated parasite leaps out of the brush, and Chansu easily dodges its strike. He swings his whip sword, slicing it cleanly, and notes that for a Calamity's vanguard, their offensive power is surprisingly underwhelming. More bugs crowd the forest path, but Chansu easily parries them. Thanks to the necrotic energy of boosting his stamina, Chansu notes he isn't even breaking a sweat, but suddenly he freezes as a massive freezing shadow falls over his block. A colossal, skeletal giant monster with glowing red eyes and a creepy stitched doll mask rips through the trees. Chansu is stunned by its sheer size. Chansu sweat drops, realizing the small bugs were just scouts designed to pinpoint his exact coordinates and isolate him from his team. He runs toward the gateway, planning to regroup with Rohan, but the system flashes a red alert. H gateway has lost its function. Dozens of parasites surround him in a tight circle, completely cutting off his escape path. Chansu gets a wild, dangerous smirk, admitting that for a bunch of bugs, they are annoyingly clever. The colossal skeletal giant towers over him, casting a massive shadow as the ground shakes. Our guy is completely isolated, and the real fight has officially begun. Our guy is staring down the absolute worst-case scenario, and he has to admit, these bugs are disgustingly smart. This massive skeletal titan is towering over him, looking like a budget raid boss from an early access survival game. And it is not alone. Regular parasites, the massive queen specimen, and a whole swarm of armored spikeback beetles he has never even seen before are flooding the zone. He realizes right now that this entire invasion was not a random event. The system targeted him from the very beginning. But if these bugs think they are dealing with a helpless farmer, they are about to get a hard lesson in agricultural management. He whips out his segmented sword, moving with the kind of crazy high-speed spatial awareness you only get from years of clearing magical weeds. He launches into a series of lightning-fast slashes, carving through the armored pests like a hot knife through butter. The spatial lines are clear, and his blade curves perfectly around their weak points. He triggers Ninch Mass Decapitation Ninch right in the middle of the swarm. A massive, crescent-shaped wave of energy tears through the front line, severing heads with absolute surgical precision. Green blood and broken shells cover the grass. Our guy strikes a pose and honestly thinks he could probably do this all day. He looks up at the massive skeletal giant and tells it to clear out the small fry so they can fight for real. The giant lifts its foot and slams it down with enough force to shatter the bedrock. Our guy stops mid-thought, his face going completely pale as the shockwave rattles his teeth. He scrambles backward as the colossal clawed foot crashes right where he was standing. This thing is not just big. It is ridiculously, aggressively massive. The realization hits him like a truck. That massive monster he was getting ready to fight? Yeah, that giant thing is literally just its foot. He ducks behind a rock, sweating bullets, and mutters that there is a slight misunderstanding here. He looks down at his wrist. The red gem on the artifact of is glowing like a hazard light, pulsing with dense, dark energy. He has been letting this thing feed on souls, and now it is ready to pay dividends. A massive pillar of thick black shadow smoke erupts from the bracelet, taking the shape of a terrifying, towering necrotic golem. The giant skeletal parasite pauses, its red eyes locking onto the dark summon. See, our guy knows the rules of the system. A merged undead will resurrect 44 times, and if you do not wipe them out instantly, they leave behind a game-ending curse. In other words, a giant undead is basically a 10 million point curse bomb. The skeletal giant prepares to charge, but the rot aura from the bracelet is already sinking into its joints. Our guy just smiles, looking like a villain who just drew the final piece of Exodia. He whispers a cold welcome to the calamity, asking if this is its first time getting cursed. The giant stumbles, its movements slowing as the necrotic decay takes hold of its massive legs. This is the moment. He leaps forward, using the momentum of his whip sword to close the distance in a split second. The segmented blade unravels, spinning through the air like a metallic snake. He runs straight up the giant's massive arm, defying gravity while the titan tries to swat him like a fly. He dodges a colossal hand by inches, his eyes locked onto the glowing spatial cutting line running across the monster's neck. He leaps into the air, silhouetted against the dusty sky, and prepares his final strike. He channels all the accumulated dark aura from the bracelet straight into his weapon, transforming his blade into a massive glowing purple scythe. The system flashes a major warning tip confirming he can use Nungeon Decapitation Inth to finish the job. With a single powerful swing, he brings the massive scythe down. The blade slices cleanly through the giant's thick neck, severing the connection instantly. The skeletal giant's head slides off its shoulders, and the entire colossal body begins to dissolve into black dust. The system alert starts spamming his screen. He has successfully subjugated the seventh calamity, the insect of greed. He collapses onto the grass, completely exhausted but alive, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. He looks down at his newly transformed scythe and can't help but critique the design. Seriously, judging by the spiked bracelet and the edgy purple aura, is the faction of just run by edgy teenagers? He strikes a mock pose, joking about how he looks like a middle schooler who just discovered dark fantasy anime. Then the reward screen pops up. Settlement is complete, and his prizes are a sealed skill and a mysterious egg. He clicks on the sealed skill, and his eyes nearly pop out of his head. The unsealing cost is 4.4 billion points. He stares at the screen in disbelief. This is basically the system scheming to tax him for every single point he just earned, but his curiosity gets the absolute best of him. His finger trembles as he hovers over the buy button. He clicks it, and the system congratulates him. He has acquired the skill Dutch Occupancy Right Trading It. He waits for a second, but nothing else happens. He spent over 4 billion points, and there is not even a confirmation message? This system has the absolute worst customer service. He paid a premium price, and the explanation is as bare bones as a budget tutorial. He opens the skill menu to check the details. It has 3 simple options: check block, sell block, and purchase block. He looks at the screen, and the realization hits him like a cheat code. He can literally buy occupancy rights for blocks without even traveling to them. This means he can instantly reclaim all the border territories he had to sacrifice to stop the parasite spread. Even better, as long as he has empty land and points, he can set up custom portal entrances anywhere. Suddenly, a massive rift tears open in the sky, and Park Hang-yeol, Rohan, and Lee Min-soo step through, looking completely panicked. Our guy just waves casually, flashing a relaxed smile and asking if everyone else is doing all right. Hangyul is catching his breath, explaining how they were fighting for their lives when all the parasites suddenly vanished mid-battle. He looks around at the dust and asks if Chansu actually took down the Great Calamity all by himself. Our guy just scratches his head, playing it down like he just completed a minor daily quest. Minsu is completely awestruck, hyping him up like he is the second coming of the martial arts god. Meanwhile, a new system notification flashes. You can see the blocks owned by your opponent! He looks at a holographic map showing a target named Bak Hang Yul. And right next to it, there is a very interesting button, Purchase Proposal. Normally, trading territory is strictly restricted to members of the same faction. If you want to take land from a rival deity, the only option is to declare a bloody, expensive war. But as our guy stares at the screen, a devious grin slowly spreads across his face. Hangyul notices his blank expression and asks if everything is okay, waving his hands to get his attention. He snaps out of it, but his eyes are fixed on the golden apple Rohan is holding. He mutters that this is absolutely insane. The system screen updates, presenting a new prompt. Would you like to forcefully purchase Bak Hangyul's block? The price is ridiculously inflated, but the core of this skill is that he can bypass all faction rules and forcibly seize land owned by anyone. Rohan looks at him with genuine concern, but Chansu just thanks him, his brain already running a million financial calculations. He takes a massive bite out of a fresh apple, the sweet juice fueling his chaotic ambition. Hangyul asks one more time if he is truly alright, while Minsu is just whining in the background because he wants an apple too. Our guy reassures them with a bright smile, but internally, he is realizing the terrifying truth. With this skill, he could potentially own every single block overnight, spreading his farm right into the absolute center of humanity's territory. Hangyul is still staring at him like he is about to check him into a psychiatric ward, while Minsu is literally begging like a golden retriever for a snack. Our guy flashes his best customer service smile, thanking them for the concern and repeating that he is perfectly fine. But as he looks down at his hand, his grip tightens. This skill is a literal game changer. If he keeps expanding his territory like this, he could become a high-tier returner in no time. Then his common sense kicks in. This skill is not just a reward, it is a seed of discord left behind by the bug of greed. If he starts forcefully snatching land from powerful factions, he is going to make himself the #1 target for every high-rank hunter on the planet. For now, he decides to play it safe and only use it to bypass travel restrictions. He asks the crew if they should head back to the main farm, and Hangyul finally lets out a sigh of relief, pinching his cheek to make sure he is not an illusion. Back at the main temple block, Doji and Ari are hiding in the bushes, sweating profusely and looking incredibly nervous. Our guy steps through the portal, waving his arms and announcing his return with high energy. He looks down and notices the strange atmosphere, asking what is going on with the familiars. Doji and Ari are literally crying tears of joy, pointing frantically toward the center of the yard. There, standing amidst a bed of glowing pink roses, is the ginseng goddess in her stunning chibi form, looking absolutely pristine. Our guy is completely shocked, his jaw dropping as he runs over to her. He grabs her tiny hands, frantically asking if she has fully recovered her divine power this time and begging her not to reset back into a dried root. The system chimed, announcing that the god of abundance is granting her apostle a new skill. Our guy's sweat drops, remembering that this exact sequence happened right before she reset last time. The goddess just beams at him, looking incredibly proud and sweet. He sits down on the dirt, opening up the skill selection screen to see what options he has this time. The menu presents 3 choices: Leisure of Abundance, Death Scythe Looming Reaper's Scythe N, and Nunger Worker N. Our guy is immediately suspicious. Why on earth is a skill like Nunger Death Scythe N appearing in the abundance path? He glances down at the red gem on his wrist, realizing the dark energy from the bracelet must have bled into the goddess's skill pool during her recovery. He notes that a scythe skill would actually synergize perfectly with his flawless Nun Decapitation N technique. The bracelet pulses, almost like it is begging him to choose the dark path, but our guy is too smart for that. He looks at the goddess, who is sweating nervously as if her dark secret past is being exposed. He was actually planning on choosing Wunsch communication this time so they could finally talk, but the option is completely missing. The goddess, Doji, and Ari instantly turn to stone, collapsing in absolute comedic defeat. He decides it is best to just bury the goddess's dark history and points his finger at the screen, declaring his choice. He selects Dateworker N, and a cute chibi graphic of him holding a massive hammer pops up. Hey, new labor is always welcome on a farm, but as he reads the detailed description, his smile vanishes. It doesn't summon a worker to help him, it literally just buffs his own physical stats while he is doing manual labor. The goddess and the familiars are facepalming in the background. He shrugs it off and turns back to the goddess, but stops when he notices her swaying on her feet. Her eyes are completely blank, and she is starting to tilt backward. He catches her just in time, realizing she is extremely lethargic and running low on energy. He pulls out Spring, the cute blue slime, and suggests giving the goddess some high-purity spirit water to revitalize her. Spring gets a little too enthusiastic, turning into a literal high-pressure water hose and blasting the poor goddess in the face. The goddess stands there, completely soaked, with water dripping from her hair as she glares at the happy slime. She shakes herself off like a wet puppy, steam practically rising from her head. She stomps forward, pointing her finger in absolute rage. She screams at the slime to get away from her apostle, her voice full of adorable, possessive fury. She then turns her wrath on the bracelet, slapping Chansu's wrist and demanding that he choose her skills instead of the dark relic next time. Our guy just laughs it off, incredibly glad that she is feeling lively and has not reverted back into a root. Suddenly, his pocket starts to glow with a brilliant, blinding golden light. The dense, warm energy radiates across the entire courtyard, catching everyone off guard. He quickly pulls the goddess back, telling everyone to step away as the light intensifies. The mysterious egg he received from the Calamity subjugation floats into the air, cracks spiderwebbing across its glowing shell. Our guy grips the hilt of his sword, his expression turning cold. If some dangerous world-ending parasite hatches from this Calamity reward, he is ready to cut its head off immediately. The shell finally shatters with a loud pop, releasing a wave of pure magic. A sleek white tail slides out of the broken shell, and out pops an incredibly cute, chubby white snake with large pink eyes and a tiny white flower resting on its head. Our guy lowers his sword, completely dumbfounded, blinking as he mutters, "A snake?" He looks at the tiny creature, realizing these system rewards are starting to feel more like adorable pets than legendary battle familiars. He gathers all the familiars around, suggesting they all say hello to the new addition. He looks around frantically, realizing he needs to name it quickly before Rohan gets back and gives it some edgy, Longsword-inspired name. He officially names her Bammy. The white snake blinks, letting out a cute hiss that translates to, "The sixth seat snake greets the god of abundance." She bows her head, shedding tiny tears as she apologizes to the goddess for her lack of virtue and not being there to protect her during the downfall. The goddess gently pats her head, telling her not to worry. But then, her expression goes serious as she points to Chansu's wrist, warning Bammy that a wicked god's remnant is currently attached to her apostle. Bammy nods solemnly, accepting the command to keep the dark relic in check. Then she glances at Ari and Doji, muttering about how hard it must have been for the goddess to live with a bird brain and a pig head. Ari immediately starts chirping in anger, pointing out that Bammy is just a cold-blooded reptile who sleeps the second the temperature drops. Our guy watches them bicker, realizing a complex familiar hierarchy is already forming. Meanwhile, Ari whispers to Doji that if the human finds out they can grow larger, they might end up on the dinner menu. Doji shivers in terror, reminding Ari that Chansu has already started brewing alcohol and might turn Bammy into premium snake wine. Bammy just turns away with a smug look, calling them faithless, while Doji squeals that they simply know the true sorrow of being livestock. Bammy dismisses their worries, noting that the apostle has been incredibly kind and has let them live this long despite their clear incompetence. She slithers over to Chansu, looking up at him with sweet, begging eyes to show how much she trusts him. Chansu extends his hand, and she slithers up his arm, her scales feeling surprisingly hard and smooth, similar to Spring but with a solid density. She notices the dark aura from the bracelet wrapping around his wrist, realizing he still doesn't have the Jedge communication skill to understand her warnings. Determined to protect her new master, she opens her mouth and prepares to bite down on the dark bracelet to purge the curse with her own mana. Before her fangs can touch the metal, Chansu's hand shoots forward, grabbing her gently by the neck and stopping her mid-air. His face is shadowed, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone as he warns her never to touch the bracelet carelessly. He explains, with absolute calm, that this bracelet is incredibly valuable because he uses its rot curse to ferment high-end premium alcohol. Bammy freezes, her pink eyes widening in pure horror as she starts shaking violently. Ari and Doji are laughing in the background, giving her a smug "we told you so" look. Our guy suddenly gets a wild, manic look in his eyes, holding up a glass flask with a crazed grin and cackling about how she can be cursed and fermented into a legendary vintage. Bammy's soul practically leaves her body, and she goes completely limp, draping over Doji's back like a wet noodle. The goddess sweat drops, trying to justify her action by claiming she must be confused from just waking up from her long slumber. Our guy just smiles warmly, happy that he has another cute mouth to feed on the farm. He suddenly gasps, realizing he completely forgot about the massive subjugation celebration feast he was supposed to prepare. Bammy is still shivering on the grass, fully convinced that a single mistake on this farm will turn her into a premium bottle of snake wine. By the time evening rolls around, the sky is painted in beautiful shades of orange and gold. The courtyard is filled with long wooden tables, and Minsu raises his cup with a massive roar, thanking everyone for their hard work. The entire farm crew is feasting, the atmosphere lively and loud, while Night Sky is happily chewing on some custom catnip leaves in the foreground. Rohan is taking a massive gulp of 98% golden hard cider, noting that it is incredibly smooth, while Hangyol explains it was brewed using spring's high-purity water. Minsu's muscle men are stuffing their faces, loudly begging for more of Chansu's hair-growth black bean rice and another round of premium cider. Our guy stands back, wearing his canvas apron with a gentle, satisfied smile. He never expected his life to turn out like this, surrounded by a chaotic but warm family he could have never found on Earth. The work is hard, and his hands are calloused, but as he listens to the laughter and cheers echoing through the trees, he decides that this lively atmosphere is a pretty good feeling. But the peace is not going to last long. The next episode preview flashes a massive flag, Bountiful Abundance Tour. Grab your popcorn, guys, because Chansu is about to turn his quiet farm into a literal global tourist trap, and the surrounding factions are definitely not ready for the sheer capitalism that is about to hit them. Alright, let's take a quick step back and look at how this crazy world actually works. Sujin is sitting down with our guy, breaking down the exact social hierarchy of the system. And no, it is not just gods and apostles. Factions are divided into apostles, the chosen players from Earth who can buy land, and believers, the local residents who can't purchase occupancy rights. Only apostles have the authority to physically expand a deity's domain, which is why gods usually pamper them like VIPs. But she warns him not to ignore the locals, because there are some absolute monsters among the believers who do not belong to any divine faction. Our guy immediately glances over at Rohan, who is in the background practicing S-rank sword swings. Sujin confirms it. Rohan is completely unaffiliated. He does not have a god, and he does not want one. Normal locals only join factions because the specific block buffs and job modifiers are too good to pass up. But when you are already a walking cheat code like Rohan, signing a contract with a god is basically just adding useless admin work. Then she asks him if he knows about the passive buff of the largest faction in this entire system. He guesses it turns them into zombies, and she says he is pretty much spot on. The negation buff literally halts their biological aging and completely negates physical fatigue, giving them 4 extra active hours every single day. It sounds like a dream for corporate grinds, but the catch is brutal. The internal competition is insane, and your brain slowly rots from the sheer mental toll of never resting. That is why the exhausted believers of negation are constantly looking for any excuse to jump ship and convert to another god. Our chibi goddess and the cute familiars are listening in, looking completely clueless about human labor issues. Sujin leans in, her eyes shining as she explains that since he wiped out the calamity, the fame of abundance is skyrocketing, and this is his golden opportunity to recruit a massive army of followers. Our guy is immediately sold on the idea, while the piglet and chick in the background are just wondering when it is lunchtime. Meanwhile, back on Earth, we see a couple of exhausted salarymen taking a smoke break outside a high-rise office. One of them admits he has never even heard of the faction of abundance, and his coworker looks at him like he has been living under a rock, pulling out a custom herbal anti-smoking stick. He starts listing the viral internet reviews of the Emperor Apple, weight loss, cures for exhaustion, and actual miracle hair growth. It is basically a panacea, and the hype on the forums is getting completely out of hand. He explains that tons of people are planning to quit their desk jobs and return to farming under the abundance god, because working like an undead corporate slave under negation is starting to feel like a major loss. His friend looks tempted but hesitates because he has a family to support, noting that the barrier of entry for abundance is rock bottom right now. But if he waits too long, the slots might fill up, and he will miss the boat entirely. Intrigued, he asks where this legendary farm is actually located. The coworker points out the coordinate block, 33N10E. The guy instantly panics, realizing that is way outside the safe domain of humanity, but his friend tells him not to worry. A travel agency affiliated with, which is the Chastity faction run by those ultra-conservative priests, has just launched a custom travel package. He wonders why a rival faction would advertise for abundance, guessing it might be some kind of political alliance. But the coworker whispers the real reason. Everyone knows abundance makes the ultimate stamina supplements, and people are desperate to get their hands on them. Even if they do not convert, the tour is the perfect chance to buy rare crops and health tonics directly from the source. He tells his stressed friend to just take a vacation, clear his head, and bring back some delicious local specialties. The stressed salaryman looks up at the sky, imagining a peaceful, quiet countryside where he can finally rest. Cut to the next morning, and a massive red tour bus branded Happy Abundant Day is loaded up with eager citizens. But this is not a normal group of tourists. A sneaky con artist in a white cap is boarding, smelling a massive business opportunity, alongside a corporate spy planning to locate the secret source of Chansu's point generation, and even a hooded conspiracy theorist looking to recruit some hidden talent. The bus driver adjusts his glasses, flashing a professional grin as he starts the engine. But wait, look at his face. This is one of the corrupt priests from Purity, cackling internally about how they are going to flood Chansu's farm with so many useless tourists that he won't have a single second to brew stamina supplements. The scene shifts to Chansu's sunny, peaceful block, the wind rustling through the vibrant green trees. Our guy is standing next to a handwritten sign that reads "Recruiting Believers," watching a massive crowd of city folks arrive. He sweat drops, realizing that more than half of these tourists look like literal pale zombies from corporate burnout. He claps his hands together, putting on a bright, welcoming face, and announces that it is time for the official entry test. He sets up a wooden chopping block, and a heavy axe crashes down, splitting a log cleanly in half. The first salaryman tries it, misses completely, and clutches his head in dramatic despair as Chansu smiles and calls for the next applicant. A girl in shorts tries swinging the heavy axe, groaning as she barely makes a scratch, while Chansu sighs, realizing how physically weak these city dwellers actually are. But this is not just a standard fitness exam. The basic active skill of abundance is Nenjish Decapitation Nin, and you physically cannot activate Nenjish Blessing of Abundance Nenjish to farm unless you know how to sever a neck. He calls for the second test, pointing toward a tree branch where several thin bamboo sticks are hanging. He draws his sword, moving with a single, elegant motion, and slices a hanging stick cleanly out of the air. He holds up a perfectly sliced, thin piece of wood, explaining that the material is incredibly soft and easy to cut. He tells the remaining crowd that any blade is fine, encouraging them to step up and give it a try. The crowd murmurs nervously, no one wanting to go first under his sharp, analytical gaze. The con artist girl in the white cap steps forward, drawing a clean silver sword with a confident grin. She takes a deep breath, focusing all her energy as she stands in front of the hanging target. Our guy watches from the side, thinking that even a rookie should be able to cut something this simple. With a loud thud, her sword hits the stick horizontally, failing to cut it and almost vibrating out of her hand. Chansu screams internally, telling her to at least swing vertically. She pouts, asking him if he is intentionally making the test impossible to drive them away. An angry, out-of-shape tourist yells in agreement, demanding to know why a peaceful agricultural faction is forcing them to take a combat test. Our guy clenches his fist. He knows he cannot hide the brutal decapitation requirement of his class forever. If he wants to grow this faction and earn enough points to become a returner and find his missing parents, he has to tell them the truth. He looks them in the eye and explains that when they cut off a monster's head, it is offered to the goddess as a tribute to gain system points. They can farm all they want, but to actually earn points and level up, they must know how to slice necks. The salaryman from earlier literally crumbles his brochure, crying as he decides he would rather just buy local apples and go back to his safe office job. The angry tourist points his finger, screaming that this bloody requirement is the exact reason why the faction of abundance went extinct in the first place. Our guy's face goes completely red, tears welling up in his eyes from the emotional damage of having his god called a failure. The crowd turns around and starts walking back to the bus, leaving him standing there in absolute defeat. He sighs, looking at the tiny group of people who did not run away, deciding he should at least check their stats. Out of over 100 eager tourists, only 6 people are left standing in the clearing. The con artist girl raises her fist, insisting she is staying too, and promises she will master the vertical swing with enough practice. Chansu looks at her determination and decides to let them stay as interns for now. He looks at the group, explaining that since they currently lack the raw skills to be accepted as official believers, they will start as trainees, working their way up to full faction members. The interns cheer with joy, and the con artist girl leaps forward, hugging him tightly while Chansu awkwardly tries to push her away. But as he scans the group, his eyes narrow, locking onto a highly muscular young man in a black t-shirt standing at the back. He remembers watching this guy during the axe test. He had perfect form and could have easily split the wood, but he deliberately slowed down to fail. Why would someone with clear combat talent intentionally act like a weak rookie? He keeps his eyes on the muscular trainee, his instincts screaming that this guy is hiding a major secret. The spy is laughing off camera, completely unaware that Chansu has already flagged him as a potential threat. Cut to a few days later, and the sun is setting over the beautiful, peaceful farm. The muscular spy drops a massive bag of harvested crops onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He mutters to himself, wondering why Chansu was specifically testing sword and decapitation skills for a farming faction. He looks over at the clearing, spotting Minsu from the Fury faction working alongside a literal skeleton servant to clear weeds. He scoffs, fully convinced that Chansu's decapitation speech was a complete lie. After all, even the legendary faction of doesn't have a farming skill like that. His golden brown eyes gleam with arrogance as he resolves to find and secure the massive point production source, guessing it is hidden deep inside the locked temple. To get inside, he needs to quickly be promoted to an official follower. Suddenly, Chansu's voice echoes through the yard, announcing that dinner is ready. The interns and farm crew gather around a massive wooden table loaded with steaming bowls of hot soup and fresh side dishes. The trainees dig in, their faces lighting up as they taste the incredibly pure, mana-infused ingredients. The spy is absolutely inhaling his soup, while Chansu pours some refreshing green tea next to him with a polite smile. The spy takes a long, satisfying sip of his tea, his eyes closed in pure bliss. He looks down at his empty cup, thinking that the meal and the red bean jelly dessert were absolutely perfect. He stares into his tea, his own face reflecting in the green liquid as he thinks that even though the manual labor is boring, he could happily do this for the rest of his life. He glances around the table, checking if the other trainees are eating with the same greedy appetite. He sits back, completely satisfied with his brilliant performance, fully convinced he looks exactly like a normal, exhausted rookie. He smirks, praising himself as the absolute greatest secret agent in the history of espionage. Chansu watches him from across the table, sweat dropping as he realizes this guy's entire arrogant internal monologue is written clearly on his face. Later that night, inside the cozy temple, our gorgeous chibi goddess is happily petting Bammy, who is curled up like a cute white noodle. She smiles, hoping that the hardworking trainees will become official followers soon. Chansu steps out of the bath, drying his messy hair with a white towel and agreeing that things are going surprisingly smoothly. On the floor, Ari is throwing a massive tantrum, screaming at Doji for eating his sweet potato, while the piglet just happily chews away. Rohan is sitting in the corner, calmly biting into an apple, while Chansu sighs, realizing he needs to increase the grocery budget for these greedy pets. He walks over to the table, looking down at his cute deity. He explains his plan to officially promote the trainees soon, but first, they need to actually practice their dudge decapitation and skill. To keep them safe, he intends to create a combined dungeon where they can hunt weak monsters. The goddess tilts her head in confusion, her large golden eyes wide. See, a combined dungeon is a special system mechanic where you merge several empty dungeons into a single multi-story instance. If you are lucky, you get a weak, easy-to-clear zone, but these merged dungeons are notoriously volatile and highly dangerous. He notices her worried expression and flashes a warm, reassuring smile. He gently holds her tiny hands, telling her not to worry, because this is the fastest way to expand the goddess's divine influence. He promises her that he will succeed marvelously and restore her temple to its former glory. He squeezes his hand, his eyes burning with determination. Once he becomes the strongest power in this world, he will finally unlock the system's return gateway to Earth and find his parents. The goddess is deeply touched, her face shining with pride. But right at that moment, the bracelet on his wrist erupts with thick black smoke, the red gem shining as the dark relic cackles about conquering the world together. The goddess's face immediately contorts in jealous rage, and she starts pummeling Chansu's wrist to shut the artifact up, while Chansu just laughs nervously. Rohan looks up from his apple, asking which specific dungeons he is planning to merge. Chansu explains that since the merged dungeons do not disappear from the map, he wants to combine 3 distinct zones. The goddess, Spring, and Hammy are bickering on the bed, while Chansu suggests mixing a desert dungeon and a sea dungeon. Rohan agrees it is not a bad idea, as long as it is an easy zone they can control. Chansu notes that Rohan doesn't like dealing with undead, and Rohan shrugs, saying they are just bothersome pests. They look at a system holographic screen showing an empty undead grid dungeon with a count of 443 hunts. Cut to the next day, at coordinate block 33N, 9E, on the first floor of the newly created dungeon. Chansu and Minsu step through the portal, finding themselves in a massive, scorching hot desert under a blazing sun. Minsu is wearing his custom wool cooling hat adorned with beautiful white flowers, but he is still sweating bullets, complaining about the intense heat. Chansu, wearing his light laurel wreath, tells him he complains too much. Our guy looks incredibly stylish and relaxed with his green leaf crown, while Hammy is riding on his shoulder wearing an identical tiny wreath. Minsu suggests Chansu should wear a proper wool hat too, but Chansu just smiles. He proudly declares that as the apostle of abundance, the heat doesn't bother him at all. Minsu just rolls his eyes, looking completely unamused. Chansu looks around the empty sand dunes, noting that there are no monsters in sight. But as he takes another step, a sharp dark fin suddenly cuts through the sand right next to him. His spatial senses scream and he leaps back as a colossal razor-fanged great white shark erupts from the sand dunes, splashing golden grains everywhere. Chansu screams at Minsu to get away as the massive jaws snap shut in the air. The heavy shark crashes back down, diving straight into the solid sand dunes like it is entering deep water. Chansu scrambles back, realizing that the desert sand acts exactly like water for these mutated sea monsters. He clutches his head, realizing his fatal mistake. He merged a desert, a sea, and an undead dungeon, thinking they would balance each other out, but they created a crazy sand-swimming synergy instead. Minsu yells, telling him there is no way they can bring the weak trainees to a nightmare zone like this. He shakes his head, shouting that if they want to get these rookies killed, throwing them to sand sharks is definitely the fastest way. Chansu agrees it is impossible, right as a massive swordfish leaps out of the sand dunes behind them. Inside Chansu's shirt pocket, Hammy is completely losing his mind, screaming in absolute hamster terror. Our guy's expression turns cold, and he drops into a low stance, drawing his whip sword. He moves like a blur, his blade splitting the air as Dungeon Decapitation N is activated, slicing through a swarm of sand-leaping sharks. He spins mid-air, his sword executing a perfect clean arc that severs their heads in a split second. He lands elegantly, noting that fish heads are supposed to be a delicacy, so it is a bit of a pity to waste them. He jokes that they can just assume the goddess is the one eating the delicious parts, right as a massive swordfish launches a surprise attack from behind. Minsu is running for his absolute life, screaming that these sand-swimming bastards are way too fast. Our guy's sweat drops, sassily noting that with muscles that massive, Minsu's movements are bound to be slow and clumsy. He yells at the muscular giant, asking if he can't just block them using his raw, solid muscles. Minsu stops, his eyes lighting up as he calls it a brilliant idea. He turns around, bracing his massive chest as a giant swordfish rams straight into him. The sharp bill hits his iron-like muscles and bends, and Minsu cackles wildly, shouting that it literally just tickles. He grabs the giant fish by the tail, swinging it around like a baseball bat and flinging it high into the air. He leaps after it, delivering a massive, fire-infused rising dragon punch straight to its jaw. He follows up with a flurry of high-speed kicks, completely obliterating the fish in midair. Chansu watches from below, sweating profusely as he notes that Minsu literally looks and fights exactly like a broken character from a classic fighting game, especially now that he has a healthy crop of brown hair. The defeated swordfish crashes into the sand, completely out of commission. Minsu lands, a massive triumphant grin spreading across his face. He explains that once these sea monsters die, they can no longer dive into the sand, holding up a giant fish like a trophy, while Chansu yells at him to make sure he is actually okay. Minsu just poses, holding a biting fish on his arm and smiling like a complete idiot, insisting he doesn't feel a single thing. He literally picks up a giant great white shark by the tail, ripping it out of the sand dunes with raw, monstrous physical strength. He slings the massive shark over his shoulder, cackling as he takes the lead and declares they are ready to conquer the second floor. Chansu can only watch in disbelief. But as our guy prepares to follow him, a sudden, chilling question crosses his mind. Minsu has been acting completely normal around the chibi goddess. Wait, why wasn't a high-rank hunter like Minsu even remotely surprised to see a literal living deity hanging out on the farm? Rohan is in the background, quietly chewing his apple, and as Chansu stares at them, he realizes that the secrets on this farm are starting to run much deeper than he originally thought. Our guy is watching Minsu lift a massive, mutated sand shark over his head like it is a lightweight gym prop. Minsu is completely in his element, grinning like a maniac and declaring that they are ready to conquer the second floor. They push open the heavy stone double doors, stepping into the next layer of this fusion dungeon, and instead of a clean, sandy training arena, they are greeted by a massive, misty coastline. Minsu takes one confident step forward and immediately sinks ankle-deep into thick, sloppy mudflat muck. His arms flail wildly as he completely loses his balance, screaming at Chansu to watch out. Our guy casually reaches out and pulls the massive muscle man out of the swamp, looking completely unbothered. Chansu sighs, looking at the muddy wasteland, and notes that this terrain is completely hopeless for their weak interns. He thinks he could probably survive here himself, but bringing rookies to a mudflat is basically a fast travel ticket back to the respawn point. He turns around to leave, but Minsu lets out a massive gasp, pointing frantically toward the mist. A colossal, armored crustacean with razor-sharp claws erupts from the mud. It is a giant king crab, looking like a high-tier dungeon boss. Chansu tells him they need to evacuate immediately because the mud is hiding the monster's neck, meaning he can't use his signature spatial slice. But Minsu has a complete starry-eyed anime moment, drooling as he explains that king crabs are delicious and sell for millions on Earth. Our guy asks if he really wants to fight a massive armored tank in knee-deep mud, and Minsu just flexes his shoulders, claiming it is no problem. He leaps into the air, moving with a ridiculous, high-flying martial arts leap that makes no physical sense for his size. Chansu breaks the fourth wall, wondering if this manhwa suddenly switched genres from a fighting game to a cheap wuxia novel. Minsu descends from the sky, screaming a battle cry as he prepares to punch the giant beast. The giant crab just blinks its glossy black eyes, looking completely unamused by the muscle man. With a single, casual flick of its massive claw, it swats Minsu through the air like a wet rag. Chansu's eyes go sharp, and his hand immediately drops to the hilt of his whip sword. He launches his flexible blade, wrapping the steel coil around Minsu's waist mid-flight to stop him from face-planting into the mud. He pulls Minsu back just as the crab's massive claws slam into the mud, shattering the nearby rocks. He asks Minsu if he is hurt, and the muscle man groans, holding his head but claiming he is perfectly fine. The massive shadow of the crab's giant claw looms over them once again. The beast slams its armor-plated claw down with the force of a falling building. They scramble out of the way as the impact kicks up a massive wave of mud and debris. They slide to a halt, covered in dirt and breathing heavily. Our guy stands up, dusting off his pants, and repeats that they are shutting down this expensive fusion experiment right now. They can only safely use the first floor anyway, so keeping a high-maintenance combined dungeon open is just a massive waste of his hard-earned points. Minsu grabs him by the shoulders, his face flushed as he begs him to think about the premium crab meat. Chansu admits he has never actually tried king crab before, and Minsu looks at him like he just committed a federal crime. The muscle man gets a terrifyingly serious expression, swearing on his life that he will drag the entire farm crew here just to make sure Chansu gets a taste. He turns back to the swamp, telling Chansu to go prepare some high-quality drinks while he handles the seafood. He flashes a smug grin, admitting that pairing fresh steamed crab with Chansu's custom fermented alcohol is his ultimate goal. Our guy can only watch him walk away, amazed at how articulate the muscle man gets when alcohol is on the line. He heads back toward his private fermentation cellar, muttering that he hopes his experimental batches are actually drinkable. Minsu pumps his fist in the background, fully motivated to conquer the second floor for the sake of dinner. We see Chansu entering his dark, chilly underground storage filled with rows of giant clay jars containing fermented foods. He walks past massive wooden barrels labeled with different fruit wines. See, after binding the artifact to his wrist, Chansu realized he could use the relic's decay aura to speed up the fermentation process by selectively cultivating specific bacteria. He can literally age high-proof apple wine and specialty liquors in under an hour, turning a terrifying curse into a highly profitable brewing engine. He walks past living, breathing trees that have custom tap handles installed straight into their trunks, labeled with various fruit and sweet potato blends. He smiles to himself, thinking that if anyone from Earth saw this, they would definitely lock him up as a botanical mad scientist. But he has to admit, running these crazy fermentation experiments gave him plenty of practice with his modified abundance blessings. He pulls a lever, pouring a rich dark red liquor from the wooden tap straight into a large glass dispenser. He sets the filled dispensers on the counter filled with vibrant red and golden liquids. He is not a massive fan of drinking himself, but he is satisfied with how these turned out. He picks up the heavy glass jars, hoping the unique flavors suit everyone's tastes. He walks back through the dark, overgrown forest toward the main temple yard. Suddenly, a massive thorny vine from a predatory plant whips out of the dark, aiming straight for his head. Without even looking, he drops low, his whip sword slicing through the air like a silver flash. He cuts the aggressive vine cleanly in half with zero wasted movement. He keeps walking, complaining that building his secret liquor storage so far away from the main house is getting really inconvenient. He sneaks past a grove of massive sleeping carnivorous flowers, carefully avoiding any loud noises. He steps into the main courtyard where Park Hong-yeol is waiting with Spring, the water slime, and the tiny hamster. Chansu stops in his tracks, his jaw dropping as he stares at a massive metallic structure rising in the middle of the yard. Thick clouds of white steam are pouring out of the top of the giant metal dome. Minsu stands in front of it with a proud, sweat-covered grin, introducing Chansu to his custom-built, high-pressure king crab steamer. Inside the furnace room, a group of shirtless, hypermuscular wrath disciples are screaming at the top of their lungs, injecting their intense internal heat directly into the steamer to cook the crab inside out. Our guy is completely speechless, wondering if these muscleheads are actually secret disciples from some legendary martial arts sect. Minsu runs over, eagerly asking what kind of premium alcohol Chansu brought back from his cellar. Chansu tells him not to get his hopes too high because they are just experimental batches, but Minsu's eyes are already shining like gold coins. Suddenly, the giant steamer lets out a loud hiss, and Minsu declares that the cooking is complete. The massive metal dome slides open, revealing a colossal, perfectly steamed red king crab resting on a giant wooden tray. One of the muscle men lifts a giant claw with a heavy grunt, and Chansu is genuinely amazed by the sheer scale of the harvest. He looks at the steaming meat, still skeptical about whether hunting a giant mud boss was actually worth all this ridiculous effort. Minsu hands him a massive, thick piece of freshly shelled crab meat, glistening with hot steam. The meat is perfectly tender, pulling apart in thick, juicy strands. Our guy takes a massive bite, closing his eyes as he's savoring the flavor. His eyes fly open, his face flushing as he experiences a total culinary breakthrough. The meat is sweet, rich, and melts in his mouth like ocean-flavored cream. Minsu asks him how it tastes, and Chansu has to admit that this level of flavor completely justifies all the absolute madness they went through. He unzips his backpack, revealing the large glass jars of custom fermented fruit wine. The entire farm crew clinks their cups together, launching into a massive, lively feast under the starry sky. Minsu is literally crying tears of joy as he stuffs his face, while Sujin explains that the wine is exceptionally sweet because Chansu brewed it using spring's high-purity spirit water. The interns are already completely wasted, their faces bright red as they laugh and praise the incredible strength of the alcohol. Our guy smiles, glad that everyone is enjoying the food, but suddenly Minsu lets out a loud gag next to him. Minsu holds his head in disgust, screaming about a horrific mint chocolate-flavored liquor. Chansu sweat drops, wondering if he accidentally mixed a weird batch during his experiments. Suddenly, a loud, angry voice crashes through the peaceful party atmosphere. It is Jack Wayne, the muscular spy intern, who is completely drunk, waving his cup and screaming that this sweet fruit wine is pretentious trash with zero depth. Chansu and Sujin look over, Chansu wondering how much this rookie spy has actually had to drink. Jack Wayne unloads verbally, shouting that an apostle of abundance who can only brew sugary garbage is a complete idiot. The other trainees immediately panic, covering his mouth to stop him from getting them all executed. Our guy just watches him with a calm, silent gaze. He realizes this is actually a fantastic opportunity to test his new recruits. He stands up, his voice smooth and polite as he addresses the silent, terrified crowd. He tells them that if anyone feels his farming methods are inefficient or that they should be doing something more useful, they should step forward and speak their minds freely. He flashes a terrifyingly wide, dark grin, promising he won't chop anyone's head off just for giving advice. In the corner, Night Sky the Black Cat is completely ignoring the high-stakes human drama, happily licking a massive piece of crab meat. Our guy's dark, menacing smile remains plastered on his face as he encourages the interns to share their honest feedback. The entire wooden table goes completely silent, the trainees frozen in fear like they are looking at a demon lord. Chansu tells them to relax and enjoy their dinner, but Minsu is already glaring at the drunk spy with a dark, suffocating aura. He chuckles, asking if the food is still good despite his supposedly weird liquor. Minsu immediately stands up, sweat-covered and frantic, swearing on his life that the mint chocolate blend is an absolute culinary masterpiece. Another muscle man nods quickly, sweating as he agrees that the sweet alcohol pairs perfectly with the tender crab. Sujin holds Spring like a plush toy, giggling as she praises Chansu's genius use of elemental water to smooth out the high-proof kick. Suddenly, one of the muscle-bound Fury girls grabs the drunk spy by the collar, lifting him off his chair like a sack of potatoes. Minsu pulls out a shovel, his face shadowed as he asks Chansu if they should just bury the disrespectful rookie in the backyard. Our guy's sweat drops, his terrifying aura instantly vanishing as he tells them to please put the shovels away because they are not running a mafia operation. The next morning, the bright sun rises over the quiet farm. Near the temple steps, Chibi Goddess, Bami, Doji, and Ari are gathered around a pile of leftover crab shells, eating happily. At a nearby table, Chansu is sitting with Sujin, who is happily chewing on some roasted eel. Chansu asks if she is actually listening to his report, and Sujin just nods quickly with her mouth completely stuffed with food. She swallows, blushing slightly, and asks what eventually happened to the drunk spy. He explains that once the spy sobered up and realized he had insulted a god-tier master, he fell to his knees crying and begging for his life. So Chansu reassigned him to the kitchen to help brew the daily liquor. It is much better to give people jobs they are actually suited for instead of forcing them to do hard labor. In the background, Bami is explaining to the terrified piglet that Chansu brews his special hangover tea to keep the workers healthy, while Chansu adds that he even asked Minsu to give the spy some intensive physical coaching. Spring lets out a happy squirt of water, splashing the tiny hamster. Doji sighs in relief, glad he is not the one getting trained by Minsu, while Sujin looks over at Chansu with a very specific, calculated expression. Her eyes literally light up like cash signs, and she eagerly asks if he is planning to sell his custom fermented fruit liquors on Earth. Our guy recoils from her intense, gold-digging gaze, sweating as he mutters that they will see how the market goes first. He slides a plate of grilled sandfish toward her, asking her to evaluate the market value of the unique dungeon loot they harvested. She takes a bite, her face immediately transforming into a chibi business tycoon as she calculates a massive gold price per serving. Chansu is amazed by the high valuation, deciding that instead of closing the combined dungeon, he should leave it open and let Minsu farm the sea monsters for profit. She leans in, explaining that Earth customers who tried his initial crop batches are already begging to order more. She suggests that instead of selling raw vegetables, they should mix his high-yield crops into a premium, signature abundance salad. She explains that for wealthy city people, healthy dieting and premium skincare are always the absolute top priorities. She flashes a devious capitalistic grin, her eyes glowing with gold signs as she notes they can charge 3 times the price for a pre-made salad bowl. Our guy's sweat drops, realizing her commercial greed runs even deeper than his. Meanwhile, Doji and the other pets are drooling over the fresh ingredients. She presents a perfectly plated salad bowl, arranged with vibrant green lettuce, fresh cherry tomatoes, broccoli, and a scoop of mashed potato. He asks her what the retail price on Earth is going to be, and she brightly answers, 12,800 gold. She adds that adding a limited edition Emperor Apple topping will bring it to 17,800 gold, and a fresh king crab meat topping will retail for a massive 22,500 gold. Our guy's jaw drops, and he mutters that the pricing is absolutely wicked. Sujin defends it, arguing that if they sell their miracle food too cheap, they will get blamed for crashing the luxury market. She takes a bite, completely blown away by the incredible quality of the produce. The lettuce is incredibly crisp, the onions do not leave a lingering smell, and the bitter, grassy flavor of the broccoli is completely gone. She looks up, her eyes wide with genuine awe. She points to the dressing cup, declaring that the custom balsamic vinegar and walnut mayonnaise he brewed are the absolute crown jewels of the dish. She giggles, predicting that wealthy customers will start buying the salad just to get their hands on his secret sauces. The tiny piglet watches her with sparkling eyes, while Chansu smiles, accepting her compliment. He admits he just hopes the public doesn't start using his salad for some weird, unintended side effects. He lists all his past crops that got completely misunderstood, hangover teas, deworming cinnamon sticks, and hair loss remedies turned into muscle growth supplements. Suddenly, Doji lets out a loud squeal, pointing toward the table. The piglet and the chick are literally begging for a taste, drooling over the premium salad leftovers. Our guy just watches them with a warm, gentle smile, enjoying the peaceful afternoon. Cut to a few days later, and a viral social media post titled "Special Salad" is blowing up on Earth's forums. The comments are a chaotic mix of netizens complaining about the extreme price, while others rave about how it completely cured their digestion and made their skin glow like a high-end filter. An elegant, dark-haired woman is sitting in a dim office, staring at the forum comments and biting her thumbnail in absolute silent fury. She scrolls through threads of people begging to buy the abundance salad sauce separately, praising its deep, aged flavor. Netizens are calling Chansu the absolute savior of their health, claiming he has cured their stomachs and stamina. She slams her hand onto the desk. This is Idami, the elite third apostle of negation. She opens a luxury plastic bowl of the abundance salad, taking a bite with a deep, resentful frown. She chews slowly, her face contorting in frustration as she realizes the food is undeniably delicious. She looks out the window at the glowing neon sign of her high-end beauty clinic on Earth, Forever Young. See, Idami's entire multi-million-dollar business model is built on using her dunge negation of aging skill to run luxury skincare spas for rich clients. She has been farming massive amounts of system points by offering artificial youth, but Chansu's new organic products are directly stealing her elite customers. She glares into the dark, her eyes glowing with a cold purple mana as she fumes over how a low-tier abundance brat dares to ruin her livelihood. Suddenly, the door opens, and an elegant, wealthy older client in a fur coat enters her private treatment room. Idami quickly puts on a fake, professional smile, welcoming her and asking if she has heard of the new abundance salad. The wealthy client gushes about it, touching her glowing smooth face and bragging that her skin has gotten incredibly firm in just a few days of eating the salad. Idami's smile stiffens, her internal panic rising as she stares at the woman's remarkably improved skin. She tries to salvage her business, reminding the client that healthy skin does not actually halt biological cellular aging. But after the session, the client waves her off with a cheerful laugh, walking out of the spa. The rich woman giggles, noting that she won't need to book as many expensive treatments anymore because the salad is doing all the heavy lifting. Idami stands alone in her empty clinic, her fists trembling in absolute rage. The system confirms it. Her active point earnings from beauty treatments have officially plummeted. If this organic salad trend continues to spread on Earth, her high-end business will be completely ruined. She narrows her eyes, her gaze turning cold and murderous. She sits down at her desk, her voice dropping to a dark whisper as she asks herself what the absolute best way to handle this abundance problem is. She scrolls through a web article showing a photo of Chansu and his cute hamster during a public crop trade. She reads the forum rumors, noting that his basic class skill is listed as 1 decapitation ent. A chilling psychopathic smile slowly spreads across her beautiful face. She decides that since he is messing with her business, the only logical solution is the complete, permanent negation of his very existence. Kill him, and the market returns to normal. Simple, clean, and highly effective. Our villain of the week, Idami, is officially locked in. She has decided that the cleanest way to save her beauty clinic business is to completely erase our guy from existence. She starts browsing the local forums, checking up on his rumored stats, and notices that his basic active skill is Jetch Decapitation Nth. She smiles, realizing that if he can only slice necks, his absolute worst matchup is an enemy that doesn't physically have a head to chop off. She immediately starts thinking about all the high-ranking necromancers who control headless horsemen and how easy it will be to recruit some greedy hunter to do her dirty work. If her plan works, she can forcefully seize the exclusive rights to his miracle salad crops and double her sales overnight. And if he refuses to cooperate? Well, her cold smile says everything you need to know. He is getting permanently deleted. Back on the peaceful farm, Spring the water slime is happily shooting a stream of water into the air, creating a tiny rainbow for night sky. Sujin arrives, looking absolutely thrilled as she runs over to Chansu. She screams that the first batch of abundance salads sold out on Earth in literal seconds, showering him in imaginary cash. Our guy is holding a tiny hammy, looking a bit overwhelmed as Sujin spins around in pure capitalistic joy. He thinks to himself that while making a massive pile of money is great, it doesn't directly help his goddess restore her physical avatar. Sujin leans in, eagerly suggesting they increase salad production and start supplying high-end restaurants on Earth. Chansu blinks, repeating her words, and Sujin nods quickly, her eyes sparkling. She reaches into her giant bag, and Hammy comes tumbling out onto the dirt path. She pulls out a massive, tower-sized stack of paper, and Spring watches in absolute shock. Chansu is left holding a pile of requests that is literally taller than he is, his face shadowed in dread. They sit down on the grass, and Sujin asks if he is finally realizing how ridiculously popular his farm has become. He sighs, flipping through the papers and complaining that they physically cannot provide ingredients to all of these restaurants. Sujin gets a highly mysterious, dramatic shadow over her face, whispering that there is only one logical solution. She raises her fists, her eyes burning with fiery determination, as she suggests hosting a world's best cooking competition. Our guy sweat drops, staring at her like she has officially lost her mind. She leans in, practically on fire, as she explains that his crops are top tier, so they should only be used by chefs who are truly worthy. She starts muttering about premium brand images and marketing strategies, while Hammy and Spring just watch her burn through her energy. Chansu tells her to calm down, admitting that a cooking competition is a great idea, but they need to keep it small and simple. If they make it too grandiose and it flops, the bad press will backfire on their brand completely. Sujin pouts, reluctantly agreeing. She walks away looking incredibly disappointed, and Chansu sighs, wondering why she wanted a global tournament so badly. He walks back to the temple steps, sitting down next to the ginseng goddess and telling her about the cooking competition. The goddess's eyes immediately light up, and she gasps in pure, sparkling joy. Ari, Doji, and Bammy gather around, the piglet cheering about a massive festival filled with delicious food. The goddess smiles warmly, remembering how her apostles and believers used to show off their culinary skills in the ancient past. But then, her expression falters, and she looks back at her empty, dusty altars. She notes that even though her temple has been restored, it is still located in a highly isolated block. If they want to host a successful event, a highly accessible city in the human domain is a much better choice. She suddenly strikes a proud, heroic pose, boasting that they already have exactly 7 potential believers working as interns. But her face goes serious, her hand on her chin as she starts calculating. She steps forward, telling the familiars that since Nunger Decapitation Nen is a bit too tricky for normal humans, she might resurrect the Nunger Harvest N skill for them instead. Ari and Doji snap to attention, saluting their tiny deity. The chick chirps in agreement, hyping up her brilliant idea, but Bammy and Doji are looking a bit skeptical. The goddess's shoulders slump, and she admits that a person can only possess one basic skill per faction. Doji suggests just getting rid of Chansu's Nun Decapitation Nun skill entirely, and Ari instantly slaps him, screaming that doing so would cut off their entire food supply. Bammy watches them argue, thinking their thought process is truly idiotic, while the piglet starts crying from the slap. The goddess looks over at Chansu, her eyes filling with tears as she explains that creating a new basic skill will delay her physical restoration even further. She clings to his shirt, sobbing and calling herself an absolutely incompetent, useless god. Chansu gently reaches out, his finger wiping away her tiny tears as he asks why she is crying so easily. Suddenly, a massive crimson aura erupts from his wrist, and the bracelet cackles, urging Chansu to ditch the weak goddess and avenge himself against negation. The goddess's tears instantly vanish, replaced by a cold, deadpan glare that says the relic has officially crossed the line. She stares at the glowing red gem, her aura turning incredibly dark. She leaps forward, screaming that she told the relic to be quiet, and starts pummeling Chansu's wrists with her tiny fists. The pets watch in absolute horror as she throws a rapid-fire punch combo, screaming that Chansu is her apostle and warning the relic never to touch him again. She lands elegantly, puffing out her chest, while the bracelet is left looking completely deflated, limp and shaking. She suddenly pauses, her eyes going wide as a brilliant idea strikes her. She looks down at the shivering bracelet, realizing that since it is just a dead remnant, she could potentially cooperate with it. She would normally refuse to work with any other faction, but she swallows her pride, deciding that if it helps her apostle, she can make an exception. Chansu just watches them, sweating as he notes that he is glad she has her crazy energy back. Found you. A deep, quiet voice cuts through the yard, and Chansu looks up to see Rohan standing there with a towel. The maroon-haired swordsman sits down on the stone bench, asking if he is really hosting a cooking competition in the human domain. The camera pans up to the vibrant red emperor apples hanging from the sanctuary tree, while Chansu admits he isn't sure how long he will be gone. Rohan turns to him, giving him an incredibly intense silent stare of pure concern. Chansu laughs nervously, quickly telling him not to worry about his steady supply of apples. He promises to reserve his abundance blessings before he leaves so Rohan can harvest fresh ones every day. He adds that Rohan already has a massive stash saved up, but Rohan, stuffing a giant apple into his mouth, mutters that he'll finish them all in a week anyway. An awkward crow flies over their heads as they sit in silent, comedic disbelief. Suddenly, a bright green system notification screen flashes in front of Chansu's face, and the goddess tells the relic to go away. Chansu's eyes go wide and the goddess gasps, asking what is going on. Rohan looks over, and Chansu's sweat drops, muttering that they have a massive, absolute problem. The goddess asks how big the problem is, her face turning pale. He turns the screen around, and the pets' jaws drop as they read the announcement. The scale of the competition has exploded, and it is officially titled, The World's Best Cooking. The goddess is completely fuming, screaming at the screen and demanding to know why they are the ones who have to crown the world's best chef. A vibrant, rainbow-colored banner pops up, inviting participants from all over Earth to join the abundant cooking competition for massive prize money and rare ingredients. We open chapter 46 with Chansu and the goddess still staring at the massive hologram in absolute, silent disbelief. The pets are literally drooling over the promotional graphic of the giant steamed crab, while the goddess is still shaking her fists in anger. She screams, demanding to know why her quiet, peaceful agricultural faction has suddenly been turned into a global reality TV show. Our guy just scratches his head, letting out a tired laugh and admitting he has absolutely no idea how it got this big either. In a rare turn of events, their thoughts are perfectly aligned as they sigh in unison. The scene shifts to Jeonwaok, an ultra-luxury traditional Korean restaurant surrounded by beautiful red roses. Inside, an elegant gray-haired master chef is tasting a dark, rich vinegar fermented by Chansu. She smiles, closing her eyes as she notes that the vinegar possesses the profound, deep flavor of years of aging. She is amazed when her assistant confirms that this premium vinegar was actually fermented in just a single week. She sets her cup down, her eyes filled with determination as she decides to enter the cooking competition. She hopes to win the tournament and commission the Apostle of Abundance to help her recreate the lost, legendary fermented pastes of ancient Earth. Meanwhile, at the modern fusion cuisine restaurant Earth and Block, a handsome chef with a massive mustache and a razor-sharp knife is chopping onions at lightning speed. He declares to his kitchen staff that cooking is 70% about the quality of the ingredients, tossing a massive pan of fried rice over an open flame. He looks into the camera with absolute confidence, resolved to use the flawless crops of abundance to deliver the absolute pinnacle of taste to the world. Cut to the French restaurant Trotty, where an angry head chef slams his fist onto the stainless steel counter with a loud thud. He is absolutely fuming, a dark purple aura rising around him as he hears that his traditional rival is entering the competition. He smirks, a cocky grin spreading across his face as he decides this is the perfect opportunity to show everyone the massive difference in their class. Back in her dark office, Idami is staring at her glowing laptop screen, her fingers trembling. She is reading the viral forum posts, where netizens are completely losing their minds over the star-studded participant list. She bites her thumbnail in absolute frustration, muttering that she intentionally leaked bad press to sabotage him, so why on earth is his tournament doing so well? She clutches her chest, her eyes glowing with a dark purple light as she resolves that since it has come to this, her personal chef must win to secure the crops. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious, high-tech laboratory, the conservative elders of the faction of Purity are holding a meeting. A priestess in a lace veil giggles, noting that hosting and managing a massive global competition is incredibly time-consuming work. The elder priest smirks, his mustache twitching with a devious grin. He cackles internally, realizing that with Chansu's workload multiplying, the development of the stamina booster will be delayed indefinitely. This was their scheme all along. Back on the farm, Sujin holds up her tablet, telling Chansu that there are exactly 6,000 teams registered after the initial filtering. Our guy looks over at a nearby intern who has literally collapsed under a mountain of paperwork, a purple ghost escaping his mouth. Chansu asks how they are supposed to manage this massive crowd, and Sujin explains that they actually have plenty of organizations offering to help. He checks the screen, noting that the faction of Purity is at the very top of the volunteer list. Sujin points out that Purity is offering to secure the official venues, equipment, and even TV broadcasting stations, which are things money alone cannot buy. Chansu smiles, admitting that while they definitely aren't doing this out of the goodness of their hearts, he is glad to accept the help. He laughs, deciding to take full advantage of their corrupt schemes to boost his own fame. But as he looks around at his wooden storage crates, his expression goes serious. The crop stockpiles he has built up are starting to look severely inadequate. Preparing enough premium ingredients for 6,000 teams is going to be an absolute nightmare. But then, his eyes go sharp. This massive tournament is actually the perfect chance to investigate how global fame affects the goddess's physical restoration. He decides to save his best ingredients for the main stage. He flashes a bright, mischievous grin, telling Sujin that he has a brilliant idea for the first preliminary test. The goddess peeks out from behind the wall, shivering as Chansu reminds her of that one experimental apple that had an absolutely atrocious toxic smell. He plans to make it even more intense. Cut to a high-end restaurant on Earth, where a delivery driver hands a cardboard box to a chef. The chef signs for it, his face lighting up as he reads the label, "Submit a dish that redeems this apple." He assumes it must be a premium Emperor apple. He tears open the tape with a bright, excited smile, ecstatic that he finally gets to work with a legendary abundance crop. The box pops open, and a thick, toxic green cloud of swamp gas erupts into his face. He stumbles back, gagging and screaming, "What the hell is this garbage?" Back on the farm, Chansu is walking past several shipping containers, his boots crunching on the dirt path. He sniffs the air, noting a strong smell of alcohol, and asks if Jack Wayne is inside. The muscular spy intern steps out, holding a cup and introducing himself as the newly appointed brewing manager of Abundance. Chansu is amazed, noting that despite spending all his time drinking, Jack's physical build has gotten incredibly massive and toned. We see a flashback of Jack shaking violently while lifting heavy stone barbells under the terrifying supervision of Minsu. Jack looks down, murmuring about how Chansu has created another miracle crop, an apple with 3 times the usual flavor and scent. He laughs, explaining that almost half of the registered applicants dropped out of the competition the second they opened their delivery boxes. Chansu scratches his head with a gentle smile, wondering if he should take that as a compliment. Jack walks him over to the wooden table, asking what Chansu has brought for him to evaluate today. Chansu walks up to a tree with a custom tap installed, pulling the handle to release a golden stream of fresh spirit liquor. Jack apologizes for the constant inconvenience, bowing his head and promising to polish his swordsmanship so he can become an official believer soon. Chansu sweat drops, wondering why a brewer is so obsessed with swordsmanship. He hands Jack a glass, introducing his latest experimental creation. Jack looks at the golden liquid, suggesting that high-ranking apostles like Minsu might be better suited to evaluate premium alcohol. Chansu's expression goes soft and a bit melancholic as he looks at the glass. He admits that having survived on a ruined, desolate Earth, he barely knows what good food tastes like, let alone the complex nuances of fine liquor. He takes a sip, and Hammy sniffs the glass from his shoulder. The system details the ridiculous flavor profile, a bitter punch of mugwort, a dry astringency of walnut, all resting on a sweet potato base. It was aged first inside a living apple tree barrel, accompanied by the spicy aroma of cloves, and then aged once more inside a hollow eucalyptus tree. Chansu closes his eyes, his face completely flat as he thinks to himself, "I honestly have no idea what part of this is supposed to be tasty. It is just bitter and dry." Jack leans in, sweating nervously as he asks what the master thinks. Chansu lets out a dry cough, carefully choosing his words and telling him that it is incredibly bitter, but he is glad Jack doesn't completely hate it, calling it a very sophisticated, acquired taste. He looks at Jack, his voice warm as he explains that even though he doesn't know much about alcohol, he is genuinely grateful because Jack's work is making everyone's lives on the farm much more abundant. Jack Wayne freezes, his eyes wide as Chansu's sincere words hit him right in his soul. A proud, determined grin spreads across the spy's face, and he strikes a heroic pose, swearing on his life that he will create a legendary drink that deeply moves anyone who tastes it. Chansu smiles, telling him it won't be easy but promises to cheer him on. He walks away, thinking it would be great if the other interns could find their unique specialties too. Suddenly, a bright green system notification chimed in the air. The holographic screen flashes a red alert. An unassociated individual, Sophie Day, wishes to enter Block 35N9E. Our guy tilts his head, wondering if this is a local native who wants to convert and become an official believer. The heavy stone portal gateway rumbles open, and a sleek black leather shoe steps onto the grass. A gorgeous girl with long reddish-purple hair tied in loose twintails steps through, her sharp green eyes locked onto him as she introduces herself as Sophie Day. Chansu sweat drops, laughing nervously as he notes that while her words are polite, her face looks absolutely murderously furious. He asks if she came to apply as a believer, and she crosses her arms, letting out a loud huff and snapping, "Of course not." Chansu clutches his chest in comedic pain, and she explains that she is actually here to enter the cooking competition. Our guy is completely confused, blinking as he asks if she accidentally missed the online registration deadline. She steps closer, her green eyes glaring at him with intense, fiery pride. She opens her mouth, her voice trembling slightly as her cheeks turn a bright, embarrassed red. She looks down, biting her lip and pouting in absolute humiliation as she admits, "I got eliminated during the resume screening." So, our guy looks at the absolute ball of rage standing in his forest and tries to process the information. Sophie claims she is a master chef, but there is one tiny, highly embarrassing problem. Her voice trails off immediately, which is never a good sign as she admits she was filtered at the document screening stage. She didn't even get to cook. She failed the resume check. Chansu and Hammy immediately start whispering about how tragic that is, and of course, she has perfect hearing and catches them instantly. She starts fuming, arguing that her cooking is way better than any of the corporate-backed frauds who actually passed the preliminaries. Chansu realizes she might actually have a point. In a massive tournament with thousands of applicants, judges usually filter by name value and brand clout rather than raw skill. She is completely outraged, asking how it makes any sense to run a tournament to find the greatest chef under heaven if they filter people out before tasting a single bite. And Chansu has to respect the logic, she is not wrong. But he also notes the reality. They can't realistically test tens of thousands of dishes, and besides, their actual goal isn't finding a culinary god, it's just a massive corporate PR stunt. The anger drains out of her and she bows, practically begging for a single chance to participate. Chansu is a pragmatist. He needs to know why she is this desperate to join a corporate circus. She looks up, her face glowing with some serious main character energy, saying she wants to use her cooking to spread a message. She wants to show the world that the native residents of this dimension have their own rich culture and history. Because of Earth's culture taking deep root through system coordinate expansions, the local traditions are slowly being erased by corporate fast food and instant noodles. Our guy looks at her and finally gets it. This isn't just about pride, she is trying to run a cultural preservation campaign through cooking, and since Chansu is fundamentally a good guy underneath all that cynical capitalist logic, he decides to give her a shot. He pulls out a portable camp stove and clicks the burner on. He puts down a basket of freshly harvested glowing emperor apples. If she wants a spot, she has to pass his personal test. He tells her to bring out the absolute best flavor of this high-tier apple. She calls him completely ruthless, but Chansu just smiles, telling her she can pack up and leave right now if it is too hard. But our girl is not a quitter. She ties her apron on, ready to lock in. She promises him this is her absolute specialty and that she will finish this instantly. The stove flares up, and Chansu is genuinely stunned by how fast she starts moving without a single second of hesitation. She slices the apple perfectly down the center as steam and a sweet aroma fill the entire forest. Hammy's brain is completely fried by how amazing the smell is. He is practically ascending to hamster heaven. And then she presents the final dish, presenting a fully carved apple that looks exactly like a terrifying, single-eyed mythological monster sitting on a bed of gold crust. Chansu picks up the plate, completely bewildered. The execution is flawless, even if it looks like she just served him a miniature eldritch god from a dungeon. He holds it up and asks why on earth she decided to shape her food like a dungeon boss, but she just tells him to stop complaining and eat it first. He takes a bite, and his entire face softens. It is absolutely delicious, and she improvised the entire recipe on the spot. Sophie immediately flips her hair. She told him she was a master in the kitchen, and she was not lying. She explains that taking completely bizarre, unknown ingredients and turning them into masterpieces is the ultimate survival technique her people developed over generations. Chansu is highly intrigued. He decides to run her through a few more rigorous tests to see what else she can do. Over the next few hours, she easily passes every single culinary challenge, and Chansu notes her incredible precision, asking if she has ever thought about trying knife work. She draws her blade and moves with high-speed focus, the air splitting as she cuts. A massive log is sliced into perfect uniform planks before Chansu can even blink, leaving him completely shocked by her raw talent. On the ground sits a perfectly carved, pristine wooden canoe. She didn't just chop the wood, she literally sculpted it with a kitchen knife. He looks at the bizarre spread of native dishes she prepared. A purple sandwich, a bowl of giant cooked grubs, and a glass of weird native herbal tea. It all looks like monster food, but it tastes elite, which fits perfectly with his abundance faction that is constantly producing weird new crops. Chansu asks her if she is currently affiliated with any other divine faction, and when she says no, he lets out a massive sigh of relief. But there is a massive administrative problem. If he just lets a rejected applicant bypass the screening, the other contestants and corporate sponsors will riot. Since they can't sneak her in quietly, Chansu decides to go the complete opposite route. He tells her they are going to make a massive scene. They are going to draw the eyes of the entire world in the most chaotic, explosive way possible. Cut to a massive press conference packed with flash photography and reporters. A giant notice is posted. It's an official additional acceptance announcement for Sophie Day, backed directly by the faction of Abundance. Sophie stands before a sea of cameras, looking nervous but determined. She acknowledges the massive controversy of her entry but states she is here to defend her world's culture. She locks eyes with the camera and declares to the entire world that her only goal is total victory. Immediately, the public starts talking trash on the streets. People call the tournament rigged, claiming the winner was already chosen by the host faction. She is immediately branded as the ultimate villain of the competition, and the entire tournament's fairness is called into question. But, fast forward a month later. Chansu is back at his farm setting up a massive TV screen. Lee Min-soo, wearing his ridiculous flower crown, and a giant muscle dude are carrying a massive luxury couch onto the grass just to watch the broadcast. The entire farm crew, including the bald muscle men and the priest, pile onto the couches like they are hosting a Super Bowl watch party. Chansu looks over at Sophie, who is currently sitting there looking like she is waiting for her own execution, and says the results are already set. She is blushing so hard her face might melt. She begs him to turn the TV off. The broadcast is playing, and the online comments are absolutely destroying her. My goal is victory, but she couldn't even make the round of 64, lol. Most fair tournament ever, she got absolutely cooked. Sophie collapses onto her face in a spotlight of pure, unadulterated shame. She is literally dying of cringe from her own televised declaration. Chansu pats her head while holding Spring the Slime and Hamdal on his lap, trying to comfort her. She just asks to be buried alive under an apple tree. Min-soo leans over, trying to give her a classic muscle brain pep talk about how she just lacks competitive experience. He tells her it was just her debut, and next time she can easily aim for first place, which briefly gives her a tiny ray of hope. Then Min-soo immediately ruins it by grinning and saying she is still probably going to be a viral meme on the internet for the rest of her life. Her soul literally leaves her body. Chansu steps in to save her sanity, telling her that introducing her native culture to the masses is still a massive win. She's sniffling, realizing that experience really is everything, and even Chansu has his own struggles. Chansu laughs it off, but things are actually getting crazy. He reveals that all the ingredients prepared for the main show were suddenly spoiled in an unexpected accident. The tournament can't proceed normally, so they need a special segment. They want the host faction to meet the favorites, adjust their ingredients, and taste their dishes live. It is incredibly annoying for a guy who just wants to farm in peace, but having the host show off his direct abundance powers is guaranteed to draw massive ratings. Chansu strokes Spring, knowing this is almost certainly another corrupt scheme from the Purity faction to keep him too busy to sell his stamina tea, but as the host, he still has to clean up the mess. Priest Han Gyul looks at the TV screen and points out the specific chef who eliminated Sophie in the early rounds. Apparently, this chef used to be completely average. Sophie cries in the background, wondering why this random chef had to have a massive massive awakening moment right when they fought. Han Gyeol narrows his eyes. He has seen enough backroom faction politics to recognize a pattern. He is highly confident that this dark horse chef is actually backed by the faction of negation. Cut to a dark room where Idami, the third apostle of negation, is looking at a corkboard of targets. She holds up a photo of that exact chef. She smiles like a true corporate villain. Her rival plans fell apart, but this random chef specializing in medicinal cuisine somehow carried them all the way to the quarterfinals. She realizes she can use this chef's success to launch a high-end, premium aesthetic line using negation's anti-aging blessings. She is about to make mountains of cash and system points. She is highly glad she delayed her plans to launch a direct raid on Chansu's block. Suddenly, the heavy doors are kicked open, and someone screams her name. A massive, angry, bald warrior in heavy armor stomps into the room. He is a third-term apostle of negation, and he wants to know why they are sitting around instead of assassinating the abundance kid. Idami doesn't even look bothered. She tells him to have some patience since their faction's chef is about to win the entire tournament anyway. He yells back, asking who is actually in charge. She casually turns her back and tells him to shut up and wait. The bald guy is absolutely fuming. He storms out, declaring he is going to take his squad and run the attack himself. Idami just smirks over her shoulder. She asks if his little squad is actually capable of breaking through the defense of Rohan, the strongest S-rank swordmaster on Earth. The bald warrior pauses, his face turning completely red with rage, and tells her to never contact him again. The door slams shut, and Idami just sighs, calling them complete idiots. She starts biting her nail in frustration. She is deeply worried that these reckless hotheads are going to ruin her entire plan by launching a suicidal assault. Meanwhile, back in the sunny forest, Rohan is sitting on a bench, casually chewing on a half-eaten emperor apple. Because an S-rank swordmaster is basically a walking natural disaster, and while he is around, nobody is touching this farm. Meanwhile, the cute farm familiars and chibi goddess are just rolling around on the temple floor, completely oblivious to the incoming war.